All right, everybody, thanks for switching over for us. We are about to watch the absolute last episode of Superman the Animated Series.
Nice.
That's where we're at, because somebody wanted us to watch that, and that's what we're doing. Even though Mr. Ty doesn't know the show very well and is completely lost, but there's really not too much to know. You have like an evil Superman, and
I mean,
in this dark side.
It can't be as bad as when you watched End of Evangelion without having seen the show.
Yeah, that's the ultimate clueless jump into the deep end to mix my metaphors without a parachute.
Exactly.
I feel good about that mixed metaphor.
I think it works.
Yeah, I like it. That's the only way to describe that particular experience, I think, actually. Did you watch that with us? That was insane.
I didn't. I wish I was there.
Is that a thing that you've seen? Do you know anything about that?
I love Evangelion, even though I mispronounced it earlier.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mispronounce it every time I say it because I get all self-conscious because I know I'm going to mess it up.
Because it seems like it would be Evangelion because of the, the root words that make it up. I don't know.
Robert, you're right. I have not worn a single Warner Brothers ball cap this entire stream. I'm a fake fan of a giant corporation, which is not fair of me. But in my defense, I don't own one, and I don't know how easy it is to get one. So
you should definitely look that up because you always mention that ball cap.
Well, that's true. Yeah. So this is weird though, right? Because that is some delayed advertising payoff. We got an ad from 1989 that is finally getting me at 38 years old to purchase a product.
Well, then it is also you advertising Warner Brothers delayed by decades.
That's true too. Yeah.
Is it just a ball cap that just has the Warner Brothers shield on it?
Yeah.
Very nice.
No, you're right.
They don't even have that.
We're feeding each other with a 32-year gap.
They're in for the long haul. That's this was the plan all along.
Freddie's gonna watch this last episode with us. Freddie, you haven't got to say a lot. Sorry, man. We got Ty and I with lots of things to say. I tell you what, we're gonna give you the floor for the first 2 minutes of this episode.
Okay.
Okay. And I want you to say everything that comes to mind.
Okay.
Are you ready? And if you're really on a roll, we'll give you even more like 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
You got things to say about Superman?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. I'll help you out. Is everybody ready? Make sure you're at timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now. We're watching Legacy Part 2, which is the 13th and final episode of Superman, the animated series, based on Elseworlds with a scary Superman raised on Apocalypse. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
I love this intro.
What do you think of the song?
It's cool.
It's very Williamsy in the same way that the Batman one is Elfman-y.
Yep. Well, the difference, of course, is that the Batman one is taking an actual motif from Elfman that they have to keep crediting him for, and I'm sure Shirley Walker wanted to do that. She worked for Elfman on that movie. She conducted the orchestra in '89. But with this, you're right, it is Williams-esque, but it's its own melody.
Yeah.
There's nothing from Williams taken with this. I'm sorry, Freddie, what do you want to say?
Every episode I've seen of this show was really cool.
Do you prefer this show or Justice League?
Probably Justice League.
I know you were on a big kick with that for a while.
Yeah, Justice League Unlimited is like my favorite superhero show.
It's really good. Oh, hello, Austin. He's there in the comments.
Oh, is he making jokes?
He is, because that's what he does.
Oh. That's his thing. There's something very old-fashioned about this show. I'm finding. I know that it's an older show at this point, but it feels sort of out of time, and I feel like that was intentional.
Well, of course, yeah, and it's following suit.
Like
Batman with that, but with a slightly different approach because it's got to do the whole retrofuturism thing.
Yeah, well, I know how we just discussed that the whole clip show opening was just because they didn't have enough time, apparently, to.
Oh my god, that was terrifying.
Something else.
I never want to see that again.
It was very cool.
Oh my god.
But the clip show opening reminds me of like old television.
Oh wow, the beeping thing was a trap. See, I've talked about this earlier today. Superman's always wearing an environmental suit when he goes out into space in the show, which just seems really realistic to me. It's like, you don't want to hold your breath for that long. And what if you wind up in a galaxy that has a red sun? Although I guess that's not going to help him fly. I don't know if he's got like thrusters in it or anything.
I wonder if the comics are consistent about this or not, but does Superman need oxygen to survive?
He sure does.
Okay. He can just hold his breath for a very long time.
Yep. That's always the explanation.
Okay.
He's got super lung capacity. Wow, I like the red tint in this scene with the red beams.
Yeah.
It looks good.
I like this guy's voice. Of course not.
Yeah. I know. Somebody's going to tell me who that is. I'm not even going to look it up. It's just going to come up right. Oh, Noah says Superman TAS is so good, and I keep... Because I've been doing this a while, and because I don't have good eyesight in the first place, I thought it said Superman TAS is no good.
No. It is no good.
It's no good. Why are we watching this crap? Why are we dignifying it with watching the finale?
That's very Sonic the Hedgehog. That's a very Sonic the Hedgehog way of decrying this show. It is no good.
No way.
In Justice League with him from the start.
You don't understand. This whole thing started with an Elseworlds comic.
I know.
You know, it's too bad they're not already working with Wonder Woman. They could just use her lasso of truth, and then they'd know.
That's true, yeah. So I've always wondered about the production of these shows, like the release, because I wasn't around for most of it, I don't think. When, like, Batman Beyond started, was that after Batman ended, or was that during Batman? And was that also
no, that's
during
like 99
time?
Yeah, so Batman and New Adventures are over by then.
Okay.
And I talked about this and told this story earlier, but real briefly I'll mention, since you don't know, that's an executive at the TV level going to Bruce Timm and his team and basically really just haphazardly going, I think you should make a Batman of the Future show. And Bruce Timm's like, that's stupid. We don't want to do that. And he's like, no, that's what you're going to do. You're going to make a Batman of the Future show. And he's like, all right. So they had to figure out a way to make it not stupid because it's a thing nobody wanted. And it became one of the most popular things they did. And to this day is kind of the main thing that a lot of fans really want to see on the big screen in live action.
Yeah.
Which has never been me. I don't need that. I love it. I love it in animation. But you could do that. It could be great. It's just that's not a thing that I have to have before I die.
Yeah, I think like if I was a little kid and I was real into it, I might be like, I want to see this in a movie. But like, I don't understand this constant need for adaptation, really, at this point. It would have been cool if we got a Batman Beyond thing with Michael Keaton, but he's going to die before they release any movie with him anymore. It seems.
Well, Flash will finally come out, and then he's done after that. Even though they were going to try to put all their eggs in his basket, like we're going to get one movie with him, and that's it. And the other one, they're kind of shredding all the digital copies of, and nobody's ever going to see. And
man,
it's a mess.
Dystopia we live in. Wouldn't you love to see?
It's Zaslavia. It's the dystopia of Zaslavia.
Yes. Wouldn't you love to see Cavill with this Superman hair?
Oh heck yeah!
This big globby swirl that he has in the front.
Yeah, for the whole movie.
Yeah.
Is that what you want?
Yeah, the entire.
It's a weird movie. I don't know. It's still less counterintuitive than some of what Snyder did. Jar Jar Ed, $10 super chat. Weird that Wonder Woman is the one of the DC Trinity to not get her own standalone animated series. You'd think they would try that after 70s Wonder Woman's success. They'd try it now. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a thing that Bruce Timm and Alan Burnett and those guys maybe kind of thought about doing. But they might have been talked down. I'm not saying this necessarily happened, but even if they wanted to, I'm not sure they would have been able to at the time, given that just the main demographic was, kids and teenage boys, and like they sold a lot of female action figures and stuff with Justice League. But if their main character was female, I think they might have been concerned that they wouldn't be able to sell enough toys. This was the mentality in the mid-90s and all the way up until not too long ago. So like something like that could have maybe happened, but I'm not surprised that it didn't. I did find out recently, and I didn't know this, that they were working on a potential Catwoman show at some point, and that fell apart for whatever reason. So, there was the potential for a female superhero show or something in that vein. Catwoman's not exactly a superhero, and that could have been really cool, by the way. And I like that version of Catwoman a lot, but that's still connected to Batman, which might have made them think it's easier to sell and easier to put more male characters in that show than a Wonder Woman show, potentially.
What if they did the Catwoman show, but it had that horrible late animated series Catwoman design where she looks stupid? Would you still
the one?
Would you still watch all
the new Batman Adventures?
Yeah.
I don't like that one. But I do like the gray one with the circle belt, and a lot of people hate that. I like the minimalism of it. I think it's a great suit.
Yeah.
I don't care what anyone says, and some of that's probably just I grew up with it, but...
I don't mind it.
Look, Ty, I don't care what you say, Ty. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not arguing with me. Oh.
I was going to say, a Wonder Woman show that was made... If there was a Wonder Woman show made at the same time as Batman the Animated Series, I think that would have been amazing.
Well, and that's around the time they were talking about it is the thing. It would have been that sweet spot time, I think.
That would have been awesome.
Or it would have been while they were doing the end of that or right after it. And that would have been the perfect time.
I think you're right that some studio exec would have some issue with that.
In 94, 95, yeah, definitely. Jar Jar Ed, $5 super chat. You'd think they would have tried a Wonder Woman cartoon after Powerpuff Girls, Kim Possible, and Totally Spies were smash hits. Yeah, that is a good point. But that's all a little bit more comedic, too. Like, they might have thought that that's easier to sell to girls. Where, like, a straight-up Wonder Woman thing, it's like, okay, the audience for that is more boys, weirdly. They might have thought. But
yeah,
can you sell merchandise to them? I think you're in the same spot with that.
That's also way later, though, isn't it? Like Totally Spies. That was like when I was a kid, I think.
Yeah, but Powerpuff Girls isn't. Powerpuff Girls is 97, 98.
I guess
that's around the same time as they're doing Justice League and Batman Beyond.
But that's also, despite the superhero conceit, that's not a superhero show, I'd say. It's a comedy show along the lines of Dexter's Lab and shows of that vein.
Yeah, and Wonder Woman's harder to make relatable, arguably, especially to kids, even than Superman, because it comes from a mythology place, and like she grows up on an isolated island and stuff. Like, on the other hand, uh, like I guess in some ways He-Man is kind of that way too, where it's just like this high fantasy thing that's not really related to anything we know. So like I don't know, if you couch it right, you probably could get kids really. I almost think Wonder Woman works better as a late '80s Saturday morning cartoon as far as merchandising goes.
Well, I was gonna say in this, the one thing I think that is decent and good about streaming is that it seems to have allowed for a lot more varied demographic to be created for various types of animation, even though that seems to be going down the toilet now.
Yeah.
So I think in the age of shows like this new She-Ra show and stuff like that, they could easily make a Wonder Woman show that I think would probably
Robert Wilder's
do very well.
That show. Yeah, no, good call. And I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen it, but I've heard it's wonderful. Although there is a contingent of people that complain about it, but I don't know if I trust them. I love this statue of Darkseid there.
The monolith.
It reminded me of the anime Fist of the North Star. There's like a massive statue that this character named Shin builds of himself, I believe, in season 1 of that show. And it's framed very similarly.
It's so weird hearing Michael Dorn just go, "It's Superman!"
It's Superman! It's a bird. It's a plane.
Jar Jar Ed wants to keep arguing with 90s TV show executives, I think. He says, that's why Steve Trevor exists, Cap. Steve Trevor is supposed to be the audience's POV character being introduced to Wonder Woman mythology. Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just saying that I can see from a like executive standpoint that's not into that material going, I don't know how to merchandise this. That's the main point I'm making. No, I can see exactly how you do it and make it popular, but convincing at the time anybody to go with that. Keep in mind that it was a while before we could even get Wonder Woman animated movies without having Superman or Justice League in the title. They did one, it didn't sell very well. It took a while before they did any more. And that's just because of the success of things like Suicide Squad. When finally we had names that might sell better, or might sell as well as Batman and Justice League.
Well, and how well are you going to ever sell a kid on Steve Trevor, of all people?
Yeah. No, but I think his point, and I don't mean to go to merchandising too hard, I think his point is that, like, in a TV show, you can still make her relatable by having that, like, human point, POV, but, like, you have the same thing with Lois Lane with Superman, and that still doesn't work for a lot of people, right?
Yeah. I think it's just an executive thing. That character...
It's crazy that Roxy Rocket shows up at the end of this. I didn't remember that.
What's the name of that Wolverine girl?
I don't remember.
She's awesome.
Yeah.
She has that weird, crazy look in her eye the whole time. That's, yeah, she's cool.
Well, she's flying around on a disc like Static Shock.
Very cool. Yes, I like this. Yeah, what was I going to say? You know what I think would have done very well in the 90s would have been a Wonder Woman anime in the vein of other magical girl animes like Sailor Moon or something. If they were able to license, if like Toei or something was able to license Wonder Woman, I think it would have done well.
Yeah, and like you've never seen her handled in that way. Like if we had precedent for that, where we can do like kind of a more lighthearted version of her.
Didn't they try to do that kind of in the comics in the 70s or something? There was a whole like revamp of Wonder Woman's character.
Yeah, certainly, but I'm thinking like when you said anime like Magical Girl, that kind of thing, I'm thinking this is an anime, but that made me think, what if you tried to do a Wonder Woman show aimed more at younger kids to get it past the like, kind of broody, hardened kind of character that she often is, and do like a Batman Brave and the Bold type show for Wonder Woman. Like, that could have worked particularly in the mid-2000s.
I think so. Yeah, because Wonder Woman is such a serious, stoic sort of character oftentimes. And I can see how that might be like...
This is wonderfully intense, by the way, and we're talking all over it, but...
Yeah. I think you got what I was going to say.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stop you. I just wanted to real quick say, we know what we're watching, and this is wonderful.
No, yeah, I agree. It's very classic. I wish they had the Fleischer Superman stuff on HBO Max.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said I wish they had the Fleischer Superman stuff on HBO Max.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Oh, they're having a showdown over Turpin. So this is a thing that happens in an earlier episode where Darkseid just shows up and kills basically Jack Kirby. Like, they did this on purpose, where they make their main cop guy look like Jack Kirby, and then they have Darkseid take him out.
Was that like a weird dig at Jack Kirby or something, or?
Say again?
Or like I said, was that like a weird dig at Jack Kirby?
It definitely wasn't a dig. I think they did it to try to make it like weightier.
Okay. Yeah, because that would have been a weird choice to dig at someone like Jack Kirby.
Yeah, it's difficult. No, because I mean, there's so much reverence for him all over the show. I mean, like, it was kind of a surprise at the time for Superman to do all this fourth world stuff in the first place. They love Jack Kirby.
Okay. His suit is really weird. You sort of have to
see it. Like, when I describe it, it's not like, wow, they murdered Jack Kirby on screen. Yeah, when you see it, you'll understand.
Yeah.
This is horrifying.
Yeah.
Is this too scary?
No.
Oh, okay.
He looks like a Frank Miller drawing there.
Yeah, he does. That's a good call.
He looks like he has one of those awful tattoos that, like that one cop guy in Sin City has or something.
That's probably the most blood they ever put on somebody's face in one of these shows.
You know, it's something that you don't think about often until you see it. But there was a lot more blood in 90s cartoons for children than there is now.
I feel like that. No, that's absolutely true. I love how this looks kind of black and white. Superman's suit right now.
Yeah.
And that image of him throwing Darkseid over should be more iconic than I think it is. Boy, that's an incredible screen grab.
I think so too. I wonder if Superman's suit is just supposed to be affected by the lighting there, or if it somehow changed color, because it doesn't look like anything else. I don't think they care, and I don't think I care either. Like, yeah, I guess.
No, I'm with you though. I wondered that too. Whereas, like, if he walks enough in this direction, does it get lighter again? Like, I don't know. Look at Kara. She's not having that problem with her cape.
Yeah, I guess not.
What's happening?
His suit changed color.
Is it soot? Like, did it
maybe
get covered in something?
Yeah, I wonder. Did we miss him going into acid? There's a Frank Miller-ism right here.
I thought you meant that guy's just Frank Miller. It's like, now the news with Frank Miller.
Well, now cutting to this montage is making me think of Spider-Man. Some kind of Freaky Lou or something. Wackadoo.
Wackadoo.
I hope that's Lex Luthor's last appearance in this show.
Oh, no. He's got plenty to do in Justice League.
Well, I mean, just in this show specifically.
I think it is, actually, yeah. Well, yeah, we're 20 minutes in. This show has to be over in 1 minute, so. Stephen Murphy, he stinks, and I don't like him.
Yeah. Guy with 8 hands.
This would have never happened, but I think it might have been wild to come back. I guess you could have just done, like, a movie for each. It would have been wild to go all the way through Justice League and then go back and do one more short, like, series or mini-series for Batman and Superman.
That would have been sick. They should have done that.
That would have been neat.
And then, man.
All right, folks, there we go. We finished it. We finished Superman. We watched the whole show. No, we didn't. We'll probably even have more Superman later. We're watching things all kinds of out of order.
So was Justice League in production when this show was ending, or did it just come out way later?
I'm trying to think of my timeline here. No, it would have been a couple years after this, I think. They start Batman Beyond, I think, before they even start Justice League.
It's interesting to think about all these shows coming out, like all of these shows. There's so many of them that come out that it's kind of interesting, like trying to think about how the timeline was when I wasn't there, because
And yeah,
it's weird.
Unlimited does wrap up the Dark Side, Lex Luthor, and Brainiac stuff.
Oh yeah, because you've seen all that.
Yeah.
Did this kind of inform that show for you some?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think you've seen a lot of this show.
But I have watched a lot of Justice League Unlimited. And there's no Dark Side, Lex Luthor, or Brainiac stuff.
I mean, there is, but what is your... real quick, who are your favorite superheroes in Unlimited, Freddie? It's been a while. I don't know how well you remember, but...
I don't know. Like, there are a lot of superheroes, and I don't remember most of their names.
Well, you'll have to go back and look at some of that somewhere. Well, did you have fun watching with us, Freddie?
Mm-hmm.
I know we were talking a bunch, but did you have a good time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get another episode rigged up, because we got to just keep trucking along, folks. Ty, are you good to keep going?
Yeah, I'm good to keep going for however long you need me for.
Oh my god, what a nice guy. I owe you one, dude. Okay, Freddie, would you do me a favor? Would you take this chair and put it back over there where it goes next to the other one? Thank you so much. And if you feel like coming down and watching some more with us later, you totally can.
Okay.
All right. And if you think of an episode or a particular show you want to watch, come down and I'll show you one, okay? Jar Jar Ed, $2 super chat. Justice League started after Batman Beyond ended. That's what I thought. But he was asking what was in production, and I don't know how long they were working on Justice League while Batman Beyond was on. That was the thing I was kind of hesitating about.
Some of this stuff is, yeah, it's just really weird to think about how these shows were put out.
I mean, it takes time.
Yeah. What's interesting is certain things like animes, their sequel series will just come out like immediately. So like with Dragon Ball Z, when it ended, which was, you know, adapting material, it had a sequel series that wasn't adapting material, and the preview for the sequel series was on the last episode of the normal series, and that episode came out like a week after the last episode of Z. And that's just very strange to me.
Okay, discussing topics... Sorry to interrupt. Discussing topics is still with us. I want to go ahead and do the episodes that he asked for. I'm glad he came back. We're going to do an episode called Legends, which should be a two-parter, because most of them are in Justice League. This is going to be the first season of Justice League. And it's episode 16, and should be 17 as well.
Okay, so is Justice League Unlimited connected to Justice League? Is that the same continuity?
Yeah, so so all of this is the same continuity. That's why we're doing it. We're delving real deep into this continuity, and that as a show, like I've got a box set that's both of those shows together, and the Justice League with just the main founding members for the most part. They've got some other characters that come in and out, but it has like a main cast. Is 2 seasons, and then Unlimited is 3 seasons.
Okay.
But shorter seasons, I think.
Gotcha. So did you say episode 16 and 17? Is that what you said?
16 and 17, yep.
Of season 1?
Season 1, yes, sir.
Okay, cool.
Okay, let me go ahead and get this pulled up on my end. Thanks again for all the super chats, folks. We're going to get back to those in just a second. I'll probably try to read one or two of these before we even start this episode, just so we're not spending too much time on it while we're watching the show. Feel free to keep throwing those in, of course. And you've still got almost an hour and a half in this 6-hour block to have a chance at picking a show for me to do for Rewind. Sorry, I'm having to mod some comments here.
Oh, did you get bots again?
Yeah. Every hour or so they're popping in. It actually hasn't been too bad in the last few hours, but we got a lot last night and this morning.
Jeez. Parademons in the chat.
Oh, not the parademons in the chat again. Oh, I hate those things. I blame really... Zack Snyder. And Jeff Johns. I actually blame Jeff Johns more.
Me too.
No even said the Snyder bots. That's hilarious. We're just not nice to that man. He made one of my favorite superhero movies of all time, but...
Oh, yeah?
Well, I mean, I still love Watchmen, but I don't know if it was worth the DCEU.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't put all of the blame on Zack Snyder.
You ever listen to him talk?
Anything. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just throwing that out there.
I mean, I just feel like that it would have made more sense for there to be more of a cohesive idea of what they were going to do with everything.
He had a big plan, and it was nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I just mean on the whole Warner Brothers DC side, where it just seemed like they were like, okay, let's greenlight 1 million projects.
Well, no, you're right, but a lot of that was after his crazy plan. Like, before, it was just, let's make him the Feige of DC. And yeah, I mean, I kind of blame them more for picking that guy. Which didn't really make a lot of sense at the time, but his I don't know, like, his sensibilities and choices baffle me.
It's weird. For sure.
It's very weird. Okay, Jar Jar Ed, $5 Super Chat. Batman Beyond was put on hold, thanks man, when they began working on Justice League. Then they never got back to Batman Beyond proper. Oh, you know what? I didn't know that, but that really explains why third season kind of fizzles out the way it does. I didn't realize that. And that also explains why they felt the need to do their kind of cap-off episode with Epilogue in Justice League, or yeah, in Justice League Unlimited. Which
does that
we're gonna actually watch later tonight with Kareem. But I'm sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was saying, does that go to Beyond? In that episode, does that like?
Yeah, it goes actually even farther into the future of Beyond and explains some kind of crazy mythology stuff that a lot of fans weren't happy with, and that Bruce Timm always wanted, that a lot of the people in the production also didn't care for. It's very controversial.
Okay.
And that I won't spoil for you unless you happen to be around when we watch it.
Okay.
Chewbacca's Lover, $20 Super Chat. Thanks so much, man. I really appreciate you. Justice League is 01 through 03. Beyond, oh, look, we have a handy chart here. Beyond is 99 to 01. Superman is 96 to 2000. And Unlimited is 04 to 06.
Man. Huh. So there was this little space there somewhere between 2001 and 2000 where there was nothing, it seems like. Unless I'm...
No, that's not true, because Beyond was still on.
Beyond was still on?
Yep. It's kind of like Star Trek, where they've got this period where there's always at least one on.
Yeah. Batman Beyond is a lot like Star Trek The Next Generation. In many ways it's superior, but it will never be as recognized as the original.
Yeah, and in some ways that's like an outdated statement these days, I think. But
yeah, probably.
Because I think a lot of people my age don't even have that with TOS.
Yeah, I think so. When I was a kid and I think of Star Trek, I probably think of The Next Generation.
Sure, yeah. Iron Shell, what about the Zeta Project? I'm not sure when that was made. I'd have to look that up. And I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, of course, but the reason we're not watching that is simply because it's not widely available where people can stream it with us. That is gettable now, apparently, both seasons on disc. And at some point I'll buy that for my collection. But even if I went out and got on Amazon or whatever and grabbed those, you guys wouldn't necessarily be able to watch them with me. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get into this episode. Jar Ed, real quick, put in another $2 super chat. Pretty sure TNG has superseded TOS in popularity. I think for my generation and beyond, I think that's absolutely the case. Real quick, in case you're just coming in, because we're getting into the late afternoon, and I think there's some more folks that were not here earlier. We are doing a raffle that I'm going to finish up and reveal at the end of the stream. You don't have to be here at 10 o'clock in order to win the raffle. All you have, I will email you. All you have to do is send me an email with something in the title that makes it clear what this is about, DCAU raffle or drawing or something. Anything you want to put in the body is fine, and you will be entered into a raffle for just send me one email for a chance to win a Batman Complete Series Blu-ray box set. And if you already have that box set, don't worry, I can give you the Beyond box set or the Superman box set. They're all comparable prices. Let's go ahead and get into this one. Ty, thanks for bearing with me as I do house cleaning stuff. Oh, hang on.
Of course.
I got typo here.
Oh.
We don't need so many brackets.
You know, typo is my full name.
I thought it might be Tybo.
Yeah, it's a common mistake.
Is it? Is it also a common thing that people make fun of you with? Has anybody ever called you Tybo, like the fake boxing fighting regimen? I should say fake. That's not fair. It was an exercise program.
Everyone calls me that.
Do they really?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm gonna start because I think it's funny.
Okay.
Iron Shell wants to know why you pronounce anime, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's because you're pretentious. Am I right about that?
Okay, let me explain this. I had to explain this to a friend the other day. Mr. Fusion also pronounces it this way.
He does. It's true.
So technically, both are correct. Anime is if you cut animation in half, it would be anime. If you cut it kind of in half. But it's a Japanese word for cartoon, which is based off of the English word anime. And the Japanese phonemes are not exactly one-to-one comparable with ours. So it's anime? I don't know. I had it in my mind just a second ago, and I tripped myself out. But it's anime. They don't have an noise. So it's not anime. Or anime.
Which is the same reason it's pronounced manga and not manga, and people got the memo on that a lot of years ago. I remember when I was growing up, if manga came up, a lot of people would say manga because it sounds like the American way to say that word, but it's gotten to the point where people will kind of look at you funny now if you pronounce it that way, but we're not there with anime yet, I guess.
Yeah, and I used to say manga also, but I actually have a coworker that is from Japan, and he's been teaching me a little bit of Japanese here and there.
No, Jar Jar, we haven't started the episode yet. We're about to. I blame Tyler, really.
We're getting into a tangent about my pronunciation of words.
Nah, he's answering a question, and I made the mistake of bringing it up. It's my fault. No, I'm with you though. It's inconsistent, right? We got a double standard when it comes to the pronunciation of those two words.
Yeah, they also don't have a sound for I. It's E. So it's anime. It's not anime. Anyway.
Let's go ahead and get into this. This is Legends Part 1. Actually, I've got this listed as 18 to 19, so I'm going to go ahead and...
Wait a minute. What is it called? Something Part 1?
It's called Legends.
Okay. On mine, it says Fury Part 1.
Yeah, again, that's because I had the numbers wrong. So go to 18. It's Legends.
Okay. Good thing we figured that out.
Just make sure you find the one that says Legends and get ready to play it.
Yeah, I did not realize. Okay.
No,
Sorry.
you're fine. Some of my numbers are off from HBO Max because I was looking at different sources. And when I put this together, this is not interesting to anybody, but I didn't start with Max because I actually thought I was going to use discs, and then at the 11th hour I went, you know what, I'm gonna risk the bandwidth thing and do it this way because it's going to be much faster, and hopefully I can get away with it. And that's why I did a test on Friday with that, or Thursday with that. Oh, this is going to throw my whole week off. I'm going to have no idea what day it is for the next several days. Okay, everybody ready? Here we go. Everybody please press play right now.
We get Bugs Bunny again.
Are you going to say it every time?
Yeah. Just like this isn't color.
Oh, man.
From Batman.
It was really gutsy to kill off Jon Stewart in the first 3 seconds of their episode. I don't know. Yeah. What a choice.
Maybe this isn't a two-parter. Maybe we missed something from the previous episode.
Maybe it's actually like a 19-parter.
Yeah.
Well, that's one way to dismantle a robot.
This is how a lot of Teen Titans episodes start. They'll just start in the middle of the action.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was going to say, so Batman and Superman don't have these cold opens, but Justice League does, I think, all the way through. Or maybe occasionally they won't do a cold open, but they usually do. Which is fun, and I like it. It kind of sets it apart, and it's a real ensemble cast thing to do. Like, most science fiction does it. I mean, like space opera and that kind of thing. But then Batman Beyond, curiously, does not have cold opens.
Interesting.
Well, I say curiously, maybe they didn't even think to do it until they got to this show, because this is also post when they started Beyond, so.
This is sort of like your comic book cover for a television show episode. You're like, oh no, all the Justice League is defeated. And then you have to watch the rest of the episode.
Yeah. Yeah, or like your Stan Lee opening, like, full splash page. Oh, there's this crazy thing that's happening.
What's going on here? Yeah, like the opening of that Fantastic Four #1 or something. That is very cool, the way that the buildings have just burned away there.
That's neat, man. And that's quite the cold opening. I said this about another episode earlier. Who doesn't keep watching after that?
Yeah. Okay, this is
looks like you could put a globe in there.
Oh, wait, are they CGI?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you never seen the intro for Justice League?
You know, I think I have a long time ago, but I think on my old CRT television, it might have just registered as 2D animation.
Dude, that's totally fair.
Wait, no.
But, like, it's really clear here.
Yeah, now it looks like a PS2 opening.
Yeah, but there's a stylistic thing about it. Like, the fact that the whole show isn't like this makes it kind of work. Like,
well, and I love PS2 games, so that's not a knock on it.
But I don't even think it's too horribly dated. Not that you would do it like this now, but it does kind of register as just a stylistic choice to me.
Well, and there was lots of stuff like that around this time that sort of dates some things from this period where they'd use weird CGI, and when I was a kid, I always remember thinking, like, oh, this is so cool. And
because it feels ahead of its time.
Yeah, like the opening of Invader Zim has a lot of CGI in it, and there's other things that are like that too that I can't think of.
Chewbacca's Lover put in a $2 super chat and says this episode has a really adult joke in it. Watch for it. Who wrote this one? I missed the writing credit if there's already been one, or have they not done credits yet?
I'm not sure.
I don't think we've got
I do like this animation so far, actually. More than I remember liking the way the show looked as a kid. But I have noticed some weird things going on. You said this was digital, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming from the beginning it must be, yeah.
Yeah, Green Lantern's, the lines on him when he's in close-up. Actually, the lines on everyone.
They're bold.
Have these... Yeah, and there's like these like weird glitches in the lines where they appear partially like red. Like it's a weird compression issue or something like that.
I was going to say, I'm not sure how much of that is the way it was initially rendered, and if it's not something with the transfer, like, I'm really not sure. because these have not gotten the Blu-ray transfers that Batman and Superman have. And if we ever get that for this show, I really wonder if it's not just cleared up.
Yeah, I wonder if this is like just how the encode was when they originally made these, because if you watch this on a CRT television, you wouldn't be able to tell that those little weird artifacts were there.
Yep. Oh my god, I want that weapon so bad.
Oh, to kill people with.
Yeah. Well,
I
don't want to actually kill anybody, but I'm just saying, like, if I was a supervillain, I would want the accordion that shot shockwaves out. That's fantastic.
I agree.
I don't remember this, but I know after a while it's gonna come to me because I'm sure I've seen this.
I like this villain, whoever he is.
I think this is gonna be another one of those characters that come from another universe episodes. I forget now. I think somebody said yesterday now that this was, I can't remember what. Is it that I know what it was? It was that it's the Justice Society characters. So these are villains from their universe or something, and they had to change the names for some reason, and invent new characters. So it's not the comic book Justice Society. Am I remembering this right? Somebody told me this yesterday.
Okay. And so is this their Superman equivalent that's coming in right here?
I would assume so. He looks generic enough.
Yeah.
Jar Jar Ed said, yeah, this is what somebody was telling me yesterday. Maybe it was him. DC took issue with the usage of the characters in this, which is why they're not straight up the Justice Society. Maybe they felt like they threw him under the bus too much.
Uh-huh.
So then we end up with of two, darker versions of the Justice League with this in the Justice Lords.
Uh-huh. Who is this this Batman character?
I don't know. They're all made up characters for this episode, and I haven't seen this in so long. I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, I wonder if he's like a cat guy or something.
So they called him like Green Guardsman. I heard that one. I don't know what the motif is of their Batman character.
There is a Fairly OddParents character. There's a Fairly OddParents character named Adam West who plays a character on TV called Catman. And he has a symbol on his chest that's just like that Batman guy. Oh my god.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I knew he was in that show, but I didn't know what he did in that. Stephen Murphy says it's kind of meant to be Wildcat. Yeah, it looks like Wildcat. And then he says that's odd because we get him later. And then Chewbacca's Lover says this episode is some type of homage to something they grew up with. I'm not totally sure what that is, but I will look into it.
Yeah, I don't know. If you were a Green Lantern, would you just create, like, big fists and, like, brick walls and anvils and stuff? Or do you think you'd be able to come up with something more creative?
I want to think I'd be more creative than that, but I guess that's creative enough for the Green Lantern rings, because they keep giving them to people that are ostensibly creative, but then do that with it.
Yeah. Maybe we need more creative.
It's still better than a lot of the choices of the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern.
Indeed. I think we should team up.
That sounds like a good idea. We all sound like low-rent Patrick Stewart.
Meanwhile, at the Justice Guild of America, he is Catman. He's
Turbine.
Exactly Adam West from...
That's the worst. Yeah, it is weird that Wonder Woman's not in this episode. I don't know why that is.
Strange. Too many people to animate. This character is Hawk Girl.
That's
right?
Hawk Girl.
Is that right? I like her mask.
I do too. Yeah, I like her whole look. Oh, look, it's not green or Black Canary. Or maybe it is Black Canary. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Black Siren. Oh, that's silly. Black Siren's real name is Donna Nance instead of Dinah Lance. Not making that
Donna.
up. That's what it is, according to the wiki.
Huh. Donna Nance.
Donna Nance.
Like Jack Nance, the main actor in Eraserhead.
Oh,
I wonder if there's a relation there.
I didn't know that. Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah, okay. So yeah, they're generic on purpose because they're actually fictional comic book characters that somehow come to life. That's what it is.
Okay. I always liked things like that as a kid in cartoons whenever there'd be like a superhero that was fake.
It's
that
kind
was
of
like
meta.
fictional.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you make it like a... You kind of create a reality for them where they were fictional, but then they can come to life.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is really weird that they would have, though, generic versions of characters that will get in JLU later, that are fictional now, and there's never going to be a place where Black Canary is going to be like, yeah, I was inspired by this comic character that I read.
Yeah.
And he's got a red Riddler mask for some reason.
Oh, we got what is that guy's name? Freeze Miser or something like that? Mr. Cold?
Snow Miser?
Snow Miser. I
think it's just Sportsman. I don't know what his name is. But I guess they went generic with these two because the sports. What's his name? There's a Sportsmaster.
Okay.
But he doesn't look like that. So is that actually Sportsmaster? Or they also make him generic? I don't know. We'll find out here.
I think so. This is interesting.
I'm not seeing those characters listed. Oh, wait. Here we go. Sorry. Sportsman. I'm right. It is Sportsman.
What a great name.
I wanted to call him the Harlem Globetrotter, but...
That would have been a good name, too.
Alas.
This green guy in the background is an X-Man, as you can tell by his outfit.
What green guy?
That guy, right there.
Martian Manhunter?
Yeah, see that X on his chest?
You don't know who Martian Manhunter is?
No, I knew who he was. I was making an X-Man joke.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, but I can't figure out with these shows some of like what you know and what you don't. So I was really like, I don't know what he's doing right now.
Yeah. No,
that's a fine
I
joke
this.
now that I know where you stood.
Yeah, I know he is. I like that the Superman knockoff guy, like almost always has his eyes closed, like Superman is sometimes depicted.
Like Fleischer. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's great. He's constantly got his eyes closed. But I want to rename him to Yellow Tornado.
Yellow Tornado. Didn't you have a tornado superhero idea?
When I was a kid, yeah.
Yeah. See, I know all about you.
He was, yeah, it's unnerving. Yeah, he was Tornado Man.
What a great name.
And yeah, I know. Shut up. I was in first grade. And I lived in the Midwest. I lived in Kansas where we got tornadoes. And his arch nemesis was a huge mega tornado called F10.
Oh my god!
Because tornadoes only go up to F5, but he was F10. So I still stand by F10. Worse. I think that's pretty good.
I think so too. Yeah, I think he's a good character, and I understand the whole Kansas thing. I've seen Wizard of Oz after all, so I know about the tornadoes.
My son made a good point yesterday. We went to my wife's Halloween thing at work where you walk through her office and the kids get to get candy at people's desks and stuff. They always do some fun, elaborate things for the kids. And they had a whole Wizard of Oz area. And we live in Kansas, and we always roll our eyes whenever people do Wizard of Oz stuff because it's so obvious and it's still really popular around here. And so we go to the yellow brick road that they've built, and we're walking down it to get candy. And Jason just looks at me and he goes, Dad, has it occurred to you that if you're in Kansas and you go to a Wizard of Oz, you're still in Kansas. You can't say, like, you're not in Kansas anymore. You are in Kansas anymore. It's Kansas. You can't do Wizard of Oz in Kansas. The best you can do is do it in a border, right? Where you're doing the Kansas City border. You're in Kansas. You go on the Yellow Brick Road. You're in Missouri now. We're not in Kansas anymore. That's the only way to do it.
That's true. Or yeah, I guess that would be the way to do it. That makes sense. You could go to a Wizard of Oz party thing and be like, Toto, I have a feeling we're still in Kansas.
Anymore.
Oh no, the Chaos Emerald.
He's gonna steal the Chaos. Oh my god. He only needs 7 more and he'll be super that guy.
Yeah, I don't know what this guy is. Zoltar or something.
See, I was complaining initially, Sir Swami, that these characters were so generic. I think I love how generic they are. It's on purpose. It's kind of wonderful. Although I don't know why any of these people would have been fans of them growing up if they're that generic. But then I guess it's all a matter of perspective, because if that's all you had.
Yeah, I guess so. It's like how Peter Parker in the Spider-Man movies is a fan of DC superheroes.
Yeah.
I'm sure if Marvel existed, he would have been a Marvel fan at the time. I don't know.
Stupid Donut
piece
just
of our
put in a
nations.
$5 super chat. Can I read this real quick?
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun watching these animated shows with you guys. Thanks so much. Great way to unwind after a long work week. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
That's good.
Thanks so much.
Especially because...
And now, dolphins.
Indeed. I was going to say, I'm glad you're enjoying this, despite how comparatively little of substance I have to say during this stream. Frozone. Did you see that?
Oh no, you're right.
I
mean, you bring us the visual art perspective because I know some people watching probably don't know you and your background, but Ty is a wonderful artist. I've been working with him on a comic for a long time. We're slow going, but we're going to get it done eventually. And I love his stuff. He apes McFarlane incredibly well. We're working on a McFarlane parody comic, and anyway. I want to show you guys more eventually. It's wonderful.
If I was able to ape McFarlane incredibly well, I think I'd be done by now. But I ape him well.
Well, it takes time, but it looks good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What I've gotten done has looked okay.
I'm happy with it.
Despite my...
I'm also not an art guy, so I'm probably not like the heaviest critic, but I'm happy with it for my purposes.
Thank you. I was going to say, at least my
holy hijacking
my art,
cat,
aside
man.
from the formatting issues, has been all right. I do like that Robin character. Did you see his hair there?
Yeah, I mean,
there was a weird animation there.
Oh, I missed that. I was gonna say he's just straight up Burt Ward.
Oh yeah. Well, no, his hair was like on 10% opacity when it cut to that far away shot. So his hair looked almost entirely transparent, and it had no outline.
Oh, that's
you
weird.
wouldn't see that.
I missed that. I'm distracted by Sportsman because I love the badminton bombs. This is fun. I'm actually not remembering this, so I don't know if I have ever seen this. I assumed I had.
This is fun. I have to say though that all this aviation stuff looks like really bad. Every time the plane is going like this,
yeah,
or whatever.
I have a tough time with vehicles sometimes.
Yeah, at least it doesn't go the DC animated movie route of just making them all CG.
Well,
models.
not yet. DC, or pardon me, JLU will start doing some of that. You were here a few hours ago when we were talking about that. Yeah,
I spoke too soon.
You dodged the bullet on that one, as it were.
Yeah. Of your Futurama watch through.
Schwager's Lover says in the commentary they might mention that error. They often point those out. Yeah, I mean, Bruce Timm and those guys, especially Bruce Timm, really self-critical. He'll just really cringe in a commentary like, oh god, we left that in.
Oh no. Please don't buy the Blu-ray.
She'll never look at accordions the same way again.
know.
What is this guy's
If
name?
I'm
We need to make it our mission now to commit these really generic superheroes' names to memory. Dr. Blizzard.
Oh, he's not Snow Miser?
No, he is. He is. He's just decided not to call himself that right now. He's screwed up. Oh my God, the nuns!
The
Look out!
Catholics.
And then, so we're gonna have a truck full of nuns, and then a truck full of ducks, and then a truck full of marching bands,
and a truck full of TNT.
Well, yeah, that's the some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. Like the TNT truck is just the singular bomb, but it's a whole truck of it.
Wouldn't that have been hilarious if if the Flash crashed the bus of TNT into the nuns, and it caused like a whole Watchmen or the Incredible style like reevaluation of superheroes in society.
Yeah. Well, and they have a little bit of that at the end of JLU. They start to get really political about all of it, but it'd be really funny if that's where it started from. It's like, oh man, they're really abusing their power. They blew up nuns!
The 50 nuns died in the TNT explosion. Oh, everyone's dead now. Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, he saw something.
Oh, John with
future or an unreality or another dimension, or he's insane. One of those four things. Bob Hunt, yes, of course, they love 60s Batman. He says even though other people like to crap on it. Well, that's where Bruce Timm starts from with Batman. And so they homage and write love letters to that stuff all the time while doing, obviously, more serious stuff themselves. Yeah. They don't want to make that, but they also don't want to disparage it either.
Yeah, and this is before the whole reevaluation of that show in popular discourse.
I don't know if you missed it, but that was the headstones of the generic superheroes. They're all dead.
Oh no!
That's the big cliffhanger. This one's fascinating.
I'm very sad that they all passed away.
Well, we'll have to see what happens. You know, we haven't watched the whole next part. Like,
yeah, I guess so.
All right,
I
everybody.
wonder if this was Oh wait, what were you doing?
No, I'm sorry. What?
I was going to say, was this? I wonder if this was all released in release order, because it would be hilarious if Part 2 came out before Part 1.
So,
like how?
No, that kind of thing never happened. The closest that ever happened to that is Batman's initial release order was way off from the production order. And the first episode they aired is not even a great episode. It was Cat in the Claw Part 1, the first Catwoman episode. And then they had like 2 episodes in between the two-parter. Like they put out other episodes and then did the second part.
Was it at least one that makes sense for their, like, that isn't confusing if there's a gap between them? Or is it one where it's like...
I mean, it's left on a cliffhanger. It never makes sense to do that. And what's weird, that's the only instance I've ever heard of that happening with anything. Like, yeah, I grew up with Star Trek. They did 2-parters. It's not like they had random episodes in between the 2-part. It's not like you're watching like Descent and then suddenly you've got lessons in between. Like you're gonna watch Descent Part 2 after Descent Part 1. I mean, nobody should really watch those episodes because they're terrible. But that's the first thing that came to mind. Anyway, I've never seen that happen with anything else.
I'm sure it's happened before with something. In fact, I think it's happened with Teen Titans.
Well, I didn't know about that. Maybe it only happens with cartoons. Maybe, like, kids don't care. It's just drawings moving around. As long as we give them drawings moving around, it's fine.
They're going to catch them in the reruns eventually anyway. It'll be fine. They're
not going to be confused. They have the same mentality as... I mean, kids just pick up random comics in the middle of an arc. It's Part 3. It's fine. It's Part 3 of 6. Whatever.
Hey, Cap?
Yes?
What's a rerun?
Is he going to tell a really crappy joke? I think that's what's about to happen. Sorry, what, Ty?
What's a rerun? Little Back to the Future.
Yeah, no, that's good. What's... with the kid with his coonskin cap?
Yeah.
Who the hell is John F. Kennedy?
Who's JFK? What is all this stuff that you're gonna find out not too long? For sure.
If you ever have a kid that acts that way, I'll disown you. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Oh, I can run with Back to the Future with you all day long. All right, here we go. Everybody, please press play. Right? No, just wait a second until I wait. Right now.
You're keeping the audience on their toes tonight.
I really am.
I respect that.
Yeah. No, I've been at this
Right.
for like 100 hours. I'm losing it.
Indeed.
Nah, I'm kidding. I'm good.
You know, I really do like this opening now that I'm looking at it again.
After you crapped all over it the first time around?
Yeah.
You're like, you know what? On a CRT TV, I don't think. You know what? Nope, too late. It's all over now.
The whole silhouettes opening thing reminds me of The Last Airbender.
No, Ronald Reagan, the actor.
Who's the vice president? Jerry Lewis?
Jerry Lewis.
Yeah, this. You know, I take back what I said. This doesn't look like PlayStation 2. It looks like GameCube.
And those were comparable, but GameCube did look better generally.
I just think it has more of a GameCube feel. Something Nintendo.
You know, I feel like you have more of a GameCube feel.
Oh, really?
I don't know what it means, but I know I'm onto something with it. You know, like I'm Dreamcast, you're GameCube. That's how I see us.
Okay.
As related to each other.
What would Austin be in this dynamic?
I thought you were gonna ask me what a Dreamcast is. What is a Game Boy?
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh.
That was a nice soft focus right there.
Did you see the animation of Hawk Girl flying away though? She just like became a still image and just sort of zoomed out.
I did not see that. Austin is
it was
absolutely a PlayStation 1.
Okay.
Or maybe a 2, but I know he's like a big Crash Bandicoot guy.
I'm a big Crash Bandicoot guy.
Are you
too.
really? Yeah, well, you guys grew up in that like 3D platformer
Video
era
game?
that was past my time, and like I dabbled in it, but like, whoa, what was that? Oh, was that a car driving by your house?
Yes.
Because it sounded like a cow.
Oh yeah. Well, I live in rural Kansas, so it was a cow.
No, you don't.
Now what was I saying? Oh, I was just playing Crash Bandicoot 2 last night.
Oh, cool. I started playing that.
I was playing it with.
I was really digging on it, but I never finished it.
You should get Crash 4 if you haven't yet.
I want to play the others first, though. I don't know them very well.
Well, I mean, it's like they're platformers. It's like playing Super Mario Bros. 3 before playing Super Mario Bros. There's not really a...
Well, I know, but let me throw this at you too. If I'm playing Super Mario 3, or if somebody tells me they're playing Super Mario 3, I'm not going to turn around and tell them, no, put that down and go play Mario World. Like, Mario World's wonderful, and you don't need 3 to play it, but you should play 3. And I just feel like those other Crash games are worth playing. Like I was liking it, I just haven't finished any of them.
I will say, play the original PlayStation versions if you can, instead of
Why?
Because the what is it called? The remake trilogy, the Insane trilogy.
Yeah, I've got that.
It's just different in a lot.
Oh, okay.
In a lot of ways, the physics are different, and I find the camera to be far too close to Crash's back, so it makes the depth perception weird.
I honestly thought that too, but I just assumed that's how the game was.
No, the originals, the camera was farther back.
Okay, I'll have to see if those are like desperately hard to get your hands on because everything is so expensive now in retro gaming. But
I got Crash Bandicoot 2 like a couple years ago for like $9.
Okay,
something.
I mean,
and I saw Crash Bandicoot Warped, which is the third one, for very cheap recently.
As long as I can get 1 or 2 for like $15-20, I'm good. But things have gotten crazy lately.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Great video games, though.
Hey, quit standing in the middle of the street, dude. Oh, God, it's another blimp. Boy, there have been so many blimp plot points in the episodes we've watched today, and we're not even in Gotham City.
Yeah, these shows really brought back blimps, so I have to commend them for that. Goodyear made a killing after these shows came out.
You know, they really could have called it, instead of the DCAU, they really could have called it the Zeppelin verse.
That would be sick. That would be metal.
What is your favorite shared universe? Mine's the Zeppelin verse. Why do you call it that? Because the one consistency throughout it is friggin' blimps. They're everywhere.
You're right. Pressed changeo.
Generic-y generico.
Presto. Television is bad for you. That's like
great. This is so much fun. Clichéness tritios.
That's like a Freddy Krueger one-liner. He has a one-liner in Dream Warriors, which I can't repeat.
You're all
but
blurry all of a sudden. What happened?
Huh?
Your picture's blurry.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh God! Oh.
Am I in focus now?
No, that wasn't worth it.
No.
Oh God!
Am I? I don't know.
I don't know what's happened to you. It's real out of focus though. It's making my eyes water.
I'm trying to. Where's the focus? There it is. There it is. Bring it back to me.
Chewbacca's lover. Oh, we've missed whatever the joke was. I'm sorry. We're like making content while we're half watching this.
Yes. I am bringing it back. There. Is this better?
Yes. This is a special kind of creepy right here. No one in the world would stack books like this.
Yeah. No human being.
No human being. I always botch that one.
Yeah.
I gotta quit doing that. Just busy ruining everyone's childhoods. You know what I was expecting him to do when he threw that book? I thought the reveal was gonna be, I can't read any of these. I'm in a dream.
There's no writing. Oh my gosh. What have I feel like I've seen that somewhere before, where someone opens a door and it's just bricks behind it, like in a movie.
Maybe like The Matrix.
Oh yeah, does that happen? That happens in The Matrix.
It does happen in The Matrix because they changed something.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what they changed. Oh no, that's the deja vu.
That's a really good impression of that guy. That's got Cypher. Oh no,
Yeah.
That's what. I'm not in league with the machines at all. I'm not doing this to taste steak. No.
Every time I eat steak, I think of The Matrix.
Do you? And you're like, the Matrix is telling me that the steak is juicy and delicious.
And delicious, yeah.
That billboard just said chew gum. It doesn't even care what kind.
It's a public service announcement.
Chew gum, stay in school, don't do drugs.
That gum you like is coming back in style. I like how that guy kicked the door.
This has been a public service announcement for That Gum You Like.
Yeah.
Paid by...
You know which one.
Paid for by advocates of That Gum You Like.
Yeah. Well, see, if all gum becomes more popular, it's good for every gum
Noah
brand.
said, whoa, deja vu. Was it the same cat?
Was it the same... What? What? Was it the same cat? Was it the same cat? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe. That's not what deja vu is. That's not how the Force works.
You scared the bejesus out of me.
You scared the bejesus out of me. Somebody up there still likes me.
Yeah. What a great movie. I tried to convince Sarah to let me show her little siblings a bunch of movies, and she didn't let me show them any of them.
Oh.
But one of them was The Matrix, and I thought she would for sure say yes. But she said no.
Why?
My
Did you think it
parents
was
will
too
get
violent?
mad. Her parents are like super. Well, her mom is Catholic, so.
Oh, okay. So they
I
get
don't
to
know,
watch
they have something
Wallpaper,
against-
and that's about it.
Yeah, pretty much. They get to watch like Wall-E or whatever.
Oh, well, that's better than Wallpaper, I guess.
Yeah. I'd much rather watch Wall-E than Wallpaper. I don't know what Pixar was thinking with that sequel.
That's how creatively bankrupt they've gotten. They've got
Yeah.
we're off the rails. They've got Lightyear, and then they've got Wallpaper. At least it's not a sequel to anything. But watch out, 5 years from now, we're getting Wallpaper 2.
Yeah. Well, no, it's all different wall-themed things. We're gonna get Wall-E, then Wallpaper, and then I don't know,
I don't
Dry
mean,
Wall.
by the way, to disparage anybody that does happen to be Catholic that's watching right now. By the way, I'm just
Well.
you're just describing very sheltering parents. It sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, like, my girlfriend actually never saw a rated R movie until we started dating.
Oh, it's the Bat Phone.
It was.
Oh,
Justice
it was the
Guild,
Bat Phone.
we
Look
need
at
your
that.
help.
That's great.
That sergeant looked like Chief O'Hara.
It did. He sure did. I didn't line this up, but you were the right co-host to have for this episode because you and I have watched some 60s Batman together.
You know, that's true. We have done that. Although I feel like you and every one of your co-hosts probably have. At this point.
Watch 60s Batman together? No, that's the only time we've ever done a commentary like that on episodes. Like,
No way. It feels like something your show would have done before.
yeah, well, it's not
Before
streaming
I came
anywhere,
in.
so like you've got to have the disc to watch it with us. Or it wasn't. I think it finally was, which is partly why I did that. Remember, there was some free service that had it or something.
I think so. Oh yeah, it was streaming on some ad-based service. But I just bought the episodes on Amazon because I didn't want to. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I was being horrified for a moment.
Oh man. Okay, this is ringing a bell. Maybe I have seen this at some point. Or maybe
You ruined everything!
See, I knew the other shoe had to drop at some point, and this was gonna just turn out to be really disturbing. Get him.
Just for that one shot. This is such a stupid robot. This also reminds me of
Ah.
Osamu Tezuka or something. That looks like at 60s anime mech.
No, it's great. But that brain bad guy looks like something out of Invincible.
Okay. I still haven't seen that show. I hear it's great. But
It's really good. I can't deny it, folks.
I don't know. I feel like I'm so tired of edgy superhero stuff.
I am too, and that's why I waited as long as I did.
I still have. Well, that's a funny animation thing there that he's just sliding on the ground.
Yeah. Oh man.
And who loses?
He's got too much control over reality. He's the
There-
Matrix.
He's Akira.
Oh.
Oh
no. This looks like a job for Martian Manhunter.
He grabbed his brain.
Never mind. Get him. It's probably not gonna work though.
I'm sure if she hit that force field with her mace a few more times, she would have gotten through.
Yeah, like what we didn't see is she's got some kind of vision. The structural integrity at 87%, 56%.
Yeah. That guy actually looks like Jeff Goldblum in The Fly.
That's really funny.
At the very end of it.
he's the most straight up like Golden Age version of a real superhero they have. Like he just looks like Golden Age Green Lantern with a different logo in the middle.
Yeah. That's true. He looks... I love those Golden Age character designs.
Oh man, now they're going to sacrifice themselves.
Oh no.
See, they make you go, look how cheeseball this is, and then they invest you, and then they make it creepy, and then they make you care. That's great.
That's the formula. That's what I do when I write. I make it creepy, and then I make you care.
Yeah, that's how I raise children, really.
Yeah. They're just gonna pummel this kid character.
But to be fair, he is like super crazy powerful, and he's got control over like their reality. So like, what are you gonna do?
Imagine if DC got the rights to Akira, like they got the rights to like Watchmen, all the Watchmen characters, and like the Justice League just killed Tetsuo, like they just ganged up on him in this horrible way, like this. That would be like what we're watching now, and it would be terrible.
Yeah, I kind of can't believe how much this ended up having to do with some of the ideas. It seems like in the Matrix when we were just making random Matrix jokes for no reason.
Yeah.
I guess everything's the Matrix at the end of the day. Chewbacca's lover, this is a post-apocalyptic world, and the kid is a surviving kid with psychic powers from the radiation. Well, and we got that clue earlier with Martian Manhunter, like, briefly sensing it, I guess, because of his empathy. Yeah, there it is. There we go.
So he is like Tetsuo. That's exactly what Tetsuo is.
Yeah. Robert Wild, the kid is holding innocent people hostage in his fantasy, which you will see later. So yeah, he's a kid, but you can see why they've got to pummel him at this point. I mean, it's a little bit of a Dark Phoenix situation. Oh no! Oh, he's back. A dinosaur story. Are you okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
That was weird. Was that your end?
Frozen?
Or?
I guess. I don't know. Was I frozen? I was hearing you speak.
Oh, really? Weird. It just went... You have to play it back later. It just went... And you're frozen.
Oh.
And I had like a wavy line. And I was about to hang up
Strange.
on you and call you again. And then you were like, yeah, what? Why do you keep talking like that? I can hear you.
No, yeah. Yeah, everything was fine on my end. I don't know. That's weird.
Okay, so obviously we were talking over this. Somebody tell me in the comments. So did our heroes actually grow up with these characters as fictional characters, or was that like a, or was that in it of itself a fantasy? Oh, Jar Jar Ed says we haven't even had the adult joke yet.
Oh, maybe it's gonna happen right now.
That's not a piece of cake. That's a brick.
That's true. Thank you for giving us back our future.
Thank you for giving us back a brick. Well, Jon Stewart's got it all figured out. He knows how to make portals to reality. What a guy.
Yeah.
Bob the Hunt said the superheroes were never real. Even in another dimension, they were fictional. And Noah says it's like WandaVision. Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Okay.
Now I understand. Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah, very cool. If we were actually paying attention, it might have been a great episode.
I love the detail of that ring. Just like how worn it looks and stuff.
Some of this stuff I was going to mention earlier, there's some like environmental stuff that's supposed to look like airbrushed or something, and it's weird. I can't tell if it's supposed to be, or I can't tell if it's painted digitally, or if they're 3D models that have been compressed down into just flat images.
I would bet you $100 the 3D models.
Okay.
Now, I'd probably be wrong, and then you get my $100, but I'm pretty sure I'm right about that.
This is probably going to be the adult joke here.
Well,
I bet you
there's apparently discrepancies about that in the comments, because Discussing Topics claims that the joke already happened in part 1, so I don't know.
What in the world? They weren't even real.
That's not what he sounds like.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't pretend I can do every voice.
Oh, okay.
He's
not, Jon
their
Stewart's not a
lives
game show host. Like,
they were real.
Now let's spin the big wheel.
Let's see. Wait, who played him?
That was neat. I'll pay more attention to that next time I see it, but that was neat.
Oh, Phil Lamar.
I think that of the episodes that I don't remember or I haven't seen until today, that's up there.
That was cool. Although I'm a bit iffy on the details. Like,
yeah,
if
well,
someone...
we could watch it and actually like stop making Matrix references the whole time, and then
Yeah.
Look, it's that kind of stream, folks.
It's yeah, I don't know. What is real? How do you define
what is reality?
They gave their lives for us, Cap. That's real enough for me.
You know, that was really nice of them, because then I can do a 24-hour stream watching them do it and only half-heartedly paying attention to them.
These fictional superheroes are Jesus Christ. Everyone gets on Snyder for that imagery, but the heroic sacrifice has been a trope that's been in play for a long time.
The next one we're gonna watch, we're gonna set this up and then take a break. The next one we're gonna watch is from Ben Walters. So thanks to Ben, and he wants us to watch a Batman Beyond episode from season 2 called Earth Mover. And I don't immediately remember this one. It looks like Jason's going to join us. Jason, we're going to take a break before we do this one. Just a quick 3 to 4 minute break here.
Let's watch I Am Legend.
Let's not do that.
From which season did you say?
Season 2, sir.
Earth Mover, episode 2 of season 2.
Guys, we have 20 minutes left before the end of the third 6-hour block. So if you'd like to try to win top super chatter for this section and pick a revisited review for me on Rewind, you've got 20 more minutes to do it for this block, and then we're going to have one more 6-hour block. Right now, Jar Jar Ed is in the lead with $61, and Chewbacca's Lover's right behind him with 56. Stupidonia is at 15, and Bob the Hun is at 5. So feel free to put in more of those if you're so inclined. And don't forget to email me to get your name in the drawing for a Batman the Animated Series Blu-ray set. It's wonderful. If you don't have it, you'll want it. And if you already have it, you can get Superman or Batman Beyond if you don't have either of those. So it will behoove you, because we don't have a ton of people that have already sent those in. You have a really good chance right now at possibly winning that. And I'm going to give away a couple of t-shirts as well. Yeah, sorry, I'm out of my mind here. Okay, Earth Mover. Earth Mover.
Cap.
Yes, sir.
I'm out of my sight, out of my mind.
That sounded like it was going to be really serious. I was somewhat shocked when it was just you being silly again.
Yeah. I wish somebody would tell me I'm fine.
Season 2, episode 2. All right, guys. We are set up and ready to go on our end. We'll get this started right away when we get back in 3 to 4 minutes. You guys are great. Thanks a bunch for being here. We'll see you again in just a little bit. go, folks. Pause my mic. What are you talking about?
16-bit. It's still 30.
Or was it? Okay. Thanks, man. Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Jason's here.
I am.
Hi.
Hello. I've never actually met you in person.
Oh, hey, that's Ty. Hey,
Yeah.
Ty, it's Jason.
We've you messaged me on your messenger actually about the tattoo.
Oh,
So we've
why'd
talked
you message
before.
him about my tattoo?
I did not, but
What?
I didn't think I did, but I'm not sure.
I remember I got a message that said, "Hey, it's me, Jason.
Oh.
What about
so
this
weird.
color?"
Look, it sounds like he might have a photographic memory. I wouldn't mess with him.
Yeah. Well, and then I thought,
I don't.
oh hey, Jason is spelt the same way James is.
That's right.
Yeah.
Aren't we clever?
Very, very cool theming there.
Okay, so we've got about 11 minutes left for this 6-hour block, or third 6-hour block for top super chatter, and there is a $3 discrepancy right now between the top two folks. Chewbacca's Lovers at $66. Jar Jar Ed is just $3 behind with $63. So either of these guys, if they're so inclined, can still pick a movie for me to review early next year. Let's go ahead and read their super chats real quick. Chewbacca's Lover, the Justice League episodes were all 2-parters. I don't think I read this one yet, have I? Because they wouldn't let them do an hour-long cartoon, which is something they really wanted to do. I was not aware of that.
That makes sense. Because you can't expect a kid to watch a full hour of television.
Yeah, they had more complicated stories they wanted to tell, and they had a big ensemble cast. So they're probably thinking, well, yeah, in 22 minutes with a singular protagonist, or even just, Batman and a couple of kid sidekicks, we could get whole stories told. But it's harder to do when you've got, a 6-8 person ensemble cast.
Yeah, and you can also get retain viewers if you split up an episode.
Yeah, but it's also risky in case people see a second part and go, I missed the first part, and then you lose viewership that way. That's why Deep Space Nine never caught on the way it should have.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't have watched Deep Space Nine anyway.
Well, you should. It's wonderful, but...
I know. I thought you might say that.
It just is. Anyway, Jar Jar Ed, $2 super chat. I emailed you, Cap, so my name should be there. Thanks, man. You didn't have to give me a super chat for that, but your name will be in the running if you have emailed me. I'll check all that later. Chewbacca's Lover, $5 super chat. Also, they became big fans of Buffy, which is why their shows got more serialized. I didn't know that, which Bruce Timm was initially against. Also, why you got that Justice League Unlimited Pig episode. Oh no, Whedon's to blame for that too?
Yeah.
Was it bad? What is the context surrounding that?
There's an episode where Wonder Woman turns into a pig, and then everybody runs around trying to find the pig, and it's awful. I don't know what else to say about it. And Batman sings karaoke badly.
Oh my gosh, why did I miss this one?
That was right. It was torture. I don't know. I mean, people think it's funny. People like it. I did not like it, but...
Did you ever see that thing where in the Fantastic Four cartoon from like the 90s, Johnny Storm gets up on stage and like sings karaoke, but it's like this weird, horrible rap?
No.
I'll send you a link to it later.
That sounds somehow worse than what I saw.
It is maybe the weirdest and funniest thing I have ever seen.
Oh, good. Okay,
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Yeah, people love that. Matthew Patton says the pig episode has the best Batman scene. When people say that, I can't tell if they're being facetious or if they really love that because they think it's funny. I don't like that stuff. That got to a real shark jumpy, like, mid Arrowverse kind of place for me.
Would you have liked it as a small child if you saw it?
Hard to
Perhaps.
say. I don't know if I could wrap my brain around it, honestly. Maybe if it was in an Adam West episode, it just didn't belong with that.
Didn't work for that.
I feel like, I don't know.
No.
I mean, I'm okay with levity, and occasionally, he'll do something you wouldn't expect, but like somehow I can take, and this isn't the same version of Batman. Somehow I can take like Batman hangs out with the Ninja Turtles long enough, he has a slice of pizza, versus like he just sings karaoke. But I don't know. I'll see it, but
I feel like
prude,
that's
whatever.
part of
It's also, you know what? I also wonder if sorry, if Angel had gotten far enough in already that they did that because Angel did the karaoke thing. That might be why they did that if they were big Buffy fans. That's a thought.
Maybe.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm getting a lot of feedback on your end. Are you wearing headphones?
I am wearing headphones.
Oh, weird. I don't know what's causing that then. Okay. Well.
Here. Maybe if I turn the gain down on my microphone.
Well, I might not be able to hear you well enough if you do that, but...
Here, how can you hear me now?
You're okay right now.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead and get into this episode. We're going to watch, and again, I don't right off know which one this is, but we'll be surprised. This is Batman Beyond Season 2, Earth 2, Season 2, Episode 2, Earth Mover. Get ready to press play when I say now. I haven't seen the show in so long, I don't right away know what this episode is. Real quick, Chewbacca's Lover just put in another super chat and says it was because of Buffy being turned into a cat. Oh, I forgot that happened. I guess there's also the the Amy Rat thing. I just thought of that.
Yeah. Wait,
they might have been thinking of that too.
What season has Buffy been turned into a cat?
I don't remember anymore. Is that a season 5 thing maybe?
Okay.
Because I've only seen that season once and I hate it, minus like 2 episodes.
I've only seen the first 3.5.
I'm rusty on that show too. I used to know things, and then I had children, and I don't know as many things. Okay, is everybody ready for the watching of the future Batman? Here we go.
I'm ready.
Everybody, please press play right now.
Hey, look, there's Bugs Bunny. Thought I'd forgotten.
Time.
He does it every time, yeah. We love Ty. We're glad he's here.
Thank you. It did.
Oh, it happened in season 3. Okay, thanks, Chewbacca's Lover. I don't right off remember that, but I'm sure if I saw that episode again, oh yes, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ty. What were you saying?
Was this the intro for the show for every season?
Yes, sir. They never changed it.
Okay.
As far as I remember.
This was a show I watched a bit of, but I have barely any memory of this intro. But it really evokes the music videos, new metal music videos of the time.
No, that's true, and it's another thing that's kind of dated. I also don't know if you can do, like, extrapolate to the future thing and be as timeless as Batman the Animated Series, even if you tried.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I think they do that as intelligently as possible, and you're just wrong, but it's fine.
I dug the intro.
I think it looks cool. I just don't like the song.
He has
good job.
specifically
He can do math. I'm sorry, what?
I was going to say he has specifically a top lip. He's like Tom Hardy in that way.
Wow, that outfit is very red.
Yeah. Terry's outfit is weird. His pants are weird. It's like his pockets.
I didn't say weird. I said red.
Well, yeah, I know you said red, but I was just saying as an aside. Terry's outfit
and her eyes are very green. I want to just comment on color the whole time. I want to see if I can make that work.
Don't do that.
No? Okay. All right. I also get nervous when kids are too quiet. That's a thing that happens when you're a parent.
Yeah. You think something horrible happened.
Yeah, you think that they're into something they really shouldn't be into. Like, yeah, you're worried about their safety, but you're also worried about the safety of your stuff.
Yeah. For sure. This is a fun episode so far. Oh,
He jumped out the window and slid down the wall.
The wall?
The wall.
He slid down like a pipe of some sort.
Oh man, it's like a Mudman guy. I'm vaguely remembering this.
It's Clayface.
This feels like
it's Mudface.
Kind of monster episode that Austin would probably really like.
Play-Doh face.
Yeah, Austin is super into this sort of stuff, isn't he?
Yep. He made me watch that Wolfman episode.
Yeah.
That was.
I think that this.
That was like. I always thought it was kind of mediocre, but like we had fun with it. There's some nice looking, animation in it, but it's kind of just Man Bat again, but with Wolf.
He killed the Mudman. This is horrific. I can't believe they would allow this on television.
Chewbacca's Lover, $5 super chat. Did you do the racism static shock episode Sins of the Father? No, nobody requested that. And
Everyone keeps asking.
people keep asking about that, yeah, but somebody asked for the gun one, and I kind of don't want to do any more of the like special episode on static shock episodes for this, I don't think.
Someone should have requested it. If it's weird that so many people are talking about it, but no one requested it.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that.
And I mean, maybe someone requested it, but it just didn't get into the list.
It might have been in a list of like 15 that somebody had, and I had to pick one.
Okay.
Okay, that is the end of that 6-hour block, folks. So, congrats to Chewbacca's Lover. He won the Super Chat goal for, or I should say top Super Chatter for the third section. And just send me whenever you get a chance over email, or I guess you can mention it here too, and I'll write it down somewhere.
That's what Tom did.
But I saw that, yeah. But the re-review that you'd like me to do. Anyway, back to the episode.
Oh man.
And we're starting that over, so we'll do one more round of that. So for the next 6 hours, it's anybody's game again. Reset everything to 0.
So this is a big topic that I see online a lot of the time. I know you said you don't care about seeing this in live action, but if this was ever made into live action, do you have any ideas for who you would cast as Terry?
Not these days. I'm just not keeping up well enough with like younger actors. Nobody immediately.
You know
comes
who
to
I
mind.
would. You know who I would cast if there was no time factor,
Yeah.
and I could go back into the past. I think Brandon Lee would have been a good Terry. I think he has that sort of style about him.
Oh, sure, yeah. If we can go to any era, yeah.
And he'd have the physicality to play the character too. Oof!
Ow, my spine and everything.
Yeah. Oh, my ribs are crushed.
What about
All my
And
ribs
Terry
are
died.
all my ribs are crushed.
what about the guy who played
And my
John Connor?
spine was crushed. Oh,
That's not
What's
a
that
bad
guy's-
pick. I don't know what he was like a little later, but that's 17, 18. That's not a bad pick.
I know what he's like now, and that wouldn't work. But what is that guy's name? I forget.
I can't remember right off. I used to know it.
I should know this because I was just thinking about it the other day because Hideki Kamiya, who directed Resident Evil 2, said he based Leon off of that guy and River Phoenix.
Oh, interesting.
Eddie Redmayne? No, that's someone else.
Did you say
Is
Eddie
it Edward
Vedder?
Furlong? Edward Furlong.
There it is. Did you get it out of your brain?
Yeah. I pulled it away out of my brain.
Bob the Hun, Paul Dini wrote a script for a live-action film in the mid-2000s. I've heard that, and he said apparently it got really dark and went to some almost R-rated places.
I wonder if it would have been good.
It's easy to go real dark with this show when you look at the initial setup and the themes that are from the beginning and the social commentary and the near dystopia that we're at. And
Yeah.
there are ways in which the world we live in now doesn't seem much better than this, and yeah. They really like doing the Clayface animation. Like, this is just Clayface again.
Mudface is his name in this episode.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
Logan
right. That's
is.
right. So I guess I'm sure Bruce is gonna bring up Clayface here because this is gonna be like an offshoot thing that's not that connected to Clayface. But I don't remember. It'd be weird if he never said anything about it.
That's true. I just saw a shadow from one of the cells there.
You saw what?
In the foreground element there on the left, there's a shadow being cast by the cell onto another cell behind it.
Okay.
Not really an important thing, but it's just something I noticed.
I didn't see it, so I'm not sure what your point. Like, is it a mistake? Is it?
No, it's just a shadow. That happens in all cell animation.
Oh! You mean, sorry, I didn't understand what you meant. I thought because he's looking through a microscope. He's looking at like cells, and I just didn't know what you were talking about.
No, I meant the animation.
The animation cell. Okay.
Yeah, it was casting a shadow.
Yeah,
I have a right to know.
This is very Captain Planet.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, industrial waste like creates a supervillain.
Very Captain Planet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were talking about that before you guys came on earlier with Blight. It's very Captain Planet kind of, and there's also a Captain Planet villain named Blight, but I digress.
How do you know so much
Yeah,
about
and I'm
Captain
not-
Planet?
I watched it when I was a kid. I want to say I know a little bit about everything, but that's a lie. I know a little bit about lots of things and a lot about like 2 things.
Hey, wait a minute. That silhouette should have had giant ears.
That's
I don't-
true.
I call foul on this storytelling. This visual storytelling. I count that as a cheat. I don't know about this, Bill.
Your priorities are not my priorities.
Yeah. I have no priorities. I'm an agent of chaos. Or whatever.
Oh, he's just a dog chasing cars. Why are these guys dressed as like the challengers of the Fantastic?
I don't know. I have no idea what their deal is, to be honest. Looks like I'm going to need a
being the
rope
challengers
partner.
of the Fantastic.
This relationship is very progressive for the time.
Is it?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't really been paying attention to who these guys are.
You're just making up stuff now?
Yeah. It's snagged!
HB Haga says, another fine
It's
villain
gonna
brought
crush
to you
it.
by Wayne Corp.
This is going to be like the Sandman thing.
I feel like Bruce Wayne's whole existence should be about bringing down his company. I mean, I guess it sort of is in this show, but he tries to make it more about getting control of it again, I think.
Wow.
What?
It's the ooze.
Oh, you know what the secret is? That there's ooze. That's
Yeah,
the secret
there
of
is
the
ooze.
No, there's no secret. The secret is that it's ooze.
I
Coming
can't get
to
over
a
her
decision.
outfit. It's just too red.
No, it's not.
It feels like the saturation has been bumped up on this episode.
That's what I'm...
because I don't...
Her pants should not be red though.
It's a whole... Yeah, I feel like it should be a whole jumpsuit if they're going to go red. Red pants and a red jacket.
Is it a mudquake?
And with the exact same.
Shake the cell. Shake the cell. Shake it.
Shake it like a Polaroid picture.
Shake it real good.
Da, 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 da. No, it says there's the ooze. Yep, we saw it. There it was. How's some ooze? Bob the Hun, a lot of fans hated them choosing to focus on high school and teen stories instead of the grittier corporate espionage stories. It got a lot lighter. I feel that way too to some degree. I think they handled that
What is
stuff
it?
better than they could have, but
What is it he's talking about there?
he's talking about the show focusing too much on high school stories.
Instead of corporate espionage?
Yeah. Which is what the whole first
Honest-
season's about.
Okay. I was going to say, honestly, as a kid, I would not be interested in corporate espionage.
But I think
Quite
that's
frankly.
why the show caught on the way it did, is that it, especially with that first season, felt like it was kind of for an older audience.
Uh-huh. Was it kind of like a James Bond adjacent or something like that? Like, I'm not sure exactly.
No, it was much more of like kind of Orwellian anti-big business kind of metaphor. Like it was a lot,
okay.
it was a lot more like a classic dystopian science fiction show.
Was there a big evil mastermind character behind everything?
Yeah,
or?
Blight.
Okay.
The guy who takes over Powers, who takes over Wayne Corey's Wayne Powers.
Gotcha. I don't know what that guy looks like. I'm just imagining Kingpin from the Spider-Man cartoon.
You know, he gets to where he glows in the dark and has like a skeleton face.
Oh, that's sick. This is like the opening of Metal Gear Solid. This whole bit here.
I've never played the Metal Gear Solid games.
I got it recently, the first one, for like $9 on GOG.com.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I want to play it, but
Something. It used to be called goodoldgames.com.
Oh yeah, I've
It's
heard
like
of that.
Steam. It's like Steam, pretty
Okay.
kinda.
It's your fault, by the way, that last year I spent like $150 on Steam games.
Oh yeah,
I'm only just
That
now
was
getting
really
around
cool.
to playing some of them.
yeah. I think I convinced you like to buy every Sonic video game or something like that, and other
a
stuff.
bunch of stuff, just because there were these packages that were insanely cheap.
I know.
Around Christmas, they were like giving the stuff away. I mean, it added up to $150, so they weren't giving it away, but like it was a big library for $150. Like,
did you know they don't have the singular Sonic games anymore?
yeah, I know.
Because
Yeah.
of Sonic Origins?
Yep. I'm pretty sure if you have them, you can still play them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm glad I downloaded 3 and Knuckles when I did, just to be able to play it with the original music over here. I mean, I have that a couple other ways too, of course, but
Yeah, I'm glad I have the cartridges. This
I still
mummy thing is very spooky for a show like this.
it
aimed at
is. Yeah,
children
we're
for
really
the
in
time.
Halloween territory here. This is right for the season.
I have not
Yeah.
really been paying attention in this.
Well, there's this like mud guy,
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, there he is.
and this is scary.
It's the time of the season. You don't see people with this sort of jacket that this guy is wearing very often.
Oh my god. This is
Where
messed
you-
up.
It is.
I love the sound mixing there. Something about the guy buried in the wall is reminding me a little bit of the people turned into trees in the Eternal Youth spot. No,
It's reminding me-
I hate it when I find my dad in the ground.
Yeah, this is horrific. This is pretty good.
You see what I'm saying? This didn't feel like a show for kids.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, same with O3 Turtles.
Yeah. Yeah, the way
Same
Baxter
with
Stockman loses a limb every time Shredder's not happy with him
Yeah. And
in a kid's show.
And how they keep swearing.
Swearing.
What? With just the shell thing?
The shell. Whoa, what the shell? I love the Ninja Turtles. I can't wait until the upcoming 24-hour Ninja Turtles stream.
Oh my god, what? I was gonna say, what do we do? I mean, I guess there's plenty of material.
Yeah.
No,
I
wait,
feel like 5 people show up to that, though.
we have
You
to
could get
do
the- You could get the Cowabunga collection and have part of it be a Cap Can't Play.
That's true.
I haven't gotten that yet, but I plan to.
It
and
wouldn't
as
be
well
a
as
bad
that-
idea to make that part video games, part shows. That's actually a really cool idea. What sucks
Yeah.
is if you did any 87, most people wouldn't be able to stream with you because it's not streaming anywhere. You'd have to have the discs.
That's a shame, yeah.
But people don't seem to always watch these with us anyway, so.
But then you could do the trilogy. If you did that, I'd like to be here for that, just so that I can.
I'll put it on the list. I'm getting a lot of suggestions of different things to do for the next stream like this. There are some folks that have come out and just screamed at me to do this with Smallville.
Oh, yeah.
And
you could have a.
I want you to do it with the Marvel animated universe.
I like that idea too. I'm really back and forth on doing, the 24-hour thing very often, just because it's a commitment. Like, you're taking yourself out of your
life,
out of your life for 24 hours. But I'm thinking about maybe doing this more periodically and doing 10 or 12-hour streams.
Yeah,
because that would be an easier thing to do. And I'm not saying I regret doing this way, because this is really fun, but I can't do this all the time.
You know what you could do?
Yeah.
If you did do a Ninja Turtles one, you could have your thumbnail be you in a trench coat with a hat on.
Sure.
And then have it say have a subtitle that says, "Hey Cap, where are you going?" And then it says, "To a movie." That okay with you?
That okay with you?
That okay with you? I love how angry he gets.
I like this idea better for a thumbnail. That's good, but it's a lot of text. How about this? How about there's a picture of like the super chat window, and then next to it says it's the Raphael in the trench coat thing again, like you said, and then it says, "Tell me you didn't pay money for this."
Oh yeah. Just disparaging. You should actually have a super chatter's name there, and the amount of money they paid.
Yeah, just totally throw them under the bus.
Yeah.
Tell me you didn't pay money for this.
Or you could just have a picture of yourself going like this, and then it just has a subtitle that says "Ah," like that scene from that movie.
Yeah, you could do that. The red silhouette with the two of them embracing at the end was kind of haunting, and also looked a little bit like they were in a Virtual Boy vibe.
Yeah.
It did. Lots of red and black in these shows.
Well, this show in particular. That's what the future is. The future is in red and black. The past is in black and white. The future is in red and black. We all know this.
Oh, of course, yes. The animated series last season.
Hi, Bag. It's good to see you, man. He says, Cap's more alert than I expected. Hang in there, y'alls.
Thank you. Assuming that I'm part of the y'alls, thank you.
From the bottom of my heart, I'd like to thank you as one of the y'alls.
That's me.
Okay, folks. We need to finish knocking out. Let's go ahead and do that last Static Shock episode.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Well, or do I want to save it for Kareem? Because he might be a fan of that show. I'm not sure. I don't have any more Static Shock after that. I think I should wait for him. In case he wants to watch. And watch it be terrible or something.
Should we do one of the Just League Unlimited episodes?
Yeah, we can go ahead and do Divided We Fall, maybe.
And then I'll head upstairs.
Or we could do Out of the Past. That might be the Ra's al Ghul thing in Batman Beyond. I'm not sure. We just did a Batman Beyond, but we could kind of. God, and we got to do Starcrossed, which is 3 episodes.
Starcrossed. What is?
That's a Justice League season 2 episode. That's the. I made you do the finale for Superman. That's the finale for Justice League before you get to Unlimited.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry guys, I'm just trying to decide how to handle this.
Justice League only had 2 seasons.
Okay, I want to do. I think this is one that you'll really appreciate. I was gonna save this, but I think I should let Ty do this with us. This is one of my favorite episodes of Justice League. This is from Glosson Paddock, asked us to do this one, and this is called Wild Cards. I was really hoping this one would pop up.
Okay.
This is a 2-part Joker episode from Justice League. And it is Justice League Season 2, Episode 21. Jason, are you going to stick around for a 2-parter, or?
Yeah.
Is that cool?
Yep. Oh, Super Friends. There's a Super Friends episode called Wild Card.
And I think this one might also have the Royal Flush Gang in it. Jason, I'm not sure.
Oh. See,
it would make sense.
This was a Royal Flush Gang episode.
Jar Jar Ed, $2 super chat. Did you watch Epilogue yet? No. I'm going to save that for later when Kareem is here, because he knows this stuff pretty well, and I didn't want to spoil things from that particular episode for Ty.
How gracious.
I know, I'm a nice guy like that. That's why I made you watch the finale of another show.
Yeah. Of Superman.
Vroom!
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I'm driving.
Oh, that's all right.
Wait, are you actually driving?
Yeah. No, there's just cars outside his place.
That would be sick and twisted if I was driving right now.
We've had a really cool, eclectic group of episodes today. Some real kind of off the beaten path kind of things.
Yeah, we're watching weird stuff. It's
counterintuitive, not what you'd expect, and then some heavy hitters like this one. Well, this might not be a heavy hitter for a lot of people, but it kind of is for me.
Hey, Dad.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
You know what you should do?
Yes, I do, but you can tell me anyway.
You should do it. You should do a stream where you do a commentary on like a movie or something. But
sure.
you get one of those cars that has the TV in it.
What?
You know those like big SUVs
that
have like the TVs on it,
mm-hmm.
and then you watch the movie on there, and
okay.
Who would drive?
You do it in the backseat. Someone.
How would you even be able to broadcast like that? Like
On your phone.
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
We'll keep workshopping that, okay? Justice League Season 2, Episode 21, Wild Cards. And I got a quick story I want to tell when we start this. So make sure at timestamp 0, get ready to press play when I say now. We're going to do these 2 episodes, and then we're going to take a break, which could turn into a dinner break. I'm not sure yet. We're going to kind of play things by ear and figure out where we are with my wife. Hey, Ty, thanks a bunch for staying with us for so long.
Of course.
What is this, your 3rd hour now?
Something like that. Actually, I think it's my 4th.
My goodness. Well, you've been awesome, and I really appreciate you staying so long.
It's my 3rd and a half hour right now.
I hope this has not been the most horrible thing you've done this month.
No, I never do anything, actually, so this is a good change of pace.
Which would make this both the best and the worst thing you've done if you don't do anything.
That's true, yeah. Because that's how things work.
Okay, all right. I feel like I just got the participation award.
Yes.
That's what I feel like just happened. Okay, is everybody ready? Timestamp 0. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. Right now.
Hey, there's Bugs Bunny.
I've never in my life synced this many commentaries with a big group on the internet.
Yeah, you have.
Not this many times. It's 20-minute episodes every time.
That's true.
I knew you were going to argue with me. I was ready for it, son. So these 2 are an item by now.
Okay. I do like how this episode looks. I don't know if the visual style is actually any different or not, but I think this episode looks better than what we were watching.
Well, and you'll see, because there's some really nice stuff in this. You won't like what Joker looks like, but...
Oh, I won't?
Well, if you're like me, I don't like the Joker without the red lips, but...
Oh, is he New Adventures Joker?
More or less, yeah. He's got a slightly different character model in this, because we're past New Adventures, but they're still doing it like that.
Okay.
Oh, you know when Batman turns your phone off, it's serious.
Gwynplaine. They always have to go back to the same thing. The same... I don't know.
The pacing of this episode is real different. It plays like a Batman episode, but we're dealing with all the Justice League.
Yeah.
And there's just this wonderful sense of urgency about it, but this playfulness of it, because it's a standard Joker takes over the airwaves story, and I kind of love those. And
That's
they
cool.
love doing those.
If I was the team behind all these shows, I would just continue making Batman. I would have never stopped.
Well, you say that, but like, I feel like toward the end you can see them getting a little bit burnt out, at least on stories. Like, they're still doing good work, but like, the later stuff, but even before New Adventures, is not as good as the early stuff. Oh no, he does have... Okay.
He looks like Return of the Joker.
He's Return of the Joker model, yeah. He's got too many lines on his face.
I love this design for him.
No, I like that a lot too. I just remembered it wrong. Okay, I want to tell a real quick story. When I was in college, and my wife and I... Actually, Sarah was in college and I wasn't yet. I took a year off between high school and college. And I met my wife just after high school. And she and I, when we were dating, saw this episode in her dorm room. And it was... I mean, we'd only been dating probably 2 or 3 months. And I think this episode may have been the reason she came to discover that I was even into superheroes at all.
Oh, really?
I think so, yeah. Because I was trying not to be, like, pushy or lay the geek stuff on too thick, because, like, it was, you know, it's always been so much of my life, and it's a lot of what I do. And,
yeah,
you know, not everybody's into that. You don't want to come on too strong, and I'm kind of a big personality as it is. And so she got into Star Trek very quickly. That was not her thing in the first place, but she came to that through the language thing with the Klingons, and she was always something of a linguist. And so she got real sucked into Star Trek real quick, and I didn't have to do anything with that. That was really all Sarah after I initially introduced her to that at all. But this was just, I guess she was flipping channels and it was just on. We ordered pizza, and we watched this episode, and we loved it, and I'd never seen it. Or maybe it was on for the first time even. Like, it might have been when it aired. And anyway, it's kind of a special thing for me because of that. It broached the superhero thing. And then she, you know, I told her I was into comics and stuff, and the rest is history with all that. But anyway, so this is a special episode for me because of that.
That's cool.
And I always go back to that when I watch this.
I'm glad I'm here for this this special occasion.
Yeah, I really wanted to make sure that we got to watch this one today, and I'm glad somebody asked for it.
Indeed. Wouldn't it be awesome if you had gotten Mark Hamill to hijack this stream in the middle of this episode? You should have done that. I don't know.
Yeah, but he
why.
would have charged me $80,000 to do it.
Well, that's true.
Jason?
What?
So you know how you've been getting into 24 and you like 24?
Yep.
A good bit of this episode is in real time. And this is crazy in animation. Like this is pretty ambitious. See that countdown clock for when the bombs are going to go off? It's just going to keep going. And I think at some point it maybe cuts off even before we get to 0, or maybe it goes all the way. I can't remember now. And the second part won't have that, but it's really neat watching an animated show in real time.
It is cool.
Is there another episode like this?
No.
Then I have seen this episode. I do remember this episode.
No, this is cool. Now, there are other episodes where Joker, like, takes over TV.
Yeah.
And where he sets up commercial breaks. They love doing that.
I mean, he does that in 89, like...
Well, sure, but I mean, like he'll go up to a commercial break and be like, you know, don't touch that dial, or come on back, and... That's always great, because he's almost breaking the fourth wall. Like, he's talking to an audience watching the TV, but then they use it to break, and so it feels like he's talking to you, and I love that stuff. You've got that in Almost Got Him, and Christmas with the Joker does it too.
Yeah, I love that stuff.
I also like casino aesthetic. I'm not a big gambler, but I love the feel of being in a casino. I grew up a little bit in casinos because that's the thing that my dad and my stepmom liked doing. And we would go to casinos, and back in the 90s, they had a lot more cool stuff for kids to do, and so it was a lot more of a family affair.
Yeah.
And you'd go to arcades, and that's how it got in pinball and fighting games, and so anyway, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in this episode that really just speaks to me superficially.
I thought
Yeah,
the
this
Royal
place,
Flush game was like
this-
actual cards.
Well,
And they were like-
let's talk about that in a minute. What were you gonna say, Ty?
I was gonna say the setting kind of reminds me of that one movie,
Of what movie?
Casino.
Oh yes, I've never watched that whole movie. It's
Oh,
kind
you
of
should.
long.
It's a wonderful movie. It's a very good one.
Jason, okay, so we were talking about this earlier, and it's cool that we're getting the Royal Flush Gang in present day here, because the Royal Flush Gang are originally introduced in Batman Beyond as a future idea, and they're, of course, they're a comic book thing, but they were re-envisioned for that, and then they retroactively put them in Justice League, and this might be the first place we see them, I think it is, in present day. They put them in Justice League to create a lineage for them, which is really cool. So that's why here they're more literally royalty, and then in the future, in Batman Beyond, they're going to be flying around on playing cards with impossible technology. Kind of like the Hand of Fate. Remember the Hand of Fate? Watch out for the Hand of Fate! From the Riddler episode.
I remember that.
The original Riddler episode with the maze. If you're so smart, why aren't you rich? And if you've never seen that episode, you have to, because it's one of the best.
I have.
It is a very good one.
Oh, for a minute I thought you didn't know what I was talking about. The Hand of Fate.
Oh, for Pete's sake! Oh no. Oh no. That's what Superman says in Superman for the Nintendo 64.
And yeah, Chewbacca's Lover, I met my wife in 2003. And so I must have seen this either when it aired or it was a rerun a few weeks later. This would have had to have been October, November that year.
This is that fourth wall break you were talking about.
Yeah. We've got a $5 super chat from Bob the Hun. Thanks so much for the support, guys. He says, and I quote, "People complain that we don't do fun Joker stories like this. It's all dark stories about his relationship with Batman, deconstructions of psychology." I would be one of those people that complains about that. And I would be right about it.
I feel like we do
Say again?
Joker stories like this, though.
What's that?
I feel like we do have Joker stories like this.
We
though.
have them, we just don't do them now.
Oh, yeah.
We just don't do them currently is all. And that's fine. You can say we have enough of them, but then I don't want to read Joker in in current comics. You know what I mean? Like even Ledger was fun, even though he was disturbing. Like he did and said funny things. It was evocative to watch him.
No.
And Joker the movie, of course, is a horse of a different color, because at least that's not the deconstruction thing, like, once again, the Batman Joker yin-yang thing, but...
Yeah, it's just a rip-off of some slightly more well-made movies.
It's still not bad, though. Like, it's really derivative, but I still like it. That's good. That's good stuff.
It is.
I love this episode.
Warner Brothers.
Bob the Hun, just a story where Joker takes over a TV station or just does something wacky. It's all a grand master plan. Yeah, Bob the Hun, when you, and I don't mean to criticize your super chat, but when you say things like people complain, sometimes I'm not sure if you're making the complaint or if you're just pointing out, like, this is a thing that some people have issue with. Like, sometimes I want, like, now I know what your opinion is, but when you write it like that, I'm like, okay, but what's your opinion? Like, I want to know what you think.
Oh, this is the episode where they got the Teen Titans cast.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that this whole time, because we've been talking.
Somebody mentioned that in the chat, though. I didn't know that before today.
Yeah, they got all of everyone. So that's Tara Strong.
And,
Right
and
there
that always
doing the
went over
Raven
my
voice.
head because I didn't watch Teen Titans.
Yeah, they're great, iconic performances in that show. Yeah, we need more Joker stories where he just poisons the water or puts a bomb
Somebody
or something.
poisoned the water hole.
The Joker poisoned the water hole.
Okay, so now it's gone because he got it paused, and so now we're not going to be in real time anymore. Or it might still kind of feel real time, but
Oh, it went down to 4.
oh god. But I loved that we had the time bomb ticking on the screen like we've had the whole episode, and then right next to it, it was in sync with the actual bomb.
Yeah. Gotcha. What is the name of that artist that drew the Joker like that with the big cheeks and the chin?
Oh, now it's coming back down because we got a different bomb.
Different
You're
bomb.
talking about Dick Sprang.
Big Spring, yeah. What a funny name for someone to have.
Yeah, and it's one of those names that feels kind of prophetic because he drew like the giant. Well, and that's not that's not Dick Sprang. That is like the old playing cards. That goes all the way back to like the first Joker appearance. But when you're talking about the Dick Sprang Joker, which they just straight up used in Brave and the Bold, and there's an animated series episode that pays homage to it. He would do like the giant typewriters and the huge pool tables and all that stuff, and like his name just like really goes there. Like you'd see people bouncing off a huge thing that sprang. I don't know, it's weird. Like he had that name. Like it's real whimsical, and he did all the big whimsical but scary stuff. Like his stuff was like wacky and out there, but it was scary too.
It was a very iconic way to present the world, I think, and iconic in the sense of like actual like iconography.
Yes.
Is what I mean. Like it standardized the look of Batman and Joker for a good while.
No, that's absolutely right. Yeah, but like he would make the mundane like freaky. And that was the thing that I was really admired about that. Where you'd go on the one hand, it's kind of just the Joker as a character. On the one hand, this is really absurd, and on the other hand, that's what makes it perverse. You know, here are these things that are otherwise pretty benign, but if you make them huge, they kill you.
It also makes it fun for kids, I think, because they like get to imagine like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if there was a massive typewriter that I could step on a key and it would actually type onto a huge piece of paper. I
wonder how inspired he might have been by like old Disney animated movies and stuff. You know, where you'd get like, I'm trying to think of a good example. You have like Winnie the Pooh with heffalumps and woozles and stuff like that, where you have like really surreal dream sequences where somebody would be running from something that's like huge and massive and terrorizing them.
Yeah, I don't know. Because Dick Sprang, he would have been drawing Batman in like the 40s, right?
Like late 40s? I'm not sure how far back he goes. Like 40s and 50s. So I mean, he'd be seeing that stuff when it was new.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I'm just guessing, because I'm not sure what his influences were exactly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. He goes all the way back.
He did some like variant covers in the 90s, I believe.
Yeah, because he didn't die until 2000.
Yeah, and
I'm seeing here.
It was a shame because he didn't get a draw in like normal Batman for those.
No,
it's like weird.
You're totally right about what you said earlier. Batman. That playing card thing, he might have actually drawn that. Because he was doing Batman in 39 and 40. It looks like.
Well, I think in the Joker's first appearance, it might have that playing card, but I don't know if it looked exactly the same.
No, he doesn't start on Batman and Robin until 43.
Okay.
But that's still a little earlier than I thought. I thought he was more like late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah, he was on for a very long time, I guess. It's like he was to Batman what Romita Sr. was for Spider-Man, I feel. In the terms of like all the old advertisements and merchandise that you see for Batman from around that period are his sort of design sensibilities.
Yeah, no, I agree. I love how each of these bombs does different things.
I agree.
This is a good plot.
It's very intense and imaginative.
It feels like this starts from a place of, what if you devised a Joker plot that would actually require most of the Justice League? Like, what does that even look like?
Yeah, because it must be very hard to write for the Justice League, because all of them together is just like they cover every single base that you could possibly need.
Yeah.
For solving an issue.
The only problem with this kind of thing, of course, is like there's some suspension of disbelief you just have to do to even be able to buy a plot like this, because you get to Justice League Unlimited and there's like 5,000 superheroes in the Justice League.
Oh, yeah. Well, and there's always a bit of that. And any, like, Batman thing where Superman exists, and, like, the Joker is going to blow up all of Gotham unless Batman can get to the bomb in time, and it's like, it seems like Superman would be really remiss not to butt in.
That's why you want a Superman that's a little less powered than he usually is. And Byrne was really taking us in the right direction with that. I almost want Superman, at least if he's got to be in a larger DC universe, I'm in a place these days where I almost want Superman to not even really have super speed. Where, like, he can fly pretty fast, but he can't do, like, the bullet time thing, you know? Like, he's not going to get from here to New York in, like, the time it takes me to consider going to New York. You know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't be that lickety split, or you don't buy a lot of plots with other superheroes.
Yeah, and I think that's always been a problem people have with Superman, and a problem writers have with writing him, where he can solve any problem. I mean, I guess that's similar with Batman, but Batman has more believable and common weaknesses than Superman. Like, you don't need to bring...
The problem with Batman is more, there's clear limitations, but it's easy to write Batman where you ignore them, whereas Superman doesn't have those clear limitations, so you have to... Isn't that weird? Like, one of these, you have to contrive limitations, and the other one is easy to go, he's Batman, he doesn't have any.
Yeah.
From a writing perspective, that is the big difference logistically between writing those characters.
Yeah. Also, that little bit where the Joker was eating popcorn, is a big meme.
Oh, is it?
Big reaction gif.
You killed the Amos Fortune.
Amos.
They got a ridiculous amount done in that episode.
Yeah.
Like, that felt like we watched 30 or 40 minutes of a show.
Yeah, honestly, I thought it was the end of the episode until I remembered.
I checked over for a second thinking, did they maybe put the two episodes together as a like 40-minute episode? Like, I couldn't believe we were still watching it.
I know. Very strange.
God, it's great. Yes, sir.
I want to take a nap.
Well, can we watch this last part first?
Yeah.
And then it's going to be like dinner time, you know, or close to dinner time. Like I said, we'll take a break after this one, and I'll let you guys know if it's going to be a longer dinner break or not. But let's go ahead and knock this one out. Yeah, this is easily one of my favorite things we've looked at today. I haven't seen this in a little while, but I've always loved this one. All right, folks, here we go. Make sure you're at timestamp 0. We're going to get right into it. Everybody, I had that too, Noah. I can never remember what happens in the second part of this. It's always about that first part. So I hope this part doesn't like suddenly, get boring or suck or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody, please press play. Right now.
What time was that?
They should have.
He didn't do it.
I was going to mention something about that.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say they should have changed it to where it was the Joker eating a carrot for this part 2.
I don't disagree with that. That's pretty cool.
I'm eating a carrot.
You know, like they did with the Sesame Street movie. Follow That Bird. This movie is brought to you by the letters W and B.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
pretty good.
They did that with a few movies where they'd have it be someone instead of Bugs Bunny, or Bugs Bunny would like make a crack about
When
whatever
Warner's
movie it was going to be.
messing with the Warner Brothers logo and like having morph into things ever since like Batman Returns. That's the first place it happened. And then,
I was going to say with the Frozen.
Mm-hmm. And then they did it with Batman Forever, but they did it with other movies
is the
too.
one that I thought it started with.
No,
'Cause it turns
it's
into-
more subtle in Returns, but it does the Frozen. Yeah.
It's still doing the
Nice.
clock.
Yeah, I forgot it does the clock even up until here. But we weren't. I think we're not as much in real time at the end of that last episode. We start skipping forward a little bit because it resets to like 18 at one point. You're like, well, there's not that many minutes left in this episode. It only has 21 in the first place.
Yeah, what the heck? They went back on their conceit.
It still works okay because you
Yeah.
get the conceit all the way for one bomb, and they go, now that you know what it is, we're gonna skip some things. Like it works.
Yeah. I can't believe they killed him off at the beginning of the episode again.
They keep doing that. It's weird. Jon Stewart dies at the beginning of episodes in the show. Okay.
Oh no!
His head is in the fire. Hot girl, get his head out of the fire.
Wouldn't that be horrific if she just smashed his head with the mace there?
It's under his head. Or maybe it's... Oh, you know what? It's a perspective thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Okay,
the
but
fire
it really
was
looked like it was underneath his head.
Super Ham's close-up, he said.
He keeps calling Superman different things. He called him Stupid Man at one point, and that line always stuck.
Oh my gosh!
That's better than when Mixelplick was like, super!
He just called him Super.
Yeah. Like, wow, what a diss. Super! I meant to just call you man. No one just wrote R.I.P. Jon Stewart.
Superman just killed that guy.
I'm gonna.
That line delivery is good. And then the way he smiles at the camera, this is why I... No, I forgot, the second part sticks with this stuff for a while.
I'm gonna get a lot of crap for this.
You're 12, you can get
I'm
away with
not the
anything.
biggest fan of Jon Stewart.
Well, that's okay. I mean, what's wrong with expressing that opinion? Like, people have their least favorite Green Lanterns. Like,
I know.
I do tend to like Jon Stewart, but the complaint a lot of people lob at him is that he's kind of a blank wall. Like he's a little.
That's what I like
he
about
doesn't
him.
have a lot of personality. I think if
What's
you watch
your-
more of the show, you might not think that as much. But
What's your opinion on Jimmy Stewart?
Jason wouldn't even know who Jimmy Stewart is. Well, that's a bad day if you're Harley Quinn. I
Technical
just murdered my
difficulties.
girlfriend again.
Let's move on, shall we?
No, my favorite Green Lantern is Guy Gardner.
I know, and I don't know why.
It's
I
'cause
wouldn't
of
be.
the 2000 Green Lantern show.
Well, yeah,
He's
he
great.
is better in that than he is anywhere else.
I wouldn't be so smug if I was the Joker. Here.
Chewbacca's lover says Jason is afraid of being canceled. Thankfully, he doesn't have a Twitter.
I'm gonna cancel Jason on Twitter.
You shouldn't have to be afraid of that kind of thing.
Hey, that guy in the red suit is moving super fast.
He sure is, because he's
Yeah.
the Flash. What? I really appreciate your effort to fill time, Ty.
I appreciate your appreciation. I'm taking it out on you.
You know, when I need to fill an awkward silence, I like to point out the absolute most obvious thing I see.
Yeah.
That man's wearing a bow tie.
I mean, I could just be doing impressions this entire time.
That helicopter crashed.
Please don't.
Bob the Hunt, from what I understand, Jon Stewart is given more of a personality in this show than he has in the comics. I don't like his first appearance. I reviewed that with I think Kareem and I reviewed that with with Green Arrow, Green Lantern, or Green Lantern, Green Arrow.
What are they implying here, Cap? Did you hear what?
No, I missed it. Sorry.
Okay, Batman was talking to Harley Quinn.
Yes.
And he's doing that same thing, like, the Joker doesn't really care about you, Harley. He's left you out in the cold or whatever, right? And she's like, oh, what? You're just messing with me, right? And then, like, it cuts to this TV where the Joker is, and he's like, look at how he's rubbing Ace's shoulders or whatever. And then she's like, yeah, what about it? And you're like, don't you think that's a little weird? And she's like, she's just a kid. And he's like, well, then why do you think he's doing that?
Yeah, somebody was talking about that earlier.
Yeah, that's weird. Is she a kid?
I forgot about that. So we've been having this conversation all day about characters that look younger than they're probably supposed to be in these shows. I don't know.
Oh.
Because I don't know what kid means when you animate a kid that kind of looks like they're, I don't know, 15 or 16 or whatever. But then if they're not that, they're like 20 or 21, you'll still have older adults call them kids. So like, I don't know. Like,
yeah, maybe it's kid in the sense that guy in Spider-Man 2 uses it. Where he's like, he's just a kid. No older than my son. My 30-year-old son. That'd be a weird way.
Or the pseudo-condescending, like, yeah, kid, you know.
Yeah.
She's a cute girl. She's a kid, you know, that kind of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you got 33 seconds left. Punch him more. Rescue that lady. Okay.
But we're only 7 minutes.
Falcon Casino.
You killed the Falcon Casino. Steven, this is a fun performance from Mark Hamill that I think people forget about. There's a lot of dry humor from him in this one. Yeah, this is one of my favorite Joker performances with some really great lines, and people do not go back to this and remember it because of classic Batman episodes that eclipse it.
You know, I feel like Mark Hamill just got better and better as the Joker.
And he gets so much more to say in this than he usually does.
Yeah. Like in Arkham City, I think that performance is as good or better than any performance he has in the animated series.
Yeah, well, and he's playing a different version of that character too.
Yeah, but he's really refined his performance at that point.
No, I think so too. And it feels like an evolution of this. Like, it feels like if you did, I've always said this, but like if you did a really serious adult sequel to Batman the Animated Series, this character could evolve and graduate into the Joker from Arkham. So when I say it's a different take, I mean it's like an older, more, you know, messed up take. Like, he's degenerated into that.
Well, and the way he acts in Batman Beyond, his performance in that isn't that dissimilar from his performance in Asylum.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's a good point. I like how he just has a publicity photo of the Justice League.
Yeah, I wish it was that that painting by Alex Ross.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, but then it's weird if you put in different artwork than what you see here, because then it's like, is it a image? Is it, I mean, like is it a picture? Is it a painting in a drawn thing? I don't know. It's hard to tell when you're looking at animation if a picture is a painting or a photo.
It's kind of like in video games where they'll have a picture on their desk and it's an actual picture of a real person.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, this photograph looks more realistic than real life.
Right, yeah. It's weird. Remember when they did that in Wall-E?
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
I do not remember that.
Yeah, there's the like president of Earth. I forget what actor that was, character actor. But the president of Earth is physically a real person. They filmed footage.
Yeah, I remember that now, yeah.
That's a really weird choice.
A very good choice. They should have done that in The Incredibles with all the news footage at the beginning of that. No, they shouldn't have done that, but that's something they could have done.
I don't think so with that, maybe, but... I have also just decided that I'm going to disagree with everything you say from now on.
Okay.
That's the other... You just call me Captain Contrary.
Indeed. You know, I think... Yeah, I'm not liking what the Joker is doing here. With Ace. I don't know about this.
I think he's just being creepy and condescending. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I hope so.
Well, he's also the Joker, so like...
Yeah, I hope that was just a bluff that Batman was pulling there on Harley.
Well, yeah.
I'm already crazy.
I think that's great, yeah. I think it's also really appropriate, and I don't know if this is on purpose, but that they went with this particular character model because he's once again, like in Return of the Joker, like corrupting, a kid, or trying to. Now I say that's like the character model they use later because I think in the flashbacks. It's the non-lip one, isn't it? Or is it this all the way through? I forget.
So in Return of the Joker, this is how he looks in the flashbacks with Tim Drake or whatever. And then in present day in that movie, he's wearing that black jumpsuit.
Yeah, no, I know, but so the face is still the same.
The face is.
I thought it was a little different.
His hair is different, but his face is pretty much the same.
Bob the Hun, $5 super chat. Thank you. There was supposed to be a Birds of Prey style episode of JLU. Yes, we talked about this earlier today, actually, where Batgirl breaks her leg and has to help Huntress and Black Canary with computer hacking.
Oh, that's awesome.
That would have been cool.
And they couldn't really do that without some kind of funny business, though. We talked about this because they'd already made Batman Beyond, and she is the commissioner in the future with standing on two legs. So if you make her Oracle, you have to give her legs back somehow. And I'm assuming that's why they didn't do it.
Well, not like they didn't do that already before.
No, I know. Way later in New 52, but that you don't have that precedent yet. Like from their perspective, it would be like, how do we do that and not make it stupid contrived? From New 52's perspective, they went, we don't care that it's contrived.
She could have broken her leg and then it healed back over a couple months or something.
Sure, but then she's not Oracle. Like, what's the point in even doing it? You need it to be a severe enough injury that she's stuck in a chair for a while and then somehow comes back from it. But the way you could do it, I guess. This would be retroactive with Batman Beyond, but I don't think there's anything that would contradict the idea that she's using some kind of technology to walk, some kind of like spinal stimulator technology, like she has in the live action Birds of Prey TV show or something like that. They could do that.
Or a magic leg brace, perhaps.
Sure, right? Yeah.
There's precedent for that in Batman.
There is now.
Yeah.
There wasn't back then. That would have been a unheard of or bizarre back then. Now it's quite acceptable. She would have broken her leg just for that episode, says Bob the Hun. Oh, if she didn't stay at Oracle, I don't really want that. Like,
yeah, it would have been a one-off thing where I can understand the idea because they had episodes like that in the Batman animated series where there'd be something is weird for one episode, and they got to figure out how to work around it.
It's just the whole point of the that character being paralyzed is like she really changes and grows from that. Like I don't want to see that unless you're doing Oracle. What's the point? It'd be really weird if they she breaks her leg and then now she's at a computer and then my legs are healed. I guess I don't need to be at a computer anymore. Oh, but I found I'm really friggin' good at that. So I'm gonna do that sometimes and then go roof jump other times.
And then her and Batman fall in love. Oh no.
Oh. Noah says this is so trippy. Or were you getting like some Arkham City flashbacks from that whole thing? Because I was.
Yeah, definitely. The whole doubling of the images and stuff.
Yeah, the disorienting feeling you get as Batman when you're like trying to stand up, but like you're really weak because you're on something or you got this sickness or something. They'll do it with the Scarecrow dreams, but then the big one I remember or I always really liked is the Wonder City thing.
Yeah, and I was thinking of that whole bit when he has the Joker virus or whatever, and he was all stumbling around and everything was acting all weird.
Bob Dunn says it was just a cute homage to the Birds of Prey series. Yeah, I get that, but I don't think you need it to be cute. I think you could just do Birds of Prey, and you don't have to have Oracle to do Birds of Prey. Like, it's a little bit of a shame, but if it doesn't make sense to do it, don't do it. Like,
Barbara, we're doing Birds of Prey. Give me your spine. They could have just had Batman shoot her in the spine.
Oh, that's a twist. I thought you loved me. This was a bad idea for us to get together. You have no idea how bad it is. I'm gonna shoot you. Why? I don't know. It's dramatic. We're taking our cues from Discovery and Picard now.
Yeah. Oh no.
25 years before they make those.
Yeah, they really are pulling a lot of stuff from the future to make these episodes. These hypothetical episodes.
It's fun though because it creates a lot of history. I love that bridge building stuff when it doesn't have prequelitis, and I think they more or less handle that really well with these.
He has a tattoo.
Me too.
It has.
I saw he had a tattoo. What did it say? They didn't draw his gray hair there. Now it's there.
It has like
letters
weird.
On it. I don't know what it says. Where is it? What part of his body is it on? I missed it.
It's on his right arm. It says like OMSC or something.
Oh, it's probably like a military
USMC.
tattoo. Yeah. SMC. It also doesn't look like a tattoo.
USMC.
It looks like
United States Marine Corps.
Yeah, I think so. It looks like he just had a chocolate bar and wrote on himself with a chocolate bar.
Yeah.
I see a hawk and a girl.
A hawk and a girl.
Yeah.
Both at the same time. You
They're
must
one and the
decide
same.
which you are. Are you the hawk or the girl? Never mind. I'm going to take off the hawk part. You're a girl now.
It would be crazy if he pulled up the helmet and she had like a horrific burn.
Oh, man. Or if he learned she was just born that way and it's not a helmet. She like tries to, it's like Santa Claus. She's like, it doesn't even come on.
She's just screaming in pain when he tries to take it off. Ah, that's my face.
I forgot this is where they solidify this relationship. This episode's so good. Yay, it's so good.
It's very good, yes.
And that's a really unsung Batman episode too, because like it's a good Justice League episode. It's a good Batman episode.
That's true.
Come on now.
But it just so happens to have some Green Lantern Hawk Girl.
Yeah, well, they give everybody some character moments. That's the thing. Is like that's the quintessential way that you. Look, it's got it like an after credits.
I know. Well, that's about time. Hello.
I'm glad I'm not dead.
That would be crazy if she died. if it just showed us.
I got a new kidney. Oh, that was amazing.
Hey, Cap. Batman created by Bob Kane. Do you agree?
Say again. What about Bob Kane?
I said Batman created by Bob Kane. Do you agree?
Only with a particular percentage, which we could argue about.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and take a break. I'll let you guys know in the comments how long. I need to talk to my wife and see what's going on with dinner and stuff. So this might be like a 4 or 5 minute break, or it might be a dinner break. I'm not sure yet. This one will probably not be a full-on dinner break yet. But I'll let you guys know in the comments. So just check that, and if you would do that as well, Ty, I appreciate it, man. And do you need to run off and get something to eat, or?
I'm good right now, to be honest. Yeah, so whatever, I don't know. However it works best for you, works best for me.
Okay, cool. I appreciate you, man. Let me get my bearings with stuff, and I'll let you guys know what's going on, and I'll go ahead and set up music here. We'll wait for right now to 1 second, sorry, to put in the next episode. We'll figure out what that's gonna be, because I also don't know when our next co-host is coming in. Okay, get my sound set here. All right, see you guys in a bit.
Nice.
Hello, folks. Hello, Ty.
Hello.
I am back for one more episode, and then I'm going to take a dinner break. I need to check with my wife and see when food was going to be ready, and then I'm going to come back after that. I'll probably take about 15 minutes to eat, and then Kareem's going to come on for the next leg of the journey. And Ty, you're welcome to stick around or get going either way, man.
Okay.
If you'll at least stick around for this last one, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll stick around for this, and I might come back for like 1 or 2 more episodes.
Completely
afterwards.
up to you, man. I have had a blast with you, buddy.
Yeah, this is very fun. I am very happy that you invited me to do this.
Oh, of course, man. I'm glad you were able to do it. And yeah, you helped me so much this afternoon, not having to do a 5-hour stretch by myself. I sure appreciate it. I would have gotten through it, but this was a lot more fun.
That does seem like torture. I don't know if you'd have too much to say about everything. I feel like if I was you, I would probably just pass out trying to watch all this on my own.
Somehow I'm okay. I don't know. I've got another, 4 hours and 45 minutes of this, and it'll be really funny if the last hour is where I just totally break.
Yeah.
What do I want to do here? Okay, let's do Tom's last episode since we've been in JLU territory. We're going to do Justice League Unlimited Season 1. He asked for the second part of a 2-parter, but I'm assuming they stand alone because he didn't ask for the first part. So if not, that's on Tom, but that's the one he asked for. So it's, pardon me, episode 13, apparently, of Justice League Unlimited Season 1, which is the second part of the Once and Future thing, and it also has its own episode title, but I didn't write that down. So let's go ahead and pull that up.
1 moment.
Sure. So this
You said
might
episode
be dumb to
13?
watch this out of order. I'm not sure. Or a bad idea. I don't mean to call Tom dumb. I'm not sure why he asked for this and not the other side, but...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he was under the impression that it was only 1 episode
No,
that he could choose.
No, because he typed it out as part 2.
Okay.
That's why I know about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 moment. My HBO Max freaked out for a second.
It happens, man.
So you said 13 of season 1?
13 of season 1 JLU, yes, sir.
The once and future thing.
Yes.
Time warped. Warped!
Tom says he stands on his own pretty well. Yeah, I would go ahead and just do both parts, except I want to make sure to get... Well, A, I want to make sure and get everybody else's stuff in, but B, for the Super Chat winners last week, I asked everybody to pick 3, and we did 2 of his already, so... It seems like he's cool with it, so that's what we're going to do.
Nice.
I'm almost there, guys. Hold on. So yeah, make sure that you have it rigged up. Timestamp 0. I'm about to get started. We'll knock out this last 20 minutes, and I'm going to go eat some kind of dinner. Okay, are you ready to go?
Yep.
Cool. Everybody, please press play right now.
There's Bugs Bunny.
Previously on Justice League Unlimited.
I thought you might come up with some sort of a variation on it this time, but like last time, nope. Ah! Oh,
Well,
I don't have any
there's a
sound because I'm not plugged in for some reason. Suddenly.
Oh, did you want to restart then?
Oh, is that Static Shock? Oh, you know what? I've seen
So
this
this is
one.
the Batman Beyond episode.
It's old Static Shock.
Oh.
I forgot he actually shows up in the show as opposed to just various superheroes showing up in his show.
Yeah. This intro is pretty cool. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're about to not say that.
Yeah.
Oh, have you not seen this one yet? This intro?
I probably did when I was a kid, but I don't really remember it.
Well, I'm just saying, have you not done an Unlimited episode today? Maybe you haven't.
No. Not today.
Okay, so you've done today Batman and Superman and Justice League and JLU, and you did Batman Beyond, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Batman
so you've
Beyond
got
also.
you've got DCAU bingo then.
Yeah. We've watched a lot so far. Is the
oh wow, this is just suddenly a Batman Beyond
only
episode.
other one?
Oh, this is the Batman Beyond Justice League, isn't it?
It is.
Sorry, what?
Yes. I was going to say, is the only other one Static Shock? Is that the only other show?
Yes.
Okay.
And the only reason we haven't done that is because I wanted to save one in case Kareem liked that show. We've got a little bit of a lag all of a sudden.
A lag? Like on my on
yeah,
Skype?
Yeah. And like your voice is off from your mouth.
Oh no. I don't know why.
Tom says this is his favorite episode and it's a better epilogue than Epilogue. Yeah, I forgot all about this one. Where we've got a Batman Beyond story in the middle of this.
Would have been really cool for all of these.
Oh my god, that was crazy. We just went inside of a hyena's mouth.
Me of,
I never thought I'd say those words out loud.
Game or something. Yeah. Didn't that remind you of like a video game or something? That shot of the inside of the mouth? Like the way it was moving reminded me of like I don't know, certain videos.
It reminded me of like a
games.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kid or something. Like.
Oh, okay.
Or Dennis the Menace.
Yeah, what a
There's that shot in that where they
choice.
build a facade of a mouth and they shoot on the other side of it.
No. There's a shot like that in the musical version of the one where the plants eat people. What is that? Little Shop of Horrors?
Oh, yeah. I've never actually sat through that, though.
It's pretty fun. I think you would probably like it. Although I have been wrong before.
What did you think I'd like that I didn't like? Did this happen?
Well, no, not although there's probably something.
Oh, okay.
But I recommended something to DJ actually.
Oh.
He was talking about movies on his channel, and I said you should get the movie Kuroneko, or he said he was thinking about getting that, and I was like, you should definitely get that. I think it's something you would like. And then he said, I think I'm gonna watch it, and I said you should definitely watch it. I think you'll like it. And then he like responded back like a few days later and said, by the way, I didn't actually like that very much.
Oh no. He's like, thanks for wasting my time.
I know.
Hi, Cedar Sticks.
So
welcome
sad.
back. Stephen Murphy, good point here. And obviously, these are most of the same actors from Return of the Joker, including Rosenbaum and Melissa Joan Hart, Sabrina the Teenage Witch as the twins. I was actually kind of thinking, oh yeah, this is really going back to that movie, with just the characters we were seeing in that scene. But I didn't realize they got all the voices back.
This must have been really fun when it came out for people that were fans of this, like especially like Static Shock fans, to get to see like old Static Shock
Yeah, and he looks really cool.
Yeah, his design is sick.
It's really good.
He's not just adult Static Shock, he's old.
Yeah,
Deal with
and he's
it.
still got
It's
a cool
me.
sense of style. Like, he feels like he's grown up, and he's an older guy now. He's got those super cool long dreadlocks, and yeah, he's neat.
No.
I'm more surprised I've lived this long. That is the perfect response. Yeah, I forgot we did this whole, like, Bruce Wayne meets old Bruce Wayne thing.
That's very good.
We've got this kind of Back to the Future thing.
Yeah, I can't believe I developed that wrinkle under my eye. Or scar, or whatever that is.
Yeah, this kind of thing can really lean on just the novelty of it and not do anything neat with it. But I remember the story being good. I haven't seen it in a long time. And now that we're looking at this, I do remember the first part of this having not enough to do with the second part, and this kind of watching on its own. So yeah, good call on Tom here.
Yeah, it looked like the first part was like an Old West thing.
Yeah. So they went
Another
backwards from Back to the Future. They go to the Old West and then they go to the future.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's like time travel man.
Yeah, he looks whack. Now look at it from my point of view.
Okay. Yep.
I like his voice, though.
Yeah, my audio's too low right now. I can't hear him. Let me turn it up. Shaka.
Don't interrupt me. Lord Kronos.
Oh, Lord Kronos, yeah.
He doesn't have the countenance of a Kronos. I must say.
Well, he's trying too hard. That's probably the point.
Yeah, I guess.
There's no part of me that thinks that they think this looks cool. That's Michael Rosenbaum right there.
Okay. The JLU got in their way. Also, my quality on HBO Max is like going in and out, and I think that those red spots are a stream thing.
Yeah, I don't see
I think that's part of the...
Okay. Yeah, that might explain why we were having connection issues.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh, no, it's fine.
We got like 12 minutes. We'll get through it.
Yeah. It pretty much fine. It just like went out for a minute and then it went back in.
Okay, yeah, you're still a little dodgy on my end, but hopefully it works itself out.
Okay. You know, this...
Why is my background moving? That was weird. I didn't even click on it. It's like, and now I'm gonna move. Like, stop it. Okay. Oh, now we're in the prehistory. Now we're even doing things from Back to the Future, the animated series.
Yeah.
And he's got a lightsaber, or was that like a double-sided lightsaber?
Oh yeah.
He's got a double-sided lightsaber.
Or Back to the Future 4, The Ride. He does, yes.
Back to the Future 4, The Phantom Menace.
Indeed. You know what this episode reminds me of, although it seems better so far?
What's that?
It makes me think of the Spider-Man animated series.
The finale there, yeah. Which is
the
goofy,
Spider-Verse thing that they did.
But I like quite a bit.
It is like the most rushed ending of... Like, the whole pace of that entire show was insane.
Yep.
Going back to it.
Yep.
But the very end of that, when that one Spider-Man, like, commits suicide, is paced
Oh, it's
in
bad.
the most absurd way.
Yeah, we've done a mini marathon on that. Yeah, that's rough.
I love it.
That's
wouldn't
how
have
I
it any
want
other way.
all my shows. That's
yeah,
just
just to
what
be
watching
just
television
breakneck
should be
insane.
like.
That's true. This show takes too much of its time.
Oh yeah, are you bored because we're trying to like develop characters and establish relationships?
Well, I think that they should develop characters, but they should do all that, but have the editing just be insane.
and have us
people
constantly flash
just, like,
back to things that we just saw 35 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
like
the superior way to tell a story. But they do
Yeah.
have characters constantly getting right in the camera and putting their eyeballs in my face, and I appreciate that.
Yeah. They don't have enough characters yet. Like in Spider-Man. No!
Oh, he just stole buildings.
Normal.
And now
There's
it's
the
the Matrix.
Matrix. Yeah. Yeah. You scared the bejesus out of me.
All Bruce Wayne sees now is blonde, brunette, redhead.
Yeah. That's a horrible Matrix screen, by the way. It's like all the symbols were moving at different rates of speed, so they were like going in and out of each other.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe that's just the way it works.
Yeah, I guess so.
You don't pretend like you know anything about code. You know how code works.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not the
I thought you
code
were going to
guy.
be like, let me send you my resume. Here's all these things I know about coding. I can make the Matrix.
Oh, yeah. There's a viewer named Code. I wonder if he's watching right now.
Well, he's probably not somebody who does a lot of code either, although maybe, but that's just because that's part of an anime. Right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
My favorite anime has the word code in it. That means I know how to program things.
Yeah. Your favorite anime has death in the title, so you know how to die.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
See, I shouldn't
Maybe I'm
like
smarter than
Batman
I
going
look.
to the future and seeing all this, but it is fun. You never
Yeah,
thought you'd see...
like lots of shows from my childhood would have a crazy episode like this, and I always loved it.
Yeah. It's a novelty that's fun in this context in a way it's not as much sometimes in live action movies where we're maybe taking ourselves too seriously, and then suddenly we kind of jump the shark,
Or worrying too much about the timeline.
yeah, or
There's
not
a
worrying enough
future
about the
episode.
timeline. That's also a problem.
Yeah, or you establish rules about the timeline and you don't follow them.
Yep. And we're just not thoughtful about it at all.
Over 9,000 Jokers.
That's too many Jokers.
Yeah.
They should have called this Too Many Jokers.
Yeah, you thought 3 was a lot of Jokers, Cap.
I also think the joke's
just get
on
ready
them for paying
for
Michael
9,000
Rosenbaum to do a Christopher Walken impression.
Hello. I don't know.
I missed part of that. You're really cutting in and out on me.
Oh, sorry. I all I said was hello in a Christopher Walken voice.
Oh, maybe you weren't cutting out. Sometimes you like stop talking
Yeah.
abruptly, and then I can't tell.
Yeah, that's just the way I am, I guess. I have been streaming or playing video games with my friend on the television, and like he'll say like, "Oh wait, what did you say?" And then I'll say, "I didn't say anything," and he said, "Oh, you just stopped talking abruptly." So I just do that a lot.
I don't know if that's a King Tut homage or not.
I don't know. An SNL King Tut homage.
Yeah, sure. Before anything. Busted Sim says, he just, I'm not going to read it, but that's a quality.
That would be crazy if they just
That's a quality First Contact reference. Well done.
No. They just replaced that Green Lantern with the other Green Lantern.
Oh, yeah. For a second, I missed that. I wasn't even thinking about it. It's like, oh yes, no, that's not the Green Lantern. This is not the Green Lantern you're looking for. But this is unlimited, so like we have different characters that come in and out. Like, so then you replace them. Like those characters are not always in these episodes. Like, it's Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman a lot, but we do have lots of episodes by this point that won't have Hot Girl and won't have Jon Stewart. And they might even be right now at this point doing something else. I'm not even sure. Oh wait, no, it is Jon Stewart. Okay, I don't know what's happening.
He's like phasing in and out of reality or something. Like,
oh, so he keeps turning. The different Green Lanterns.
Yeah, he's like turning into an alternate universe version of himself or something like that.
Yeah,
feet.
I like Chewbacca's lover's point that Static isn't like too jaded in this, and he's still kind of jokey, but he's also a little bit more like old weary and stuff. Like he seems really confident and sure of himself. And you didn't see him before, but like it's really cool to see, like the naive, unsure of himself teenager turning into this.
Well, I'm familiar with Static Shock.
Oh, are you? Okay, cool. I was not really.
It reminds me of Green Arrow and The Dark Knight Returns or something like that.
Except not as jaded and angsty.
Yeah, there's something about it that has that quality to me. Just seeing a character much older in this future story.
Batman just quoted a Metallica song.
Oh, did he? Wait, what did he just say there?
He said nothing else matters.
Oh, okay. Nothing really matters.
That's a Queen reference. That's not what he said.
Freddie Mercury was a nihilist, as you could tell by the lyrics of that song.
That's true. But it's also possible to write nihilistic lyrics and not be a nihilist, but he, I guess, was. I'm just saying, you can be like, you can write as the speaker of a poem or a song or a story and not, and that not entirely reflect your actual beliefs. It's possible to do that.
That's
this is just crazy. This is Grant Morrison stuff.
It is good.
Right here.
It's very fun.
Did those really need to have lightsaber sound effects?
Yeah, I mean they're made out of light, or electricity.
Oh,
Terry!
Okay. Anything made out of light will do that. What have that sound? He's just got cans of soda lying all over the place. Did you see that? What were those?
Beer, I guess.
Batman, elderly Bruce Wayne is just like, he drinks a 6-pack every evening. They were green. I guess it's possible.
Yeah.
How do you stay in shape, elderly Bruce Wayne? I don't. Glug, 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 glug.
Yeah. What are you talking about? I just sit in a chair all day.
I got really old. I can't be Batman anymore. What else do you expect me to do? I'm getting drunk.
Leave me alone. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Wow. And that is the walrus, Cuckoo Cuckoo. That's not
a walrus.
No, from 5 seconds. Oh, that's not a walrus. What am I talking about? I'm getting tired and stupid. Bob the Hun, also seeing Terry McGinnis team up with young Bruce Wayne. Justice League was really awesome and surreal. Yeah, it is cool. I'm sorry, we have a lag again. What?
I just said I am he as you are. Oh, he as you are me, and we are all together.
Oh, this happens in Turtles Forever.
Yes. You think they're ever going to do something where the comic version of a character comes into one of these multiversal events? Like, do you think 616 Spider-Man is going to show up in a Spider-Verse movie one day? And we're going to get an official voice for the version of the character?
I I both don't think they'd be clever enough to do that, and I hope they don't do that.
I hope they don't either, because I don't think you can make something so definitive.
No, I don't either.
Batman knows how to code. Or at least he knows how to upload a program.
I love that this is that. I love that this is that epic, and yet it's built around just the goofiest supervillain you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And now it feels like the
the
opening of a Space Ghost Coast to Coast episode.
I was going to say, doesn't that remind you of how it should have ended or something? With
Yes.
them sitting with the glass. I'm Batman.
Where he's gonna say I'm Batman for the 567th time, and they're gonna get like 10 million views. I like how it should have ended, but oh boy.
It's just going to be the same thing over and over. Forever.
The next Justice League show is just called We Got Old.
I think that would be good.
Get out of my face! Stop it with the first person POV already.
Get out of my face. Mom? Is that his mom?
You know, after all this time
It's
being
been crazy if
I
at
was
the end he
not
kills his mom or whoever that is.
I was not feeling disoriented and kind of shaky, but I was after that. Now I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can get up without falling over. That made me woozy.
You don't know if you can continue to exist after this.
No, because that episode ends with this irritating woman in my face just screaming at me.
Do you know who she was supposed to be?
I don't even care.
Okay.
No, I don't.
I think it was his mom.
Okay.
It should have ended really
Oh, no,
dark,
it's his wife.
like
Says Tom.
Okay. It should have ended really dark, like she's yelling at him, and then it cuts to the outside, and then you just hear like a gunshot sound or something like that. And then it just cuts to credits.
Well, that's a little dark, isn't it?
I mean, yeah.
No.
Just it would be Justice League Dark at that point.
I don't think that's... I mean, Justice League Dark stories would get that dark, but I don't think that's exactly the point. It's like, let's take a regular Justice League episode, but just really turn the knife at the end. Like, no matter what happens in it. No, that reminds me of, Hardcore Mud from Star Trek, the original series, where, like...
Yeah. It just
he can't deal with his wife. She just starts screaming at him.
Like, he's just a aren't I?
I'm sorry, you got all cut up real bad. I couldn't hear any of that.
Yeah, I said, was I frozen really bad right there for a minute?
Yes, you were.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was very upset that I froze on that particular frame.
Oh no. Okay,
but
guys, I'm going to take a 15-minute dinner break. I'm going to come back right about 6 o'clock my time. Kareem's going to pop on, and Ty, once again, if you want to come back, you're totally welcome to. Folks, once again, we've got... This is nuts, but when I get back, we'll only have 4 hours left of this insane 24-hour stream, and that'll be 4 more hours that if anybody would like to put in a super chat to get to be the last person to pick a Rewind Revisited for a month I'm going to do at the beginning of next year, feel free right now for this round. We've just got $12 worth of super chats from Bob the Hun and a $2 super chat from Jar Jar Ed. So it's still anybody's game there. And also don't forget, if you haven't done it already, to email me at the email address in the description, not for a pizza roll, but for the possibility of a Batman animated series complete Blu-ray And if you don't have, or if you already have that, but you don't have Batman Beyond or Superman, I can send you one of those instead. So email me anyway, and I will see you guys in 15 minutes. This has just been wonderful and lovely, and I'm gonna make it through, I am sure. See you guys in a little bit.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hello, folks. I am about to bring in my co-hosts, and then we're going to get right back into it. We've got 4 more hours is all for this stream. I cannot believe how quickly this has gone. I am bringing in Ty once again. Okay, there's Ty, and I am adding another participant.
Nice.
Who is Kareem Roberts. And I'm just using their lingo. It's a participant.
Am I... Yeah, okay.
You're still a little laggy.
I am?
So far.
Okay.
But we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Give me just a second, folks. Oh, I didn't get Kareem. I'm going to try again. I'm trying to add a participant. Why isn't it?
I don't know.
Letting me add him. Okay, hold on. This is the most exciting part of the stream, folks. This is what you want.
I jinxed you.
Sure, yeah, I don't know what's going on with Kareem. Because he just said he was ready. So, hold on. Let me try calling him first, Ty.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Kareem?
Greetings, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy, I was trying to get you in a minute ago with Tyler and it didn't work, so I hung up on him, and now I'm calling you first.
Oh.
And we'll see if he comes in. There we go. Now I got them both.
Hey.
Look at this. I've got 2 handsome gentlemen with me.
Very nice.
You're giving me too much credit.
Welcome.
I can't see you.
Not yet. Give me just a second.
Oh, okay.
Welcome back, Ty and Ty. Kareem, Ty.
Hey,
Nice
Ty.
to meet you.
Likewise, I like your Superman shirt.
Well, thank you. I think my mom made it.
Just like the real Superman in some versions.
Yeah. I've got that deep Superman knowledge, as everyone watching knows.
I apologize in advance if my connection is wacky.
No, that's okay. You'll be in good company from the last show we did, because that was Ty.
Oh, okay. See, Ty just makes me feel better now. How's it been?
Yeah, I'm here to help.
You know, it's been okay. This has been easier than I would have expected
Oh, cool.
overall, and easier than the last time I tried this. Starting late at night is the way to go, as opposed to early in the morning.
Kind of like driving in a way.
Yeah,
Like driving long distances.
that's a good call.
That's true.
Okay, let me see. Do I have anybody left? Yeah, okay, so I've got 2 guys left with episodes from Super Chatter or Super Chat winners from a couple weeks ago that I have to knock out. So we're going to go ahead and do the last Static Shock episode that's on here. Not the last one ever, but the last one that's that we've got listed here. Kareem, I had never seen the show before. We've done 3 of these episodes so far.
Get out of here.
Yeah, and
I thought you would have.
what's that?
I thought you would have seen the show.
No, it was kind of past my time. I just never really caught it anywhere. Maybe I saw like an episode somewhere, but like I didn't realize how drastically different the animation style was from the rest of the DCAU, and how much more like I don't know, like X-Men Evolution or something it is.
Yeah. As a kid, I never noticed that sort of stuff, but going back to it, it's really evident.
Yeah. So we're gonna do season 3, episode 9, which is called Consequences, and that was
Yeah,
asked
that was
for.
a show that I never really saw.
Time may still have a big lag, but anyway, that was asked for by Goofster123. So thanks a lot to you, and let me go ahead and just get this on the screen. You guys go ahead and look up that episode if you would.
You said season 3, episode 9?
Yes, sir.
I've got mine up.
Wow, 2003.
Good year.
A really good year.
10 that year.
Say again?
I said I turned 10 that year.
Oh my
I
God,
remember
you guys are
PS2.
so young. That's the year I met my wife. That is a really important. That's the year I graduated high
I
school,
turned
met my
3
wife, everything. It's a huge year for me.
That's X-Men 2.
It is, yeah. I was working in a movie theater, so I know
Oh,
2002, 2003 with movies really, really well because I saw it like nearly everything that came out, or a lot of stuff that came out. Anyway,
Nice.
okay, pulling this up on my end. So yeah, once again, here's an episode I've never seen from a show I don't know very well, or I don't know hardly at all, except for the 3 episodes I talked over earlier today. Once again, folks, you've got a little under 4 hours now for to try to be the top super chatter if you're so inclined, and that person will get to pick a Rewind Revisited video for me next early next year. And we've got 3 winners for that already. We're doing 4. It's gonna be a month of 4 of those, and right now we've just got 2 people in the running for that, and it's still Bob the Hun with $12 and Jar Jar Ed with $2, and then of course the other 3 are locked in from previous sections. Also, don't forget to email me if you haven't done that yet if you want to be in the running for a drawing for a Blu-ray box set for Batman the Animated Series. And now we're gonna go ahead and we got all kinds of crazy stuff going on today, Kareem. we're trying.
Hey, I got my street cred right here.
Oh, there it is. Good job. Look at that.
Yeah, my nerd badge. Greatest superhero universe.
I agree. Yeah,
Very
see,
cool.
I think Kareem is probably the most knowledgeable person today about the DCAU, and I wish I had him earlier. Okay, here we go.
Oh, not me.
Of folks I've had for this stream, probably so, actually. Okay, it's been very educational for all of us. Season 3, episode 9, make sure that you've got it to timestamp 0 and get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go, gentlemen. Everybody, please press play right now.
Hey, there's Bugs Bunny.
Is that the 10th? Is that the 10th time you said it now?
Maybe 10th, maybe 9th.
Oh, this brings me back to coming home from school. This used to be on WB Kids,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
I think there's 2 halves of this show, if I am remembering right, because this is the first half where his costume is kind of more white, and the other half is when his costume is black and yellow, and it looks much cooler than this.
Oh, that's weird because we're already into season 3. Does that happen? Does that not happen until season 4 or something?
Or maybe I don't know how many. I don't remember how many seasons this was.
Yeah, it got 4. So I was thinking
okay.
we're more
So it
into like
must
the
have been the
back
last
end
season.
here, but we didn't end up getting anything from season 4, I don't think. So
Yeah, because it has a different opening too. It has like I don't know if you guys know rappers like the old school rapper Lil Romeo, which
Yeah,
is
I don't.
strange. Old
you're
school.
gonna be talking over my
Oh,
head
wow.
today, Kareem. But I was gonna ask you if you'd critique some of the hip hop and the rap soundtrack in this, because I've heard 3 episodes now, and I'm finding it really hit or miss. Like the last one we watched, I thought the music was better. There was one episode where I was like, this is irritating. It's gonna be stuck in my head for the next 15 years.
It's got to be so dated by now too.
And see, like I felt that way, but I don't know hip hop, so it's hard to really measure it. You know what I mean? Like by what metric, by what standard?
Yeah.
You know, I like the animation style of this show. It's very energetic and colorful.
Yeah. It's definitely a an alternative to the, I don't know if you want to call it Bruce Timm universe or DCAU. It's definitely not as classical as something like the animated series or Superman, where they're definitely doing the Art Deco kind of thing.
Well, and we've talked about this a lot already today, but it's also harder to appreciate it as actually being in the same continuity, especially when they put those characters together, because they just don't fit on screen together. And they try, and some episodes do better with it than others, but we've watched two different crossovers, and the Joker episode I thought was much better than the other one we watched.
Ooh, I'm remembering that. Yeah.
There was a Joker episode, and then the one we watched before that was, God, we've watched so many episodes now I can't remember what even crossed. It was also Batman, but I forget with what else. Was it just Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy? Maybe, I think that's what it was.
Bringing back a lot of memories. Well, importantly, the comics were like this because this starts out in Milestone Media, I think, with Dwayne McDuffie, and then it's kind of absorbed into the DCU.
There's something about this show that's kind of nostalgic to me, despite me not really having seen that much of it.
Yeah.
Just the way it's drawn.
Well, sure, because that's going to be more you guys' era.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
I know
also past my time. Like, I have a hard time really identifying with this art style. You know, I've seen a lot of things, in this style now, but it's never been my thing. I have a hard time getting into it.
Yeah, I know from experience, Virgil Hawkins is sort of their version of Peter Parker. He's got the same sort of balance where he tries to balance the superhero life, the girlfriend, the high school stuff. And it's supposed to be a modern update on that.
Okay.
Well, and we've talked about how Batman Beyond is somewhat that way too. Like, how do you think those characters differ, besides the fact that just, one lost a parent?
Yeah. And it feels so seamless. Terry McGinnis's story feels so seamless. Of course this would happen.
Yeah.
Hey, Dante.
Oh man, she's got genie powers.
I think this has a similar, as far as everyone having the superpowers.
Yeah.
It has a similar origin story to Inhumans, where it's like a big gas thing that affected everybody.
Oh, is that what it is? Because they have a name for it, and I can't remember what it was now. Jason paid more attention to the exposition than I did, and then he tried to explain it to me, and I never fully understood what was happening.
I remember Big Bang or something like that.
So
there you go.
So there's a Dante and a Virgil in this show.
Oh, that's on purpose, isn't it? Yes, of course.
Yeah. Is there something to do with
the Divine Trinity or
something
the Divine Trilogy? Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder.
I'm always interested to see superheroes have a full family. I don't think you do that.
Yeah, because the easiest way to give somebody a tragic origin story is just say somebody in your family died.
Yeah.
And there's maybe other motivations that a person might want to be a superhero.
So even as a kid, I've always had trouble with his disguise, where it's the same thing with Robin, where it's like, hey, I could still see your face. I know who you are. I
said that before, earlier. I'm like, I get the kind of Superman conceit. It's a bridge too far, especially when he goes to the school as Static Shock. And like, everybody would immediately be like, no, that's this guy I know. Like, he's got too unique of a hairstyle too, which he doesn't change when he puts on the Static Shock costume, right? Like, he doesn't do anything different with his hair, does he? Like, it's just, it's like the poofy dreadlock thing all over. It's like, I don't know. There's not a lot. Nobody else in the show has that. Nobody.
Hey, if I can believe Superman, I can believe this guy.
Yeah.
Okay, but do it without the mask. Make it just like he ties back his hair and that's it, or something, right?
I agree.
That's what it should be. Or he
I
puts
know
on a
they
hat.
updated-
He just puts on a hat.
I know they updated the milestone stuff today. With
Oh.
the DC.
In what
And
way?
they rebooted all that. So I'm sure they have like a different formula.
Super Billy just put in a $5 super chat and put himself on the board. Thanks so much, man. He just went and saw Black Adam and wanted to mention that, so I'll read this real briefly, but we're not going to talk about this right now because we want to keep up with this episode. He says, just got out of Black Adam and it was kind of horrible. Dwayne Johnson and the mid-credit scene are the only reasons I want it to be successful. Well, we'll see how the rest of us feel when we get a chance to see it. Have you seen it yet, Kareem?
No, and
Are you going to? Are you gonna go?
yeah, I don't want to be mean, but I'm not interested in that stuff.
I mean, I'm kind of not entirely either, but like, that's what I do. So I'm going. But yeah,
I will say I love the first Shazam movie. I think it was really sort of wholesome and harkened back to the way we used to do superhero movies. It's a very comforting Christmas superhero movie.
And you can't go wrong with opening up with crazy John Glover in a car crash.
Yeah.
I never
It's
get sick of that.
So as a kid, I thought his full name was Static Shock. It's not.
It's
in
ju-
universe, his name is Static.
It's just Static, yeah.
It's just static.
I guess
Yeah.
the shock thing is just what his powers can do. It'd be like if you called your show Spider-Man Webs. Like, why is it called that? It sounds hip
Spider-Man
and cool. I get it. You know, it sounds sort of like in the vibe of the show, it sounds like maybe like a hip hop record or something. But like, put it with anything else, it sounds goofy. Like this doesn't sound goofy. And also, at least the comic was called that in the first place. It's not like it was just Static, right? Wake up! You're
I'm really
lying
digging
in
this,
debris. Oh, this is a sad moment because we're at a hospital now.
Oh no,
So this
she's gonna
is
die.
Mary Jane.
I have a feeling she's not going to die. I don't think even the show's going to go that far.
I remember the show having some dark episodes.
Yeah, well, we watched one that was kind of somebody asked us to watch that was kind of a special episode of the show that was
Maybe her
the school shooting episode.
Oh wow, they go that far with this.
Well,
wow.
kind of. So they've got a kid who gets bullied real hard. And he brings a gun to school, and he almost shoots someone, and he almost pulls the trigger at bullies, and then he ends up, not doing it, but then like accidentally firing and hitting a kid in the leg is all that happens.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, I'm not saying they should have gone a lot farther than that, but that makes me think this character's probably fine.
Well, now that you say that, I remember this character having a sort of Bruce Wayne thing where he hates guns.
Oh. You mean Static, or?
Yeah.
But to be fair, he also doesn't need them. He's moving barrels around with electricity. And also blowing up
there's
things.
there's actual contemporary fashions in this show, which I don't think there are in any of the other ones.
Yeah, this show is intentionally dated. But
Yeah.
and that's one of the other things that makes it kind of hard to fit in the same universe. You know what, though? We also do that in comics a lot, right?
Yeah.
Like, you'll have all these kind of subsections of a universe, and some of them will be real timeless like Batman, and some of them will be like, Last Thursday.
Yeah.
Hello, AMC. Welcome back. He tried to stay with us the whole stream, but he got to a place where he finally had to go to bed. But now he's returned.
Indeed. This it reminds me of a sitcom or something.
Yeah.
Which I kind of like about it. All this family discussion and stuff going on.
Well, obviously that's the thing that sets it most apart from anything else in this continuity. It also wasn't conceptualized as a show in this continuity, so it cheats a little bit with that. Like, it might have been nice if there was another show that looked more like, obviously those other shows each have kind of a different look, but not as drastic as this. But it looked like one of those other shows that's as like singularly down to earth and character driven as this is. That's just, you know, kind of a Spider-Man type thing. Like, and I guess Batman Beyond gets the closest to that though, right? Where it's got the high school drama and that kind of thing.
I was gonna say, wasn't there a spin-off of Batman Beyond where it was like a robot?
That's Zeta Project, which we're not doing any episodes of today just because it's not widely available to stream.
Oh.
I've never seen it. And
I had no idea that was a thing.
yeah, I blew Austin's mind the other day when I told him about it. He was like, what the hell is the Zeta Project?
No, I remember seeing some of that as a kid, and I remember being bored to tears because I loved Batman Beyond as a kid.
I've heard mixed things about it. I don't know anybody that loves that show. I remember Kareem seeing commercials for it and having no idea it had anything to do with these shows.
Yeah.
Like, I never knew that.
That's
a useful power. If you can just make a hole in your chest and then, yeah.
Mr. Fantastic.
If this show played more often when I would be home when I was a kid, I think I would have been obsessed with it.
Yeah,
the powers are real cool and the characters are real compelling immediately. Like, just
I love this
in the
show.
middle of it like this. It's also very anime in a way.
Interesting.
So,
Oh wow!
I know the
Static's starting to lose it. He's going into like an almost Jason Todd place right now. That's cool because the only episodes I've seen so far, he never does anything wrong.
Yeah. I know the obviously the demographics were a lot different back then because I know they didn't want to do a Wonder Woman show because they were worried that they wouldn't have enough of a girl audience.
We talked about that earlier. That was the thing I suggested it must have been because I didn't have the information to back that up. So if you've read that somewhere, I called it.
I remember Bruce Timm mentioning that.
Yeah, I had never heard that. That was just my speculation, but I'm glad to know maybe I was right about it.
But it's very interesting too because you don't think about this stuff when you're younger, but we obviously didn't have a lot of black characters and black superheroes and stuff. So I just had Blade and Static.
Yeah.
And I always joke with my little brother now because he's got Black Panther and all these things, and it's like, man, I wish I grew up with your stuff.
Yeah.
But it's just interesting the demographics of.
Even now, there's not that many. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ty, you're cutting in and out again, man.
Is Ty still here?
Yeah, sorry, buddy. He's having difficulty on his end, apparently.
See, Static is affected.
Was I cutting out, did you say?
Yeah, you're cutting out a bunch.
Okay. I might stop after this episode then.
Okay, yeah. Sorry about that, man.
It's all Static's fault, Ty.
Yeah. It is.
Did he, like, EMP his Skype? Is that what happened? Oh, no.
I forgive Static. I don't know what's going on. I have such good internet usually. But when I stream with you, it just goes walk.
Oh, it's my fault, is it? Okay. I see how it is.
Well, this
You
happened on
notice
the Batman
Kareem's having
stream,
no
remember?
problems. So, you know.
Yeah.
See, you save that now. Once we get to
What?
Batman, my favorite stuff.
He's like, I don't even want to watch this show.
Oh, this is his power-up scene.
Oh, he's got like a morphing sequence. Look at him go. It's like a spin around a bunch and.
Oh, man.
Kareem, you should have watched more Power Rangers when you were growing up. There were always cool black characters in that show.
Oh, I will always cherish those memories. just going nuts with Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I actually met the Black Power Ranger.
Me
in real
too.
life.
He's a really nice guy.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, I assumed that you weren't a Power Rangers guy. Have we ever had this conversation?
I'm not a Power Rangers guy now, but I
No,
was
I know, but like I didn't think you even grew up on it.
Oh yeah, no, I had a framed poster in my room.
Yeah, I'm still a Power Rangers guy. You don't have to, make fun of me or anything. Good God.
Hey, there's nothing wrong.
Kareem's been here for how long before he started insulting me? Was it like... I'm just kidding. But yeah, did you ever go past Mighty Morphin, or was it just that show?
I loved the space stuff, and I loved the animal stuff. I don't remember these things. The ninja stuff, where there's 3 of them. That might have been a little later.
Yeah, that's Ninja Storm.
But I remember loving the space stuff. And there was one where the blue Power Ranger was a kid, and then he grew up into an adult.
Yeah, and that show's terrible.
That makes no sense. Like, it always annoyed me as a kid. And blue is my favorite color. Blue has always been my guy. So
Nice. I hope I'm not just entirely frozen on your side.
no, we
You are.
could hear you.
You're entirely frozen.
Okay.
We can see you, but
Oh,
you're
no.
frozen.
I can hear him though.
Yeah, I can too.
I am literally static right now.
But I'm Ching.
But I'm.
It's always weird just thinking about this as a cohesive universe. I mean, we mentioned this before, but the pre-anime, Batman the Animated Series, the early stuff seems so far its own thing, just 40s inspired stuff, and then the last season of that show sort of updates to that a little bit, and then Superman has that, and then the Justice League is just modern day, and then this is just early 2000 stuff.
Yeah.
By this,
I
they
like
just
it,
totally
though.
embrace it.
Yeah.
Although I guess this is not their last show, because Unlimited goes past this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that was cool when we got to see the older Static Shock in that.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, we just watched it right before this.
Oh, cool. I remember Virgil's favorite superhero being John Stewart, the Green Lantern.
Uh-huh.
Every time I say John Stewart, I think of the host of the Daily Show.
Yep. Well, you remember, Kareem, you and I ended up accidentally stumbling upon his first appearance
Oh yes,
in comics.
Green Lantern, Green Arrow.
Puff cuffed. Somebody really knows how to write a front page story.
So I was always against. This is just a personal thing from me, from the comics. I was always against DC using real places, because I know Static is from
Me too.
Dakota. I don't like that Gotham exists and then New York City exists. It just feels weird to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
I complain about that all the time. So I'm sorry, I missed what you said. Where is Static based out of?
Dakota.
Okay.
I think north, or I don't know.
No, he should just have his own place he lives. They should make up something.
Shock City. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, that's a little on the nose.
It's like
Again, who else do we do that
the
with?
Teen
Flash is like
Titans,
lightning bolt
they live in
land.
like the Teen Titans live in a city like right next to Gotham, right? That's its own
Yeah.
city.
I think it was like Bloodhaven or something.
Yeah, or they're next to that because I think
Oh,
Nightwing
okay.
lives in Bloodhaven, right? But yeah, they could have just given him a city like that.
Kareem, do you still want Mad Love?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Please.
then that's what we'll do next. So that is New Batman Adventures, which we've watched a ton of today.
You guys have good taste.
Well,
I guess. I don't like that season overall, but
It's the weakest, but it's got some gems in it. Come on, Over the Edge, man.
Oh no, I mean I love Over the Edge, but
I feel
I
like,
said overall, it's got like the 3 or 4 episodes out of 20. Like, you know, it's not, it's not, and it's not even like it's all bad. I just don't like the like character models and art style.
I hear you.
Yeah, it looks ugly.
But I've talked about this already. So Ty, are you gonna get going?
I mean, I probably should. I guess. I don't know. I like this episode, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. We should have led with it.
Yeah. But, yeah, I should probably go if I'm just a stuttery mess right now. Which I am.
Well, I'm sorry, man.
That's okay.
I think you're fine.
I'm going to just check my antenna on my computer or something. And hopefully next time this happens, hopefully this doesn't happen next time.
Yeah, well, hopefully. Well, thanks for being here for so long. I mean, we had an uninterrupted, no problem, like 4.5 hours together, so.
Yeah, that was very fun. I hope you guys enjoyed the next 3 or 4 hours or however long it is.
Yeah, we will do our best. I'll see if I make it through without falling over finally.
Yeah. All right.
All right,
See
thanks,
ya.
buddy. Talk to you later.
Bye.
And then there were 2. All right, Mad Love is the episode in question, folks. Let me go ahead and get all this house cleaning stuff put together. Well, I hope everybody has been having a great time for as long or as short as you've been here. Sound off in the live comments, if you will, and let me know collectively how many hours you've made the stream. I don't think anybody's been with me the entire time. AMC tried, and he got pretty close. He only left for a few hours. But ultimately, he did not entirely prevail.
Still a champion, nonetheless.
Absolutely.
So I always thought this show had 4 seasons because I have 4 boxes.
Yes. We've talked about that today too. A lot of us felt that way because it's not by with the boxes. It's not by season. It's by like just box set. But the thing is, it's misleading because the season thing is the way the episodes were ordered.
Yeah.
But the way they were aired was actually more like 4.
Oh.
So even outside of the box set thing, for us, it still would be like 4. So they had an initial like 65 episode order, which they sort of split into 2, and then they had another order for the second season, which was more like a 3rd season, and that's why we think of the new Batman Adventures as season 4, and I still refer to it that way, even though it technically isn't, but it kind of is.
Weird.
Yeah, it's really weird. Anyway, okay, so we are finally doing a commentary on Mad Love. I've never done this, and I reviewed this with Dan's News compared to the comic like a year ago, and it's been a while. So unfortunately, I will not remember enough about the comics. But
I haven't read that one.
Oh, have you not?
No.
You should, because this is a good adaptation of it for screen, but it's still got a lot of stuff that I wish was here.
Oh, cool.
Anyway, let's go ahead and get into it, guys. I hope you're at timestamp 0 and get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. And Kareem made it happen with his magic fingers.
Oh, man. I mean, just it's going to be hard not to just sit back and watch this stuff.
Sure.
It just transports you.
Well, feel free.
Like, this just raised, like, a good portion of all of us. We were so spoiled by this stuff.
Yeah, seriously.
So it's interesting that this is the last episode of this series.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
And this is the origin story of Harley Quinn.
Yep. It's sort of fitting in a way, I guess, because that's the big breakout character for the show. it's kind of weird that it didn't occur to them that they even needed to do that until here, and that the actual origin they came up with was in a comic first and not the show.
Yeah.
Oh, Tom's been here the whole time. That's crazy.
Salute to you, Tom.
In some ways, that's almost crazier than what I'm doing.
I always see Gotham with a red sky.
Yep. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, too, where in Batman Beyond, they settled on purple.
Interesting. So, you probably mentioned this before, but I really do not like the Joker redesign.
Yeah, I don't either. But I don't like a lot of their redesigns.
Yeah.
So, Gordon, anytime you see somebody from the back whose hair is shaped like that, just walk the other way. Like, who else is it going to be? Either wearing some kind of goofy hat, like... Are we doing that thing again that the first season does where Joker gags somebody and they could just spit it out? Like... I don't understand that. You remember the thing with the candy canes?
You're not supposed to ask those questions.
Oh, I'm not? Okay, well, I'm going to ask questions. Deal with it. Oh, no, that's a different episode. Oh, no, Over the Edge. Okay. See, Batman, that's why you just wear your creepy gas mask all the time. Like, it's intimidating and you never have to deal with this. It's a win-win.
Man, I still can't believe to this day that they got away with the amount of just innuendos and just abuse that the Joker does.
And
I mean, he's a psychopathic murderer, but
yeah,
still, that they showed this on a kids show. He said, "May the floss be with you." Get it?
Yep, that's in the book. That tooth has a smile. This is definitely one of the best looking episodes of the season.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is because it's trying to render as much right off the page as possible, and the art in that issue is beautiful. Because I'm pretty sure Bruce Timm drew the whole thing.
Oh, cool.
If memory serves. I'm rusty on this stuff. And it's weird because, like, the comic is more risque than this, but as you say, it's weird just how risque they allowed this to go, because this was not a comic that was written for children, very clearly.
Yeah. It was always strange to me, too. We don't have to get too much into this, but I always assumed they never had a romantic, like, physical relationship.
I was always on the fence about it, but they do the rev up your Harley line, and that still could go either way. Like, it's possible that she spent all this time trying to get him to have a physical relationship with her. It really plays either direction. Maybe they had sex the first week they met and never again. Like, who knows?
I always assumed they never did.
I did too here. There's other iterations where they clearly must have.
Yeah. It's also bizarre to go back to this before Harley Quinn has become, like, the mega popular character that she was.
Well, and what's funny about it is, at the point that this came out, she felt that way. It's very much like the onslaught of the 2000s of superhero movies versus the actual onslaught we have now. Like, we had no idea how popular she could get. But, like, she was already pretty big in comics right then. I'm pretty sure that by the time this came out, she already had a monthly, or maybe that was a little bit after this, but, like, she had her own monthly by the end of the 90s.
Wow. I love that Paul Dini could, every time he writes the Joker and Batman, he always thinks about legacy as far as their characters, specifically the Joker, because he comes off like this in Return of the Joker, where he's obsessed with, like, what does it mean, their relationship. It's always interesting. Man, whenever I go to cons, I always see Harley in this lingerie.
Really?
And in posters and stuff like that.
Oh, I thought you meant, like, cosplay. I was like, I've never seen that.
No, not cosplay.
That'd be crazy. No, these days the only cosplay people do is like movie Harley. Not the only, but it's a lot of that. And then occasionally you'll see a classic comic Harley.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of Arkham Harley still.
Yeah.
Because that's like a middle of the road thing. And some of the Arkham costumes are okay.
I see a lot of Suicide Squad Harleys. It's just interesting to see, because I've never grown up with a character like that, just to see the metamorphosis of her in popular media, especially how the worlds just change with how we depict women in general and what's okay, what's not okay. Some of that's organic and some of that's just kind of forced to me.
Yeah, I know. I think so too. And we're in this really awkward place right now, not to get too into this, where it's difficult to tell what the rules even are supposed to be, and like nobody's on the same page. And
yeah, obviously initially she was just supposed to be this like pathetic sidekick character. The example of the Joker's worst victim, that she keeps worshiping this like monster.
I like the idea that the Joker made up his own theme song.
I forgot about that.
It's like, in another life he could have been Shirley Walker, but no, he had to murder people.
Oh, that
He had to manipulate female psychiatrists.
That original Arkham Asylum is so creepy.
Yeah. With art, that's weird to look at, but yeah.
Cap, I forget, did you review Harleen?
Yes, I loved that.
Yeah.
Have you read it?
Yeah, that was very good.
It's crazy good. Yeah, and I think that's kind of my definitive, take origin of the character at this point, which I feel weird saying that over this, and it's been a while since I looked at it. I also love the kind of like battle between the two Harleys that has, or is it even more like three? I can't remember, but there's like a couple of iterations it has where there's, in its mind, kind of a like modern fake Harley and the traditional like what it really ought to be Harley. But I think it also kind of splits a middle on that. But it's just, I reviewed it, but it's been a while since I read it.
Yeah, it tackles all that stuff. It's really good.
I need to get a hard copy of that because I liked it well enough to buy it. But I did read it in digital. Those Black Label things, the oversized books, they're really nice, but they haven't put out enough the things that I actually like that I think are any good. There's like a couple things with that where that oversized thing would be really nice to have, but I don't want to buy the crappy ones. 3 Jokers? Why does that have to be in a pristine format? Like, no.
I've got the hardback Harleen, and I've got Batman Damned, which isn't that good, but the cover, the hardcover is really
It's got nice art inside. If only I could scratch out all the words and not read it as a story. It's boring, and I don't know why Constantine just takes over that book, but I digress.
Which is weird, because Brian Azzarello is really good.
Well, yeah. I mean, Azzarello is one of my favorites.
So it's interesting because you're charmed with Harley, but you forget it's the Joker.
Yeah, of course.
I always sort of like kick myself for laughing when he's like, and then he broke my nose. Cap, one of these days I'm going to get you to review Grant Morrison's Batman.
Yeah, I've meant to read through that for a long time.
He's got a whole prose section where she goes into like why she worships the Joker. Like in her mind, he's this profound artist genius, and he's just misunderstood. It's basically this, but like more in depth. It's really good.
Yeah, I'm remiss in having not read all of that. I got a decent ways through it at one point. And then I've read all of the back end of it when it gets ridiculous, but
yeah,
I say ridiculous. There's good stuff in there, but the biggest problem that killed that, of course, was New 52.
Yeah.
Because it should have just stayed in its own world and not been affected by any of that. But you remember the part toward the end of Batman Incorporated when Batman just turns into a man-bat? That was pretty crazy.
I remember it getting pretty ridiculous at the end. I forgot they do blood in the show, too.
Yeah. We were talking about that earlier with Batman Beyond in the pilot, where they're like, we got to be more realistic. There's going to be a little bit of blood on his face, except he's wearing a full face mask? So, like, why does it seep through? Don't ask questions.
I feel kind of dumb. Cap, have you ever heard or seen Harlequin before? Harley Quinn?
What do you mean?
Like, have you seen these types of characters? Or these jesters or whatever?
Yeah, some. Why?
I've just never known the name of them before this character.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I did as a kid with, like, I don't know. I can't tell you exactly where, like I don't know, circuses and things, but like that was a word I was familiar with. Like it was a pun from the first point that I was paying any attention to what her actual name was, I think, but
Yeah, so obviously the Bonnie and Clyde thing. With the most sadistic character in the DC universe.
yeah, and it never, like, impressively, it never tries to manipulate you into finding, like, the Joker any more sympathetic through her. So, like,
yeah.
You know, you can kind of get her side of it. It's twisted, but, like, I guess the idea is supposed to just be she sees him in a way that is not really what it is, I think, is the idea. Like, or maybe it's supposed to be somewhat ambiguous. Really, does she see a side to him that nobody else does? I mean, the way he treats her would suggest no.
Well, importantly, these characters have been done so many different ways. I've seen versions where he does have a little bit of care for her,
right.
And I think in Azarella's Joker, there's a scene where somebody like stumbles on them in a room, and the Joker's just like sobbing in her arms, and it's so weird.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess for just the 10 cents of analysis I was just doing, I'm talking about this particular version.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. Because I mean, obviously, this version is saying she's starting to maybe kind of see the light. Oh wait, no, she's not. Like, does she have the potential to grow and change and realize what he actually is? And then we keep, I don't know, taking Harley Quinn to a place where, like, she takes ownership of her own life and turns against the Joker and stops being subservient to him is exactly the same thing in this show and these shows as the Joker dying and coming back inexplicably. Like, we never explain why she changes her mind back. There's no consistency to that.
So Batman is one of the few redesigns that I actually really dig.
Yeah, I like it. I don't like it better.
Yeah, he just seems more angular. Specifically Bruce Wayne, too.
Yeah. Bob the Hun just put in... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, they distinguish him from Clark Kent.
Yeah, but then we watched Nighttime earlier, and they kind of cheat on that when Superman's wearing the Batman suit, where it's very clearly still just Batman's chin. Bob the Hun, $2 super chat. Maybe the most adult they took the show really, really dark. Do you agree with that? Because I think there's.
I would definitely say so, given what the Joker does to Harley.
Yeah. Well, again, this is based on a story that was not for kids, and. Like, at some point, you really owe it to yourself to see what they made for straight-up adults, because they did have to... Weirdly, this actually is watered down a little bit, which is hard to believe.
And it's sometimes weird, too, because this is very much my basis on their relationship.
Well, I mean, it's a lot of people's. Like, this is the episode that a lot of people point to as the best of the series, which is interesting if it's the last one they made. Somebody suggested earlier that this actually isn't the last one they aired, but the aired order was always kind of off from the production order. Well, of course, the worst thing we ever did with this character in comics was during New 52, where she had to be like a super genius.
I actually just preferred Dini. It's weird because I like the creator of this character writing her.
Yeah.
It's sort of like Grant Morrison with Damian. Like, everyone doesn't have an ear for that character because that's his character.
Mm-hmm.
Because Gotham City Sirens is amazing.
And Neil Gaiman with Sandman and Death.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I don't know if you've read Gotham City Sirens, Cap.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It's really good. I love that Joker has a landline.
One of the best things in Gotham City Sirens is the Riddler as a reformed detective, and I always really wanted him to get his own book that way, and they never did it.
I remember that. Jeez.
Where he's like helping people for all the wrong reasons, but he really is sort of trying, but he still has, you know, the same compulsions, and I don't know, I love that stuff.
Same.
That was during that period. I don't know, that's such a sweet spot for comics. Like, that's when I got into reading new, and that book was like halfway done. Same thing with Red Robin. That book was killer.
Yeah.
When that was coming out. This is all circa 2010, 2011.
That was the last gasp of the old DCU before the New 52 started.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, it was story-wise, maybe things weren't selling well, but everything was in a pretty okay place.
Yeah.
Before that, like, there wasn't anything to fix, really, unless people just weren't buying the books. But, like, that was... I mean, it's not like everything was great. It was perfect, but obviously. But, like, that was just after Blackest Night. I liked Brightest Day okay. I don't know.
Dan DiDio and Jeff Johns.
Yeah.
And Jim.
Thanks, guys. And Jim Lee, yeah.
Man, I forgot how dark this was.
I kind of forgot it was that dark. Yeah.
I mean, it is the Joker. Like, they can't go as far as the comics with the Joker, but...
Sometimes the implication is just as bad or worse, though, and that's what I really like about the show, is you can always tell what happens, even if they don't show you everything, which is kind of just good horror film material. Like, sometimes the way you get around censors is you go, okay, if you don't let me show you this, I'm going to make it so much worse in a person's mind, they'll have nightmares in a way they wouldn't have if you just let me show the thing.
And even, I know you guys talked about this, but the Joker wasn't allowed to, like, kill somebody on screen, but the frozen smile thing is almost worse.
Yeah. And you just assume... My whole thing was I always assumed those people just died 5 minutes after we saw them last. Like, nah, that person's dead.
And Cap, we talked about this, too, of growing up with the show.
That's a good Hamill scream right there. Anyway, I'm sorry. Good.
We talked about growing up on the show and just being raised by this stuff. But it was also a treat to kind of grow up and then to have the video games and to have the voices come back and all that.
Yeah.
Like the sensibilities.
Yeah, because we kind of grew up with it.
Yeah.
We were lucky not only to have that stuff, but to be the ages we were when they came out. I mean, I'm older than you are, so with respect, I feel like I'm a little bit luckier with some of that stuff.
I agree.
Just because I was there when the show was aimed at my age group, you know what I mean? And like getting Arkham as I'm getting married and out of college, it felt like it was very, very much aimed at me and my age group at that point. I don't mean to be elitist about it or whatever. Like,
no. I
you
agree
have a
with
great
you.
experience too, but I'm just saying I feel fortunate that I was the age I was. He'll come back, don't worry.
The Joker always comes back.
Donnie St. Pierre wants to know how I'm feeling. I'm good. I'm hanging out with my buddy Kareem, who I never get to see, so I'm doing great. Even though I've been here for 21 hours already.
And Cap's not a coffee guy, I don't think.
I'm a cappuccino guy.
Oh, okay.
But I wasn't until like a year ago, and then I started getting on that. And I like coffee, but I have a weak stomach, and it doesn't I drink like 2 sips and I'm laid up for 2 days. Like, it's awful, so I have to stay away from it. But I got a Keurig, and I got onto a French vanilla cappuccino that's good with my stomach. But then the last few days, something has happened to my coffee machine, and it won't make more than like a fourth or a fifth of a cup. So I have not been drinking that this whole stream, but I did resort to a couple of energy drinks earlier. I did cheat that way, but. Yeah, we did it. Kareem got to watch his episode.
I love a poster of that, man.
What's that?
The ending credits image of Batman.
Yeah, I just missed what you said. I missed if you said you love that or you wish you had a poster of it.
Yeah, both. I
okay.
love that.
I thought you said, I wish I had a poster of that. Chewbacca's Lover, thank you for the super chat once again. Let me go ahead and get that in here and put you on the board. And that might be Brandon. I invited him for the last few hours of the stream, so he might be joining us, Kareem.
Cool.
And you feel free to stay as long as you want to or you can. Obviously, I'm going until 10 o'clock, and you're welcome to stay all the way or to stay for a couple episodes or whatever you want to do. And you can play it by ear as much as you want to. Chewbacca's Lover, $5 super chat. This episode is why Arlene Sorkin is great and Tara Strong doesn't cut it. Arlene Sorkin can do goofy Harley, but also serious emotional stuff. Not Tara. I think I just have too much of a bias toward Tara Strong. And I'm not even saying that she's better than Arlene Sorkin, obviously. But when they used her in Arkham City, when Sorkin didn't come back, because I think she was there for Asylum, and then she didn't come back after Asylum. I liked her fine in that. I guess that's blasphemy, but
I didn't mind her as much as a lot of people, but I would have to agree. That is just who she is. That's why Paul Dini created the character.
Yeah, I mean, she based her sort of on that personality.
And just some of the Harley is kind of funny in the way that Joker is, like, Joker has a specific kind of humor and Harley's funny in a pathetic kind of way, and it goes with Arlene's voice.
Yeah.
Some of those beats. That's why I prefer Paul Dini writing the character, because a lot of that humor is written by him. And then Arlene really portrays that.
And he also says Tara Strong just sounds like a goofy cartoon voice, and I mean that's where she lives. It's hard for her not to do that, certainly.
Tara Strong is amazingly talented too.
Yeah, she really is, and she has a lot of vocal range, certainly. Yeah. But there's, I mean, the cute, fun thing is what she's best at, certainly. And
of course, my generation, she's Timmy Turner from Fairly Odd Parents.
Oh, which I've never seen. But I think Bubbles from Powerpuff Girls is the greatest cartoon character ever created, and she has a lot to do with that. And I have that character tattooed on my leg because I love it that much. So
cool.
She's got a lot to do with that. Have I shown you a picture of that yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, I'll have to send you that. Yeah, I've got her wearing the Mojo Jojo costume from my favorite episode. So yeah, I've got Bubbles Jojo on my leg. I went to a mall when I was out of town. I think when I was in Florida over the summer, and I walked into like this watch store, and the guy running the watch store walked up to me and he goes, "Man, that's really tough. You've got a Powerpuff Girl on your leg." I was like, "Yeah, why not? It's awesome." It was really funny.
I love that show growing up too.
Okay, so we took care of
myself.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was more of a Buttercup guy myself, but
oh, that's okay. I like Buttercup too. I mean, I like everybody, but I'm just very, very, very partial to that character. Oh my God, it's Brandon Grimm. Hello, Brandon.
Hello, Captain.
Hello, Brandon. I'm Kareem.
Okay, so we have a little bit of a dilemma, Kareem, which is Edward Bador, and we have to do this at some point, wanted Epilogue, which is not an episode to watch with Brandon. He's hardly ever seen any of this stuff.
Oh, Oh, I hate that episode.
I know you do. I know. Okay, so like I don't know where I'm gonna put it because we got 3 hours and I gotta watch it somewhere.
I mean, I can leave early.
What'd you say, Kareem?
It's a well-written episode. I don't agree with the creative choices.
I don't either.
But it's such a well-written episode, though.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we should just go ahead and knock it out, and Brandon won't know what he's seeing, and then we can just like cover that up with stuff that is better to watch by first. But like, I've got to put it somewhere.
Oh, that's fine.
I should have done it before. Okay, we'll just do it, guys. We're going to do Epilogue. And nothing against Edward, but this is kind of an obligatory choice because last time I did a 24-hour stream where I was just doing superhero TV in general, this was requested, and I did it there. But it's okay. He wants it again. So we're going to knock this out real quick. Brandon, would you just pull up a chair, buddy?
Absolutely.
Is Brandon...
No, you can use these. Jason's got these.
Brandon
headphones plugged in already.
Okay.
Okay, if you want yours, it's fine. Whatever.
No, I can do those. I'm just saying okay.
I'm sorry. What was that?
I said, is Brandon related to Ben Grimm?
Yes. That's the answer. Nobody knows how though. They're just vaguely blood related. It's weird.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen headphones quite this big.
Yeah, they're enormous.
Good lord! Like my ears are huge, and I require big headphones, and these are
of
magnitudes size
how
larger.
in the world does Jason wear those?
I don't
is really
know.
the question.
That's really the question, and I'm wondering, like, this is weird.
He loves them.
Are these the ones he picked himself?
Yeah.
Cool.
Sorry, guys. We'll be getting started here in just a second. Okay, Brandon.
Yes, Cap.
You're gonna have no idea what you're looking at with this episode.
Well, that's as with most things I feel like you and I watch.
My apologies, and because it's only 20 minutes and people are going to want us to talk about certain things, I'm not going to be able to explain too much to you. So I'm sorry about that. We should have gone ahead and done this before you got here, but I wanted to make sure Kareem got to watch his episode.
Well,
so
foresight, you know.
Yeah, I have none, is what you're saying. It's fine. Anyway, so Epilogue is Season 2, Episode 13. This episode was supposed to be the last episode of the series and would have been the end of all of JLU, but also the DCAU at large, and then it got another season. And so they went from the Cadmus arc, which was supposed to be the big epic finale, and then it's called Epilogue. It should be the end of the whole thing, to the Legion of Doom stuff. It's like, well, where else do you go? I guess we'll do a Legion of Doom season. Chewbacca's Lover just put in one more super chat and says some of the creators disagree with the episode as well. Yes, they do, and fought him tooth and nail on the clone thing.
This is a Dwayne McDuffie episode, is it?
Did he write this?
I believe so.
All right, guys. Hope you have it at timestamp 0. And here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. So, of course, Batman Beyond had been off the air for a few years at this point, and we came back and did this to kind of create closure and also mythology that was completely unnecessary.
Nice key card.
I don't know if the future would have that. We obviously bulked Terry up a little bit, not only because he's older, but because they want him to look like his dad.
Yeah. It's kind of goofy to think that, I mean, maybe it's just the way the clone ages, since we know that it's irritating. But it's kind of, that notwithstanding, it's kind of crazy to think that, like, he still had growing left to do. You know, he was like
Yeah.
16, 17 years old. What, he was gonna get that much taller and bigger? Like he was gonna beef out so that he could fit. Do you remember in the because we watched this earlier before you got here? The pilot for Batman Beyond. Do you remember when Bruce Wayne, elderly Bruce Wayne, puts on the Batman Beyond suit and he looks like a Frank Miller character, and he's got like the big wide chest, and you're like, how does that same costume fit Terry McGinnis? I guess it shrinks down for whoever wears it, like it's future. Maybe that's what it is. You know, something,
like
your jacket is now dry. Like, I don't know.
Text.
Well, how do you even explain the mouth thing? You can't.
No, but that's okay. I like that kind of comic book preposterousness. That's wonderful. And I guess that's why I should be sort of okay with the whole blood on the outside of the face thing, because we just kind of pretend like it's your face while you're wearing it. It's that form-fitting. It's your face. I don't know. It's weird. AMC says, I think Alan Burnett was against it, but he wasn't on Justice League or JLU. I've heard him talk about that.
It was Bruce Timm and Dwayne McDuffie. Oh, it was Dwayne McDuffie. Okay.
So we've gone from in like 80-year-old Bruce Wayne or 75 whatever in Batman Beyond to like 123-year-old Bruce Wayne.
It's the future, Cap. They got super drugs. So this episode is just up and down because it has some of the best Batman stuff. Particularly when Batman's like comforting Ace of the Royal Flush Gang.
Yeah.
Is that this episode?
The Royal Flush Gang stuff is in another episode, unless it's in this too, but it's in another episode we watched that some people think should have been the real epilogue to Batman Beyond, where they do the time travel thing, where younger Bruce Wayne meets older Bruce Wayne.
Oh, no, that's not the one I'm talking
That's
about.
not the one you're
I think it is this episode. It's like a flashback.
I don't remember anymore. It's been too long.
It's really good Batman stuff, and then it has like the ending, which I don't agree with. I never agreed with that.
Well, and this also just feels like we've got to kind of like do a little bit of fan service for all the stuff that people kind of wish that we'd gone back to, so we gotta like sneak Phantasm in there somehow.
Yeah. Oh man, I forgot about that.
Remember that? You weren't the person that I watched this with last time we did a 24-hour stream, are you?
I probably was.
Were you? I'm sorry to make you watch it twice.
Okay, it's a like I said, it's a well-written episode that I don't agree with.
Yep.
And I'm really past the whole... I really resist the Bruce and Terry just constantly fight, and that's the way Bruce is going to die.
Yeah.
It really feels like Return of the Joker sort of resolved that stuff.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't have a Nightwing and Batman relationship.
No, that's right. Yeah, because Bruce respects at that point that he really is Batman. And to be fair, there are, they come at it differently, but like he deserves it, he's earned it, he's made it his own, he counts. And and when they make you, the audience, believe it counts, to backtrack on it really takes something away from us. Not just the character, but us, I think. And there's also, because we watched one earlier, there's also episodes that sort of get there to some degree by the end. We're like, there's an episode we watched earlier today where there's a guy who takes over the Batman suit, like putting his consciousness in the AI. And
oh, wow.
Terry has to fight the suit as this kind of like this kind of physical metaphor of his trying to decide whether like the suit is Batman or he is Batman. And by the end of the episode, it's Bruce Wayne who says like it's not the suit. Like the suit's going to be out of commission for a while, but you are still Batman. You should still go out there. You almost don't even need Return of the Joker when you have that. And yeah, to have them still at loggerheads doesn't really make a lot of sense. Oh, I also just don't like the Justice League and Beyond either, so I didn't need them here.
I don't remember much about them.
I mean, I don't either right now, but I know I don't like them. I remember that.
A controversial opinion that I'm sure the only Batman fan in existence to share this. Batman Beyond the Batmobile is my favorite Batmobile. I just love that car.
I mean, I don't dislike it, but that's fascinating.
I've
never heard
I used to have a little
anybody
Burger
say
King
that.
toy.
Are you also obsessed with the Batarangs from this show?
I love.
I
those
figured
things.
there's no way you're into that car and you don't also like the rest of it, because it's all pretty consistent, right? It's of a piece.
Yeah, it comes out of his wrist. It's so cool.
They have put out replicas of that Batarang, and I haven't got them yet. I've got the '89 one, but I don't have that one. And they did a red one and a blue one, and one of them they made fewer of, so they're more expensive. It's stupid.
Oh, cool. I've got to get the red one.
And also, all this is just so retroactive. It's so convenient that he would just wind up at Wayne Manor when he does. If, like, the idea that it was all, planned and he was summoned and all that, like...
I mean, I always consider that stuff lazy storytelling to begin with.
Yeah.
But it's just... I go this far, it's almost disrespectful to the characters, because the idea that Bruce would just be this pathetic, aging, like... bitter old man, it's like you're putting the early version of Kingdom Come Bruce into this after Return of the Joker. It doesn't make any sense.
No, it just throws him under the bus so hard, and they walk this really tight balance in the series of making him so cold very often, but still being a human being underneath.
Yeah.
And it's hard to find him sympathetic quite a bit, and that's intentional. But this is just going way too far.
And also, I don't know if you guys talked about this, but, we talked about the stylistic changes of Batman the Animated Series and then the new Batman Adventures. But also, Bruce's character changes a lot, too, because he's more of the detective kind of superhero early on, and then he becomes the paranoid, cold, pre or late 90s, pre 2000s Batman in Justice League and the New Adventures.
Right, yeah. Getting closer to Kingdom Come, right?
Yeah.
Which is kind of my and your signpost for Batman in general, I think, because we reviewed that together and we're always going back to that.
Yeah. And it's funny, too, because out of the three future timelines that Batman can go to, Batman Beyond is always my favorite, and then Kingdom Come, and then Dark Knight Returns. I know that's blasphemy.
No, I have that too, though. I'm with you. I like Dark Knight Returns almost as more of like an Elseworlds kind of thing.
Yeah. I always like this version of Amanda Waller.
I don't like any version of Amanda Waller, but... Bob the Hunt Fighter, the Super Chat, the live-action Batman Beyond movie that never came out was going to have a Joker AI as the villain. He comes back as an artificial intelligence. That must have been written before they did it in Return of the Joker, or it would have been either derivative or like a adaptation of that movie into live action, I guess.
I wouldn't like that. I mean, it's just Blade Runner 2049 with Batman, right?
Yeah, it is. Okay, so you're right. We did bring the Royal Flush game back here. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, I remember this. So this has one of the best like Batman moments ever, which is weird because I don't like the
Stargirl. Why is Stargirl in the future?
No, this is the past.
Oh, this is not the future. This is... Oh, yeah, this is like that kind of midpoint where we're getting closer to what Batman Beyond looks like. Yeah.
That's some epic hair.
Yes. Oh, that's like Medusa level from Inhumans, right? Like...
Oof.
always preferred Hawk Girl without the mask in the show.
I haven't seen it enough to have an opinion, honestly. I didn't realize she had it off very much.
Yeah, so in Unlimited, she has it all.
Is that just because she takes it off in the last episode of Justice League? Because we just watched that.
Yeah, so I'm remembering it just like very hazily, but
Sure.
her people take over Earth and then she betrays the team, I think. And so she has this like identity crisis in this, and she's in love with Jon Stewart.
Oh, I guess it wasn't the last episode of the show, but there's an episode where she takes it off. It was, you know where it was? It was we just watched it a few episodes ago. It was the 2-part Joker episode from Justice League, where at the end of that, she and Jon Stewart finally kiss, and then he takes her helmet off. And I had this joke where I was just imagining that like he doesn't realize that she was just born with it, and he can't get it off her head. It's like she's Santa Claus, like it doesn't come off.
I have a strange thing with those shows because I'm more familiar and I prefer Justice League Unlimited than Justice League.
Yeah.
I just thought this was just such a brilliant idea that they had all the superheroes in this watchtower.
Look, Batman has to follow the yellow brick road.
I never liked this design for Batman.
No, me neither. I complained about that earlier today, too. He's really thin, and he's got way too tall ears. And I like taller ears than some people on Batman, but not this tall. How does he go under most doors? It's so impractical.
I always wondered if they were trying to make him visually look like the Batman show.
Oh, I never thought of that, but that would have been on at the same time, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy to think that.
Has like short ears.
But it's nuts to think that there were 2 animated shows on with different versions of Batman at the same time.
Yeah.
But see, I always forget that because I wasn't watching any of this stuff at the time. Like I'd completely fallen off.
I had my I don't know if DirecTV is still around, but I had like the reminder on when these shows came on.
Really?
I was there like 5 minutes before the show came.
As soon as Bane or somebody grabs him by the ears and flips him over this way, he's gonna shorten him. Like,
yeah, this is one of the best Batman moments.
Oh, and this is following up though from that time travel episode.
Oh, okay. So it's really tying everything together.
Yeah. AMC Comics, actually, Kareem, the black and white sequences where Bruce and Terry argue aren't what really happened. It's what Terry imagines in his head would go down if he confronted Bruce. Is that really? I never got that from it.
I would have to watch this again then.
Yeah. But I thought... Oh, no, he doesn't actually get the information of his true heritage there either. That's given to him by Waller, isn't it? I think.
So I just wish the parentage wasn't true.
Well, yes, of course. I think sometimes we all wish our parentage was a dream.
I don't know if they retconned that in the comics. God, I hope so.
The comics are so kind of all over the place about what counts and what doesn't. Like, they cherry pick really hard. But I don't know. I'm sure they've dealt with that stuff by now, but I fell off a long, long time ago.
And it's awkward, too, because we already have Damian.
Yeah, no. This stuff cannot fit with it because it's clearly an extension of animated series. But, like, none of that stuff is canonical, but they try to make Batman Beyond as its own thing canonical with mainstream comics.
See, Cap, in the future, everyone has patches on their clothes.
Oh, that's the new fashion. Can you, like, hide stuff in them? Or are they, like, pockets? Like, they pop open and you put stuff in there? They're Velcro. Bob the Hun says, to be fair, they only changed Terry's dad's reproductive material, so Terry is not a full clone. Well, that's true. I mean, his mother did give birth to him. I forgot about that, but still just wholly unnecessary.
And it also just feels unnatural. I mean, the idea that something about Bruce Wayne's blood is elemental to Batman is just weird.
Yeah, and discredits what he accomplishes. He has to more or less be just a guy. Like, yeah, he's got to have resources and whatever, but like, and you're lucky to some degree with how much of a physical specimen you're capable of being. Like, he's got to have a particular kind of body type, of course. Like, okay. But you have to imagine that there's at least a good percentage of men on the planet that, if they were as driven as he is, could accomplish what he accomplishes. And they just don't, because nobody is driven enough. That's why I like Batman. Because there's always that, like, inkling of hope that, like, you too could do what he does if only you'd, like, push yourself a little farther and make yourself more of the sum of your own parts.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I mean, Bruce Wayne will always be Batman, but the genius of Terry's character is you get to see this guy prove himself to the mantle. And this feels like they undo that.
I just wonder, like, I don't mean to, like, separate people, but I wonder how many people watched this and were like, wow, that's crazy, and how many people just rolled their eyes and went, seriously? Like, come on now.
It's almost like everything that worked about Batman Beyond, it shouldn't have worked.
Yeah.
Like it's such an anomaly, and every decision they made.
Well,
I mean, that show,
it was
like,
a show they didn't want to make.
Yeah.
And nobody wanted.
This decision feels like, of course, you would have a futuristic Batman show. He's got to be his son.
This is so dumb. So she hires Phantasm, because I guess Phantasm now is a assassin? Okay. And then she's like, no, I'm not going to do it. And then she's got to take her mask off so that we can be sure that it's Andrea Beaumont, and so that I guess we can see, like, a elderly version of her. Now, don't get me wrong. None of this is worse than what they did with her in Batman Catwoman. But I don't want to talk about that ever.
I haven't read that, sir.
Don't do that. Don't do it to yourself.
I like Tom King. Everyone doesn't like Tom King. I like him.
Oh, you won't. You won't.
I haven't finished this Batman, to be fair.
See, you won't. I'm telling you what. You don't know how bad it is. You won't even believe it's the same guy.
Oh, man.
You'll believe someone kidnapped him. You'll believe it was a Misery situation. Somebody kidnapped him and wrote it the way she wanted it written, and then he put his name on it, but didn't burn the manuscript. Oh, I wish you just believed me, because I know you're going to read it. I know you're not going to listen to me.
I think Tom King is like Grant Morrison. Just keep him on a contained 12-issue thing. Like, don't put him on an ongoing.
I don't know what to think about that guy after some of the things it turns out he's capable of. I don't know, man.
Wow, it's that bad.
You don't know? Yeah, it's that bad. And and understand, I was a believer with his stuff all the way through the Catwoman, like, anti-marriage thing. Like, I liked the book past that enough to keep reading it. Like 60, when people were maybe my favorite single issue of Batman ever is in that run, and
yeah,
you can't know how bad it's not the same guy.
Wow.
Bob the Hun says, I remember when Cap loved Tom King, he really turned against him hard. I don't feel that way. I feel like he turned against me.
Cap, you sound like Anakin.
That's hyperbolic. From my perspective, it's Tom King who's evil.
See, in the future, we go back to these hard flip phones.
And he's written other things I love, by the way. But, like, you know, his vision is awesome. Yeah, I'm sorry, what was it?
In the future, we go back to the flip phones.
Oh, yeah, why would we go back to that? Now it should just be a chip in your head where you just go, hello.
I'm sad that Ace is dead.
Well, I mean, do you want him to preserve him like Mr. Freeze, where he's just like a dog head on spindly legs? Like,
I mean, maybe.
I'm more depressed that I had to look at a Bruce Wayne that looks like Adrian Toomes.
I mean, he could still get in the bat suit at that age.
Only if he is Adrian Toomes. He's just flapping like this. He's like the Riddler at the end of Batman Forever. He's like, I'm Batman.
Batman Beyond.
Birdman Beyond.
I dig the soundtrack. Really
well,
cool.
sure, yeah. And this is kind of harkening back a little bit to Phantasm with the...
Oh, yeah.
At first with the kind of the haunting vocals, and then it, goes to the electric guitar, that shawl.
Well, when the cop space thing, the craft thing, when they said, "Did you see that?" That's harkening back to the first episode of Batman the Animated Series.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah, with On Leather Wings.
Yeah.
Good call, dude.
Yeah. Well done episode. Just don't agree with it.
See, I like to have Kareem here because he's smarter than me.
Very debatable.
Hard to believe I've only been here 30 minutes. That episode was packed. I feel like I watched an hour's worth of television.
Oh, I know, man. Well, I had the same thing earlier when we did that Wild Cards episode, Kareem, that Joker two-parter. Well, like the first half of that feels like 40 minutes of television, and then there's a second part. It's crazy because
I really enjoyed that.
Oh, I'm glad. We'll show you something that you'll be able to make more sense out of. But yeah, there's this Joker two-parter that we watched earlier that I've always loved. And by the way, I told this story earlier, but might be the reason, or like the first time my wife realized I was into superheroes. Because we watched that episode on TV and ordered a pizza in her dorm room when I'd only been dating her for like 2 months, and it must have just come out. It must have been brand new. And she was like, "Oh, I didn't know you were into superheroes and comics and stuff." And I was like, "Yeah, you have no idea." And because I was kind of staggering the things I was telling her about as we started dating, because I didn't want to.
Thing that didn't end it right.
I didn't want to come on too strong or anything with anything. Well, I wasn't so concerned about that with Sarah, but I just didn't want her to feel like I was like trying to push her into getting into the stuff I was into, So anyway, but that was a real special thing for us. But yeah, like. The first 2/3 of the first part of that is in real time. It's a cartoon in real time. It's so cool because the Joker has bombs everywhere and they're trying to defuse them. So once they figure out how much time they have to defuse one of the bombs, they put the timer on the screen and they just show the timer counting down the whole episode. It's awesome.
That's really neat.
Wow.
Have you never seen that one?
I don't remember that.
Oh, I wish you were there for that because it's one of my favorites. Okay, we watched Epilogue. Isn't that exciting?
Yes.
This will be the last time I will do Epilogue.
Thanks, Edward. Yeah. Next time we do a 24-hour stream, you got to do Epilogue again. He's like, never again.
I really enjoyed the attention to scene transition in that as well.
Oh yeah, sure.
That was really, really cool the way they did that, and I don't know if that's indicative of the series at large or just something they did for that episode.
That is such a, I don't want to say hodgepodge, but like when you're watching that, you're sort of watching Batman Beyond, but it's sort of edited a little bit more like a Justice League episode. It's hard to say. Like that is like 3 shows.
Okay.
None of them are Batman. But like it's kind of 3 shows.
Well, I enjoyed the animation as much as the story.
Okay, let me see what we've got left here.
I just thought of this. Another reason I don't like that episode is because it doesn't bookend Superman. Like, they have a mention of Kent, but that's it.
No, that's a really good point. Okay, we have 4 more viewer requests total. I didn't realize this, Kareem. One of them is the 3-part finale of Justice League. I'm not even sure if I want to do that.
I haven't watched that stuff in years.
Yeah. I think it watches okay on its own. They kind of released it as a movie, if you'll recall.
I remember they released the first, like, 4-part or 3-part episodes.
They did that too, yeah, but I think Starcrossed... Because remember, they had the DVD that was like Starcrossed the movie?
Yeah. I'm embarrassed to say I had a kid's novelization of that stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah. At one of my school fairs.
This one comes from T Productions. We'll go ahead and get it started. Kareem, if you need to leave in the middle of this, feel free to.
I should be good.
Okay.
Is this Justice League?
Yeah, this is Justice League. So this is episode 24 into, I guess, 25 and 26.
Of the last season.
Yes, season 2.
All right.
Something went wrong. No. We can't have that. We can't have this whole thing shut down 2.5 hours before I've been here for 24 hours.
That tracks, though.
Doesn't it? It'd be just my luck.
I mean, unfortunately. In some
Nah.
circumstances.
I have better luck than some people. Maybe not with technical stuff.
I have better luck than most people in traffic stuff.
Better and worse, I would say, all at the same time. You know, like,
Well, yes.
the fact that you've
The stuff
survived
I-
the things you've survived, that's impressive. The fact that
Yeah.
you get into them in the first place, that makes you
That's
look
bad,
more like
yeah.
a what's the word?
A you problem, me problem. Yeah.
No, like a jinx or something. You know?
Oh, yeah,
like
a curse.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take a
I
real.
dug up a mummy one time.
Let's take a real quick break. I can't talk. Do you guys need to get up for a minute? I just need to run to the
Yeah.
bathroom real quick and come
I
back.
could
Okay.
use them.
We'll take a quick break, guys, and make it 3 or 4 minutes, and then we'll be right back. And Kareem, if you wouldn't mind just muting your mic so that I can run music through here.
Sure.
And we're back, folks. We're going to watch a three-parter now, because we've got 2 hours and 10 minutes to kill. Once again, real quick before we start. So, we're watching... Oh, wait, hold on. The thing we're watching is not what's on the screen here. I have to fix that real quick.
We're not watching Epilogue again, are we?
He's like, am I in hell?
Oh, it's not that bad.
Yeah, but if you had a friend that just wouldn't let you stop watching a thing that you don't love that way, you're like, why can't we watch things I like? What a jerk. Why does he do this to me? Okay.
Just sit Cap down and put the Huntress episode from Arrow on.
Oh, hold on. This is... Oh, God. Over and over again? I'll do it once to complain about it, but not after that, you know. 24 to 26. Yeah, let's make Brandon watch Arrow.
It's been threatened before.
Wow, I must have really been angry with you. Why would I do that? Okay. We're going to... I really am just a horrible person. That's the big thing we've learned from the stream, by the way, is that I should have no friends.
You learn every stream.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, we're going to go ahead and watch Starcrossed, which we're just showing Brandon all the last of things. This is 24 to 26 of, not JLU, of JLL. And before we do that, let me just mention real quick that we are still doing a top super chatter goal, and right now the winner of that, you've still got, like I said, 2 hours and 10 minutes till the end of the stream proper now, because that's how far in we are somehow. Bob the Hunt is at $19, Chewbacca's Lover is at $9, Super Billy is at $5, and Jar Jar Ed is at $2. So if you want to try to win Top Super Chatter so that you can pick a Rewind Revisited for me toward the beginning of next year, feel free to do that, and I appreciate the support, and I've already got 3 other takers for that, so I'm going to do a whole month where every weekend, or every Monday, I guess, I'm going to be reviewing a movie that I've reviewed before in the new format in a more detailed, nitty-gritty kind of way, and then also, don't forget to email me for the Batman Animated Series Blu-ray drawing if you want a chance at winning that, and if you already have that, you can get Superman or Batman Beyond, because they're all comparable prices, and I'll happily send you either of those. $50 value, send me an email, and you have a good chance, because I haven't gotten a ton of takers on that, but a few more than I did before. We're probably at somewhere around like 15, 20, I think. I didn't get a real good head count, but anyway, it's not crazy, so send me an email. You have a good chance at it. Everybody ready? Get yourself to timestamp 0 and get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go. Everybody, please. Oh, Thanagar War. That's what this is. Thanks, Ren. Please press play right now. Hey, Kareem, you know what I don't care about? Hawkman.
Jeff Johns handles him very well.
Oh, okay. Hey, look, it's Batman.
You know, oddly enough, of course, Batman's my favorite, but I always loved the Flash in this series.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people do. I was always kind of indifferent to the Flash. All right, I was gonna say their take, and then I realized I've always been indifferent to the Flash. I think, just in general, like he's fun, he's okay, he's good on a team. I've never been a big Flash guy.
Again, the Jeff Johns run is really good.
Yeah, and I've read several issues of that. And you're right, it is. It still didn't make me any more of a Flash fan.
It's weird that Michael Rosenbaum voiced him.
It's also weird how much Michael Rosenbaum is in these shows. He voiced lots of random characters. It's like, he must have come cheap. I'm sorry to say that. But, like, it seems like they bring him in when it's like, we got this person. There's, like, 2 lines. It's going to be Michael Rosenbaum. It's like the way the Tick used Rob Paulson, man. It's like, well, we got him there anyway.
Yeah, he was the Christopher Walken Joker gang scarecrow guy.
Yep. We watched an episode with that earlier. And
that was
then,
fast.
and we also watched The Great Brain Robbery, where
Okay.
Flash and Lex switch minds because of the novelty of he's playing Lex on Smallville, and then they don't give Flash with Lex in his body very many lines, so like it's a fun idea, but it's a little bit lame how they handled it. And then there's another, I can't remember who, there's another character that Rosenbaum is also voicing that is constantly talking to Lex.
Oh man.
So you have to listen to his voice back and forth the whole time. Why did they do that? And he's not modulating, really. Like, he sounds about the same. It's weird. See, AMC Comics is doing this right now, and that's what I'm doing. It's like, oh, man, not one of those.
There's always some sort of Gordanian class cruiser around her.
Oh, man, it's one of those Gordita cruisers. Oh, no, they're going to shoot Mexican food at us.
Man, the summit's been disrupted.
Shake the camera.
Ooh.
Dun, dun,
That was
dun.
On a
lovely.
gimbal.
Oh, I don't know if you know this.
This
but,
show is
Superman.
responsible for me always thinking that Wonder Woman should fly.
Yeah. Same here. Well, I had two reasons for it, Kareem, because I played Justice League Task Force on the Super Nintendo, and she flew in that.
What? Something just took it out when they couldn't?
Somebody really wants
That was the
Mexican food.
Enterprise D saucer section.
Oh,
want that.
God.
Oh, wow.
They always go for the landmarks. AMC, okay, and on to Starcrossed. Let's just show Brandon all the reveals. Yeah, I wasn't paying that attention to what I had left that people wanted before Brandon came over. But here's the problem. I could have done some of this stuff earlier, but then I'm showing reveals to people all day long that like aren't ready for them. It wouldn't have mattered who it was. Like,
Just know that if I ever get to watch these in order, I won't have remembered it. At
yeah,
that point.
that's what I always have. Oh man, is this the first time we see Hawkman at all? Where it's Hawk Girl like this whole show, and then oh, by the way, there's a Hawkman that most people know.
So this is, I mentioned with the Batman the animated series that it's sort of the base for how I see these characters. The tone of these shows is how I see the whole DC universe. And they've never managed to capture that in other media, where it's just this bombastic Olympian kind of mythic thing.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And-
Where they're the icons.
Yeah, and a lot of DC media tries to marvelize it and make it like, you know, relatable superheroes that have to fight aliens and they have to do these Marvel sort of stuff. And it's like, no, you got one guy who you can blink and he can be in China. Like, it's different.
But I think part of the problem too is that this series finally did that stuff, but it earned it first.
Yeah,
And I think there's a lot of running before you learn how to walk with
yeah.
some of,
That's a
some
good
of the
point.
other attempts at this stuff. They're from Thanagar.
I feel like the cosmic side of DC gets lost in the shuffle too. They have so many alien races.
So
Yeah,
she
that's
knew
true.
who this was, yet she was still going along with the Justice League and attacking them.
I don't think she knew who they were until they came out of the ship. But then the question is,
Why wouldn't she recognize her own people's ships?
well, maybe they changed it. Maybe like I'm not sure. No, I'm with you. It's weird.
Oh. Maybe that's what it is.
So what? She's
She knew all
like
along. She was playing along.
yeah, maybe just playing along. I don't know. I haven't seen this in a long time.
I've
Terminators.
always thought this team minus Hawkgirl, but add in Aquaman is the Justice League to me.
Yeah.
Oh, they're in one of those ships.
I like how all of the Hawk people look like the same character model.
But they do an Aquaman in this that's a little bit closer to the Namor thing, where like he's really not that interested in the surface world. So like if that's the take they're going with, you really wouldn't want him around all the time. He'd just be obnoxious.
And to be fair, I think that was like Peter David's run, where he's kind of this angry, long-haired dude with the hook hand.
Yeah. But at this point, that was Aquaman for people.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, that was definitive for people at that time with Aquaman, like Peter David's Hulk was, and I think that's been eclipsed now by Jeff Johns, whether you like it or hate that. But that's what's happened.
I liked a lot of that stuff. I didn't finish reading it.
I did too, but it was more important than I think anybody expected it to be. Some of that's just that it opened with a Dynamite first issue with New 52, and it didn't have a lot of competition because so much of that stuff was not very good.
Yeah.
What she's gonna say now.
We're not going to have to deal with any Vandal Savage in this episode, are we?
Not that guy.
Oh. We did watch the one really cool episode he's got, which is Hereafter. Especially when you watch that, it's like, I don't want to see him in anything else. But I really don't want to see the Arrow version. The Arrowverse version. That's like
I stopped watching that.
Fiara. Hate that guy.
Yeah, bad.
AMC, and I cap this technically isn't Hawkman. As soon as I said that, I was like, I bet that's not actually Hawkman. Oh, he says, that comes later. Why do you know about, with respect, why do you know this much about Thanagar? Who cares? This is Hero Talak, Shiera's fiance. JLU would later do actual Carter Hall in season 3. I don't know, the Thanagarians just always seemed really kind of generic to me. Like, I could never get excited about that race. But I guess in general, the cosmic side of DC never excited me as much as the cosmic side of Marvel.
They have some cool stuff with the lanterns and...
That's true, but I mean, I came to that stuff way late, man. I didn't care about the lanterns until the Spectrum. And really, it's just Reds, because I love Red Lanterns. And don't ask me why.
Again, Jeff Johns. His lantern run is really good.
And for a while now, too.
Last of the party.
Yep.
He's the fastest guy, but last of the party. Is that the joke?
He's like, I got her helmet off, dude. We're together now. I'm in.
How convenient for them.
That's very pointy. Yum. This is the typical kind of drama you got to do with a thing like this, right? Where it's like you fall in love with a guy, and then you're the like betrothed person comes along, or something.
You can tell she's not into it.
Cap, how did you feel about the Diane and Bruce romance in the show?
I was always open to it, but I didn't watch enough of this to see very much of what they did with it.
They kind of sold me on it a little bit. I don't like it in the comics, but
no, that's what's weird about it is I got sold on Superman and Diana in the comics during Rebirth, or was it 52? During 52.
Oh, I always resist that stuff.
What's that?
I always resist that stuff.
That's fair, but I don't know. I liked it there.
I think Frank Miller tried that too.
I liked the Superman Wonder Woman book. I read a lot of that.
I think that was Charles Soule.
AMC, this was going to be their take on Hawkman, but they got an extra season, and we're like, screw it. Oh, interesting.
I don't know much about Hawkman and Hawkgirl.
I just know it's really convoluted, and in the comics, there's a whole lot of reincarnation.
Yeah, weren't they reincarnated? Like, they were archaeologists, and then they found Egyptian
Yes.
stuff, something like that.
And then there's something like always ultimately brings them together, and then they like remember their shared history again. Is that the whole thing?
It's like Hancock.
Oh.
Yes,
that's
it's
fast.
exactly. Were they thinking about this in Hancock?
Didn't know the Death Star
Maybe.
was built on Earth.
Is it like a piddly Death Star? That's not really a Death Star.
It's no moon.
That is no moon. That's not a knife. Ren Davis, well, Thanagar is just one of their origins. I think the reincarnation is a different origin. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't do that in this. It's just that's all I know about Hawkman is the reincarnation nonsense.
He just sped up. It's funny. Because that's how you build things.
Is when you can just fly around.
That's right.
How would you know? You don't fly around.
Man of Steel building steel buildings.
Yeah. Man of Steel beams.
Too bad he's not the Man of Titanium.
It's kind of strange that they make the invasion story work because you've got a Kryptonian and an Amazonian, an Amazon, a Martian on this team.
Yeah. That's a good point. Well, I guess Earth wouldn't be as worried about invasion as you think they would, because, like, well, we have all these aliens that have just been saving people all this time. Like, they just go rescue cats out of trees. We're not that worried. I mean, you got, like, later on, you got, like, a whole paranoid government thing, but...
Yeah.
Is Waller even in the first few seasons of Justice League, or did they not start doing stuff with her until Unlimited? I don't even know that.
I don't remember. I'm more familiar with the Unlimited show.
Yeah.
I love Green Arrow in that show. Man.
Yeah, well, he's just, like, straight up comic book Green Arrow. That's the thing we talked about
Yeah.
earlier today.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, I was thinking of something to ask you.
Oh,
you ever
sure.
considered wearing that Batman costume? I know you've got the 60s Batman costume, but...
Well, not that one in particular, because we were complaining earlier about that. I don't like the, like, really tall ears, or, like, it's impossible to walk through things. And no,
True.
I mean, like, that's like a cartoon Batman costume, so, you know, you can't really
But
get
you're like
that.
a cartoon person, so...
Oh, sure, yeah. But no, as far as, like, a more, you know, not Adam West, like, serious Batman costume, yeah, not really.
Yeah.
Because, like, they're heavy and I'm short.
What's your favorite Batman costume, then?
Like, I go back and forth between several things. Like, nostalgically, it's 89, and it always
Sure.
will be. But then beyond that, as far as just, like, what I see as, like, the definitive design, not like a suit you'd put on in real life, it's the Neil Adams 70s Batman. There's kind of no way around it. But that's not even my favorite Batman artist. That's just my favorite, like, design of a suit, like the gray and the blue, with that kind of shape cape. But then my favorite Batman artist is Brayfogle. And you know what, Kareem? I'm also getting to a point where McFarlane is becoming like my second or third Batman artist on top of everything else, because I read Year 2 and oh my god, do I love what he does with him in that. Like when he does Batman in with a basically Spawn design, it's just boss, man.
I never read that.
You should. It's really cool. I actually want to review that soon. Because I just read that last week and I haven't gotten around to talking about it. But, like, there's so much with that I didn't know about. That was the basis for Phantasm.
Wow.
And I didn't know about it.
That's cool.
There's a villain. Sorry, I thought the stream shut down for some reason. That'd be bad. There's a villain in that named the Reaper that is the basis of Phantasm.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I never got around to reading that.
He's really moving.
Yeah, I've got a lot to say about that. And Batman ends up thinking that in order to stop the villain in that, he's going to have to fight fire with fire, and he picks up Joe Chill's gun and decides to start using it, like in his second year, and then in order to continue to do the wrong thing to make the right thing happen, he even decides he has to team up with Joe Chill himself while carrying his gun. It's so cool.
Who wrote that?
I knew you were gonna ask me that. I can't remember. But yeah, I couldn't believe I'd never heard about all of that with that book.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I don't mind the long ears Batman, because I like a serious house on a serious earth.
Oh sure, yeah.
But it just something about his model, like he looks too much like a gymnast almost. He looks really slim.
Mike W. Barr.
Oh, okay.
And he had a detective run right then. So that's
cool.
That's I think in Detective?
That's got to be what, late 90s or something like that?
No, that's 87.
Wow, it's that far back.
Yeah, because it's before year 3. He writes that while Batman is still with Jason Todd, and then one of the very next stories he writes is a Two-Face story where Jason Todd is blaming Two-Face for the death of his parents, and I'm like, oh, that's where they got that for Batman Forever.
Yeah, no, I gotta read that.
The Justice League is just getting their rears handed to them here.
Bob the Hun says, weird that they would be pulling from recent comics. They're classic guys. Not so, though, because, I mean, they're, when you think classics, classic to us now, but, like, that story, if you're talking about what I'm talking about, that story is only 2 or 3 years after Englehart stuff that they're going to constantly. Like, no, that's exactly the period they're going to. And there's a, like they want, especially when they get to Justice League, but even back then, like they talk about how they want to go to, like what contemporary comics are and try to bring those sensibilities, if not those exact stories, to the screen. That's why it gets so political in JLU, because that's what the comics are doing right then.
Mm-hmm.
If Lex Luthor is never president, they never do the Cadmus arc. Like,
I always prefer that sort of stuff. It just adds to the agency and the scope of it.
Yeah.
Young Justice is a lot like that, too.
No, I'm just not catching up on that stuff. There's a lot of things I just didn't know about, and I'm going back, and I haven't found time in the last couple of weeks, but I started going back trying to read some 80s detective. After I had a conversation with one of our viewers, I'm going to give him credit, TY, not to be confused with Ty that we just had on. I forget his name, but those are his initials, and that's what he goes by on YouTube. Anyway, he won a Super Chat goal one night where he had a half-hour phone conversation with me over the weekend, and he is so insanely knowledgeable about that period of Batman. Like, he just had a lot of stuff to tell me that I didn't know about, and that got me really in the mood to go read that stuff. And we were only supposed to talk for half an hour. I kept him on the phone for like an hour and 10 minutes. Like, he was great.
That's really cool. Yeah, the more and more you look back, the more you miss those, like, straight-up detective stories with Batman.
Yeah. Where there's no pretension, and I'm sorry, go ahead, Brandon.
It is funny to me that the Green Lantern has the ability to throw an energy fist. Like, that's just a function of his power.
Yeah.
That's just hilarious to
I don't
me.
understand projectiles out of a Green Lantern ring. You'd think it would have to stay connected to it, but it doesn't. I don't understand it.
Yeah, there's all this mythos with Green Lantern and his creativity and his willpower.
Chewbacca's Lover, when they made this show, DC gave them free comics. They don't get that anymore. But they got huge stacks of them. Throughout all these shows, they got free comics.
Really cool.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Kareem.
Force field.
I want free comics.
You're gonna have to wait for that special day.
What special day is
Free
that?
comic book day.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't want those free comics. I'm good.
Do you feel like they scaled Superman's power down?
In this continuity?
Yeah.
Compared to what it is in his show, or
just overall, when you think about Superman, I mean, he would probably handle a lot of this stuff.
I think, and I like this about these shows.
Yeah.
I think they're intelligently starting with Byrne and going from there, because he scaled it way back too. And again, that's the same period we're talking about.
Yeah. Post-crisis.
Yep.
Well, she just double-crossed him twice in 2 sentences.
I wasn't paying enough attention because I got excited about telling Kareem about Joe Chill teaming up with Batman.
Well, he asked her, whose side is she on? She goes,
Cool
don't
idea.
you know, John? And so he backs off like he's like, of course, I've been with her. She's on my side. And then she just sucker punches him. It's like, nope, I'm on this side.
It's going to turn out to be like a misunderstanding, or it's going to turn out that both of them have this like planned all along, or right? No? I guess we'll find out.
It was too
I know in
confusing,
Unlimited,
yes.
nobody likes her at first.
Oh. I
Because
didn't
of
think
this.
she even was in much of that show after this, but...
Yeah, she's got her mask off, and that's...
Well, she must turn against her people, and that's why the mask is off, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's watch the second part. Here we go. Everybody make sure to get timestamp 0. Brandon, don't get tired, man.
No, I'm good.
All right, everybody, please press play. Right now. I held it out so that everybody will have an impossible time syncing properly. No, I like missed it for a second. I was like, "Whoops!" Oh no,
This
no
intro
cold open
really-
this time. AMC, the producers admit they sort of did that to Superman in Justice League Season 1. However, this is Season 2. Oh, so is he more powerful here? Is that what you're suggesting? But, like, I'm okay with scaling Superman back.
Same.
I would be okay with a show where he couldn't fly anymore and he just jumped really high.
Okay. I disagree with that, but...
Well, just once, because, you know, we've never really done it. Like, might not be the definitive thing, but I
It'd be
just,
cool
I want to
for
see,
it
I
to
want to see it
start
done
out like
once. I'm sorry, what?
It'd be cool for him to start out like that.
When did this show air on television?
In the early to mid 2000s. So,
Okay.
so Justice League 2 JLU collectively goes from like 2000 to 01 to like 05, 06.
Okay, so this will de facto be the second episode of this show I've ever watched.
Okay. What does that have to do with when it came out?
Oh, I was just curious because I was wondering how I ever missed it. That's past the time I was watching, you know.
Well, it was me too.
Cartoons and
I mean,
stuff.
I didn't watch any of the stuff when it was on either. Like occasionally I would catch it, and like I should have. I just wasn't. I don't know. I wasn't watching a lot of TV in general when I was in college.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, that's bad.
And I was in the front row seat of this show. or Unlimited.
Oh man, that whale probe messed them up, Brandon.
I'm just
Ionizing
expecting
their
Will
atmosphere.
Smith to come out of nowhere.
I'm sorry, what was that? We were making Star Trek jokes. What?
I'm expecting Will Smith to come out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's why I said, oh, they always get the landmarks.
That's a Great Wall of China with an American guy standing on it.
Well, I mean, sometimes American people go there,
Yes, tourism.
right? I want to go there.
I would love to go there. Oh no, they're taking over the Daily Planet.
Oh, do you think there's like some symbolism there, like foreshadowing?
Ooh,
You know, they're on
being on
the
the planet?
planet. Yeah,
that's cool.
I guess kind of on the nose. I don't know, but it seems like
Why
that's
is
what they're
everyone
doing.
always messing with Earth?
Yeah, like they don't have anywhere better to go. Like, how about you go to a planet with like this much more advanced technology? I even see it more if you invade during Batman Beyond. Why now?
He almost has a bat symbol on his
Yeah.
thing. It's
Yeah, it does
not-
kinda look like a
but
bat
it's
symbol.
More like a bat symbol to me.
Oh, and the other thing that's really funny about all the Thanagarians on top of the Daily Planet is that they look like birds perching. You know what I mean? Like they're landing
They
on
need
buildings. And,
anti-pigeon spikes.
yeah, I want to see them like going across telephone poles.
Like they just can't.
they're
They
per-
can't
they're
land. They're
just- they're
trying to
perching.
land there, but they can't. Like, oh no, these anti-pigeon spike technology has gotten us.
To all the Hawkman and Hawkgirl fans, we apologize.
fuming? Is that? Oh, it's red light. He's got no power.
Spike's Lover says they're not here to take over the Earth. They have another motivation. Oh, okay. They want our recipe for lemon meringue pie.
Not the reason I'd take over Earth.
And I'm going to give it to them.
Give him the recipe without the lemon.
But I love lemon. And maybe they do too.
Oh, he pulls out just a regular
That guy
pistol.
is just trigger happy, man.
Why'd he pull out a regular pistol?
Maybe, yeah, it's not a regular. It's like a laser pistol.
Like there's a laser sight on it, but
Yeah, something happened in the late 90s, early 2000s, Cap, where they stopped using, like, bullet pistols in cartoons.
Yeah, they just weren't allowed to. It's because of school shootings and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a
that-
real kind of like television-wide mandate where if you had guns, they had to shoot lasers. They couldn't shoot
Yeah, 'cause I remember the Spider-Man show had that.
Or if you had them, like even Batman animated series, you couldn't really like. Back then, you could still shoot guns, but you had to be really careful about like anybody getting hit with anything. You know what I mean? And then eventually, I don't even think you'd have been able to go as far as they did. But like post Columbine, I'm pretty sure that's a lot of it.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
I'm remembering an episode of The Gargoyles where he accidentally shoots the woman he has to
Oh, I
take her
know.
to the
They're pushing
hospital.
envelopes there too, and that is that show is very, very influenced and inspired by Batman animated series. You do not get that without that show.
That show holds up too.
Oh, it wonderfully holds up. Yeah, I went back to the pilot when I got Disney Plus. I need to go back through that show, but that has a 5-part pilot, dude. I had the movie version on VHS, and it holds up great as a movie. Like, you never watched the rest of that show. It's obviously, you know, kind of a setup thing, but it watches fine as a movie. Like, it's feature length.
Cool.
It's really good.
They have 7 cell blocks, so like you would imagine they're holding a lot of intergalactic criminals.
They just have one for every member of the Justice League.
Can't keep the Justice League in one block.
This is how we united the 7. Ren Davis, I remember the average, everyday, ordinary cops in Ben 10 Alien Force even had laser guns. Oh yeah, by that point, mid-2000s, no hope. They even did it to Beware of the Batman.
Oh, okay.
That had eyeballs in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny that you guys mentioned when you stopped watching the cartoons regularly, because the Ben 10 era is when I stopped.
He's like, I never stopped. I'm doing it right now.
Their concrete just bend.
Not that I'd be making fun of you if you're watching cartoons. I'm just saying, like, I think a lot of us fell off of that at some point. And maybe wish we'd kept watching stuff, but I really lost interest after the heyday of 90s Cartoon Network. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah. I said, one of these days I'm going to make Cap read the Grant Morrison JLA. He has a similar storyline where the Justice League are kidnapped by Martians or something.
Yeah.
And Batman escapes, and they're just wondering like how this man can escape and like just find him. He's just a guy, and he just picks them apart. It's so cool.
Would you believe I actually own now most of that run in singles?
Oh, cool! It's a really good run.
And I read the first couple arcs at one point in digital, but it's just been a while. I don't remember anything about it now.
Yeah, I remember that arc because Superman calls Batman the most dangerous man alive. It's so cool.
So that gun just tore a hole in the side of the ship right after he shot it. Shot that huge gun. he was gonna shoot that gun anyway. It didn't matter that it was off target. Like, it would just blown a hole in the ship regardless.
That's a good point. Why does it matter where you shoot it?
Right. It's just, they knocked him over and he shot another area of the thing.
Yeah, your target is the ship.
Right.
That's a good point.
It was ridiculously sized gun.
See, that ruined Justice League for Brandon. He can't watch the show anymore. He's like, who's that ugly Martian guy? I don't even understand.
Second episode and I'm out. No.
I just can't deal with Superman just running.
Because they don't have an easy way to pull it apart yet. They don't have. Well, Superman's right there. Just yank it off.
Will Superman get his strength back yet?
Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. They do that a lot in the show too. It isn't just that they've overall weakened him. That's kind of the problem, isn't it, Kareem? Is that they find excuses a lot to, do like red sunbeams, and they don't do it with kryptonite a lot. Usually it's red sun rays.
I remember as a kid, Superman used to get beat up in the show a lot, like with Bizarro and stuff.
Oh yeah, he's like Worf in TNG, man. We gotta take him out. He's too strong.
Yeah. There he goes.
Try yanking it off. Okay. Oh, it might hurt his hands. I'm stupid.
But they took the other guy's stuff off. It must have been a different key.
Why is Martian Manhunter in regular Martian form?
Oh, that
did he also lose some of his powers?
I don't know. He was cool like this.
He does, but I just don't know why they're doing that. Like, we're trying to bookend the pilot where he looked like that a lot of the pilot.
Oh, good point.
I really like that pilot. I thought it was boring the first time I saw it. I saw it again a few weeks ago. I showed it to a couple of my kids, and I thought it was kind of surprisingly cinematic and made for a pretty decent movie by itself. Because it's just kind of War of the Worlds. Oh, and this has to be on purpose too, right? They've bookended the show with alien invasions.
Good point. Is the pilot just Justice League War but better?
No, because it's some like unknown species that invades. That's kind of more force of nature-y, you know what I mean? Like it's not Darkseid and all that, because they did that in Superman, and they do it again later, but they don't open with that.
Oh, I've forgotten they didn't exchange secret identities.
Yeah.
So was Bruce
I always
Wayne
forget that
showing
this.
off when he already knew the other's secret identities?
Yes. Well, and also because he's going to withhold that kind of information.
Until
Because
he needs it.
Well, this is definitely a Batman that's also like hanging on to every potential weakness in case somebody goes bad or somebody gets possessed or something. So it's very much that Tower of Babel thing, Kareem.
That makes sense why I see that specific thing spoofed a lot, like how he just holds on to this information.
Yes, all the time.
Yeah, that's Mark Waid's run right after Morrison, I think.
This is explaining so many things for me that I've only known in popular culture later.
Sure. And some of it's stuff that this show just does, and some of it's just standard DC Comics stuff. Like,
I guess it's sort of interesting too because the Kryptonians are dead and the Martians are dead, so her people are not. So it makes sense.
Bypass, this guy's Zaphod Beeblebrox over here.
and it's like is it like a power vacuum thing?
They're working with the Borg.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
They're working with Species 8472 to fight the Borg.
You had no right to interfere.
Yeah, no right.
More Star Trek jokes, of course.
I saw it happen.
Genocide.
I'm very sad about this. But don't worry, we'll take some slaves, okay?
Wait, she was a secret agent, but she didn't know the actual mission.
Well, compartmentalization.
Well, true. don't let the left hand know what the right hand's doing type thing.
Yeah, I mean, these kinds of stories go to that place. That's all Winter Soldier's about.
True.
Whoosh.
I forgot.
And this thing was in front of it. They must have been here.
Bruce Timm's character models are so like brolic.
How
So
did he
what?
jump to that conclusion?
What'd you say, Kareem? There's a what?
They're so brolic. They're so muscular.
Yep. Especially in this show.
Boy, front on they look weird.
Yeah. Especially the kind of like pseudo goatee thing that guy has. Because it looks like he's just got spikes on his chin.
The most chiseled jaw in all the world just goes walk around nonchalant.
And he's a celebrity. Everyone knows Bruce Wayne.
Look, Diana,
Oh,
we're
that's
on a date.
justice.
I don't want to deal with Thanagarians tonight. I'm hankering for Chinese food.
Way to go, secret identities.
Bruce Wayne looks too young here. I don't like his hairstyle. I'm going to complain about everything. It's weird. He looks too much like Dick Grayson.
This
Except
guy
he's
has
got a fat chin.
no idea what's going on, and he still lets him in. Well, they know him.
Ah, okay, that's the start of their romance, I guess.
I assumed it would have already started because it looked like they were just like out on a date. Like they're in plain clothes and I don't know.
Cap, do you remember that issue with Diana and Bruce where they have to stay at like this dimension and he's still engaged to Catwoman and he's tempted?
Yeah, vaguely.
It was written very well.
I feel like that's such a man thing. It's like they kiss for the sake of, blending in and not having to deal with that. And she's doing it for one reason and he's getting different ideas out of it.
Yeah. So they do Wally with this show and not Barry.
Yep.
I guess because he's younger.
It's because that's what's big in the comics right then.
Oh, okay.
Because you're right after Wade's big run, so like you've got a whole generation of people at that point where Barry Allen's that old Flash we never read, and Wally's like Flash.
Yeah.
And I wasn't looking at that stuff then, so by the time I was looking at comics, he was Barry Allen again, and I was surrounded by people that liked Flash, constantly complaining about how much better Wally West was than Barry Allen, and I never understood any of that. Like,
It's kind of like the Mary Jane Gwen Stacy thing with Spider-Man.
yeah. Folks, we have an hour and a half left in the 24-hour stream, so just a couple more episodes to watch when we're finished with these. We've got a third one of this trilogy.
Next time, Cap is going to do the show 24 in 24 hours.
Eventually, I will do that again. I've done that before.
Really?
Yep. That was the first time I ever tried something like this back when I first started the channel, and we couldn't live stream yet. So if you go back, you'll find 2 videos where I talk about my experience doing that during the day, and then I chatted with people in Skype all day, just in text.
Wow.
Yep. It was early enough that I had a little bit of an audience, but we hadn't built up very much yet.
It's really cool.
So he says any change in the plan would delay him by 5 years. Why couldn't they just take the device to that which she suggested? Does it have to be, is it built into Earth?
I think it's because he wants revenge for something. See his face? That's a revenge face.
Well, revenge is a dish best served cold, and after 5 years, it's got to be chilly.
Oh, that's
I'll
good.
get
That's a
out.
good point. Yeah. Or is revenge a dish best served at the restaurant? Chilies.
I was gonna
I
say.
think it was a hawk claw that scratched him.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that food. That might be revengey.
What, Chili's food?
Yeah.
Oh, I love
God.
Chili's.
Oh, you don't like Chili's? I like Chili's.
It's okay.
I like their corn.
It's better than Applebee's.
Yes,
Agreed.
but so is starving.
Oh. Oh.
I can't eat at
You
Applebee's.
just knocked
I
the
get sick.
seeds out of the apple and
I get sick drinking the water at Apple. It doesn't matter what I have there. I get sick. I can't
Oh,
go
wow.
there. Yeah.
Oh, Alfred.
I don't know if it's an MSG thing. I don't know what it is. This is the second time in a Justice League episode I've seen Alfred today. He keeps cameoing in this Justice League show.
I don't know why no live action
Jeez.
version of Alfred gave him the mustache.
Ren Davis says we need to do Star Trek Enterprise Discovery and Picard 24-hour marathon. If you want to see me shoot myself in the head on camera,
Why did they
Sure.
put Picard in that lineup?
Don't torture Cap.
I do
I
enough
mean,
of that to myself
I wouldn't
already.
mind doing a 24-hour Star Trek, thing, but
Why the Batcave?
Nobody
So-
will find us here. I kind of like seeing everybody out of costume like this. This is kind of cool.
oh, nice suits in the background.
Yeah, that's the new Batman Adventures model for the Batcave.
So I always wondered, this has got to be before Return of the Joker, Cap, right?
I'm thinking... I'd have to look it up. Yeah, it
Yeah,
must be,
that-
right?
Batman. Can't imagine Batman being okay with continuing on after Tim. I know he did continue on, but
She brings him a Hawk People like transceiver, and he's just gonna be able to plug it into his computers.
So... I think the answer is the movie has been made, of course, but those events could have happened after this.
Batman seems a lot less broken than I would think he would be after that.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying, is that, like, why does that have to happen before this stuff? Like, just because
Yeah.
Tim Drake's not in there? Like, Tim Drake could still be around. You don't really know, like, where the events fall, right?
That's true.
I feel like
I'm just assuming that hasn't happened yet. Because everybody's slightly older at that point.
It's also weird that he would go back to his new adventure suit in that movie.
That's a really good point. They're like, well, it's a Batman movie. It's not a Justice League movie.
So wait,
That's his Justice League suit.
so what was that map pointing to?
I'm not sure.
Because
That's
like,
Lisa.
was it pointing to the location of their base or their ship or the thing in the Gobi Desert?
AMC Comics says no, this came out 4 years earlier than that. But but you're just talking about events. Like, I don't think you can know for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody. AMC, no, that's been said to be at the way end of present day. That's what I thought. And again, you can kind of tell that everybody's like a little bit older. And Joker even makes a big deal out of, like, we're pushing middle age. Like, I mean, I assume everybody's like Batman and Joker are in their like mid 40s during that. Like,
Yeah.
I say that, but I mean, like, I guess Tim Drake hasn't aged that much, so that doesn't really work either, right? Like, that means he'd have to be perpetually 12 forever.
He seems a little bit older than that, but not that much.
Okay, he's aged a whole year, that guy. All right, we're going to watch the last part of Starcrossed, and then we'll get we'll take a break. We'll see who wants to stick around. I'll do one more hour, of course, and we'll watch something else. A couple more episodes. Possibly some more classic Batman, because we haven't done a bunch of that today, and we've hit most of the requests.
This is probably going to be my last, because I got to eat dinner.
Oh, that's totally cool.
Okay.
No problem. Kareem's got to eat, whatever.
I ended up not eating between work and here.
Oh, fine, leave. I don't care. I'll do it myself.
I had some chips.
What's the line from Thor? I crave sustenance or something, or whatever he says.
Oh yeah, I don't remember.
Another.
Okay, here we go, everybody. Please press play. I hope everybody's set up right now.
Oh, Bugs Bunny.
Ah, Bugs Bunny.
Now he's doing it.
What?
We had Ty on earlier, and every time we watched one of these, he had to go, "Hey, it's Bugs Bunny." He did like 10 times in a row.
I almost did that like the first episode.
Yeah. Oh, every single time. He's like, "Hey, it's me. That's Bugs Bunny." And then everybody was telling me that I had to finally get a Warner Brothers ball cap to watch a Warner Brothers movie.
Yeah. Do you remember the
Like,
Warner
you've been
Brothers
saying that
store?
forever. Why didn't you ever buy it? Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. That was my favorite place.
It was a
and
great
it made me very
store.
sad. I don't want to talk about that. I'm still depressed.
Dude, I remember
the
that.
Disney store isn't even in the mall anymore.
Well, no, they're getting rid of those everywhere now too.
Well, once Toys R Us is dead, everybody else is dying.
You know what's been weird is I've been seeing the return of the action figure commercial in
Oh, yeah.
ads and stuff.
Yeah.
And it was really bizarre. I was like, I forgot this existed. Like, but it reminded me of the 90s and like Jurassic Park action figures. And
That's just because 90s nostalgia is in full swing right now.
oh yeah, absolutely. But just it was odd. They keep popping up. I want a ship like that.
Those ships are a little episode 1, right?
Oh, Phantom Menace, yeah.
What are they bypassing?
Oh, I think this is the first time we see her without her mask.
Yeah. And look, it's another redhead Luke that looks just like all the other ones.
It's Bruce Timm's favorite.
I'm so surprised. Austin was getting like noticeably irritated about that as he was noticing it.
Bruce Wayne's girlfriend in that show has a redhead. She's a redhead.
In what show?
Doesn't he have a girlfriend in the New Adventures?
Does he? This is like a regular girlfriend?
Veronica or something?
I don't even remember. Really?
Or like a
We
rich
didn't-
friend.
We didn't watch any of those today.
There's a weird animation error made his eye twitch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna strike you, then tell you to assemble your strike force. That's good. Oh man.
I think Hawkman is in the new Black Adam movie.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh, that was a. I thought they'd activated it.
Yeah, no, they didn't do that.
That was just an animation. This has some interesting CGI in it.
It's like an electrified orange, is what it looks like.
But then it like goes in like an apple. Oh man,
Oh, that's a bad day.
it's Harvey Birdman.
There's a Klingon bird of prey outside.
I've just been envisioning these as all as Harvey Birdman.
Yeah, of course. That's where you go to.
Attorney said, well,
Remember, Wild Veronica shows up a few times. She is an on-again, off-again love interest for Bruce Wayne.
Ah, okay.
uh-oh, the battle
They
droids
should
are
have just
coming in.
called her Vicky Vale.
How do they know where the Batcave is?
Oh, just intuitively, they knew there must be a Batcave somewhere.
There was a tracking device.
Oh, was there?
They're all Batman fans.
Yeah.
Jon Stewart is built, man.
Yeah.
She went to the Batcave to meet up with them, and she'd been tracked. When she went back, they had all the information they needed.
Oh, okay.
The holocam recorded everything.
You know what would be kind of cool, though? They wouldn't do this because character models and stuff. It'd be kind of cool if they got caught off guard. They had to do this whole fight in the street clothes they were wearing earlier.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Oh, nice.
And, you know, there's animated movies and stuff that do that kind of thing now, but...
Boosh.
Boosh! Hey, Kareem, do you keep up... oh, God. Do you keep up with the animated stuff, like the animated movies at all?
No. No, I don't. I always say that I really prefer the brand of DC that's kind of like this, the classical stuff. I've tried to get into multiple movies, and they have this kind of cynicism to them that I can't get into.
Yeah, well, I think some of them do and some of them don't, but...
The last one I really loved was just weirdly the Dark Knight Returns.
You really should watch Man of Tomorrow, because I think you'd love it.
Oh, cool. Is that's Superman?
Yep, and that was their kind of relaunch movie when they got away from the New 52 inspired continuity.
Okay.
And it's wonderful. Austin and I are both big fans of that. Like, I can give you multiple recommendations for that. I liked it so much I bought the Steelbook.
Wow. Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah, I tried Long Halloween. I tried all of them. They just didn't hit.
Yeah, I thought Long Halloween was alright.
That's my favorite Batman story, and it just wasn't doing it.
He's Avis. They try harder.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Does he worship Avis?
He's right in with the neurons. Scientists trying to figure out how brains work, and he's over here just getting it done.
More giant statues.
It's the lost statue.
I remember a Justice League story where the Martian tries to understand the Joker, and he changes the shape of his brain to think like the Joker, and he goes insane.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Oh man, Hitchcock's The Birds.
Somehow this
Good
is
movie.
scarier than that movie. I don't know.
But
This
he
is
hates
no time
fire.
for the Olympics? Oh, I'm sorry.
Goblet of Fire.
He
Harry
hates
Potter.
fire.
He's doing what he must.
Boy, he tortured him from the inside.
Wow, that was crazy. He had like all these scratches all over himself, and then he just went, what? And then he didn't have them anymore.
Wow. What a snide remark from Alfred.
AMC also capped, get this, Static Shock Batman appears in his TMBA suit for the first two appearances. Yep. Then his Justice League suit in the third, and then back to the TMBA in the fourth. You blew my mind with the fact that he's in that show 4 times. Hi, Austin. He's back with his skull and moldy cheese. Super Billy $2 super chat. I hope WBDC gives Matthew Vaughn a call.
Yes, seriously.
Yeah, I'd like to see him do something for them. Definitely.
Or the guy that did Mad Max.
Oh, that's a good call, yeah. What would you give him?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Oh man, it's the Garians getting.
Honestly, I'd go animated.
Well, sure. But that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I know.
Ooh, cool. I want one of those. Door that's.
Let's just keep trying to make movies about obscure DC characters with really passionate directors that can make that stuff work, but then, like, never get Batman and Superman right. You know? So, like...
Hey, I'm just ready for the Batman sequel.
Yeah, But you're going to have to put up with 15 spin-offs that haven't even been in Batman things before you finally get that. And maybe they'll all be good, but it's kind of crazy that there might be a Clayface movie before the Batman 2. I want the Azrael movie.
and hire Jared Leto again.
Oh. I want the Azrael Steel buddy cop film.
Recast Shaquille O'Neal.
No, you make it a legacy thing, and Shaquille O'Neal is like Steel's like father or something. He's passing on the suit.
That'd be so funny. Well, I thought they were going to do that with Wesley Snipes and Blade and make it about his daughter.
Well, and he really wanted to do another Blade movie, but they were not interested in that, I guess.
Yeah, he's pushing 60, isn't he?
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, if they want a franchise, like we gotta stop casting people in their 60s, 70s, 80s when we're starting things, you know. And call me ageist or whatever. It gets really impractical, man. People get old and they die. It's life. It's what happens. Like, you know, make your one movie and don't worry about sequels. That's totally cool. You want to do one more, you know, Last Hurrah with Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones. It's not what I want, but as long as you're not trying to franchise it when he's friggin' 80 years old, sure. Picard season more than one, preposterous. Stop it.
I agree.
You know, let's cast Harrison Ford as General Thunderbolt Ross, who's 80 years old, to replace an actor who died a decade younger than him. And you want him for multiple movies. Oh, that makes sense. Sure, yeah, do that. So everybody can be like, oh, look, it's General Harrison Ford. We didn't even know he was in another thing. And then, oh, he's passed away now. That's really sad. Are we gonna recast him now? No, I mean, you can't get anybody more recognizable than Harrison Ford. I guess we're just not gonna have Red Hulk anymore.
I actually preferred General Ross and Betty from the Eric Bana Hulk stuff.
Well, a lot of people do, actually.
Yeah.
Edgar Wright written and directed Plastic Man movie. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be dope. That never happened, but that'd be dope.
I'm also still not sure that even now there's much of a chance of making me buy Plastic Man visually in live action.
I mean, we missed the like Willem Dafoe with the Joker. We missed our train with Jim Carrey as Plastic Man.
Well, no, absolutely. But I mean, were we ever gonna make that look very good CG wise? Like, I'm just saying, I don't know if I don't know if we're there yet. Like, I have a hard time getting excited about that. We've never made Mr. Fantastic look good. Like,
it looked terrible in Doctor Strange 2.
Yeah, it's not good. It's like, well, if that's what it's gonna look like, I'd rather not have it in live action. Like.
Wow.
See, he's got like light projectiles. I don't know how that works.
Maybe it's just like another laser gun, but
Man, he's
better
cutting
laser
his
gun seems
energy.
how that. You know, why don't they just share their technologies with each other, and then they can all be like equally extra awesome.
I don't remember a lot of action figures from this time, too.
I do. I had a few from the show. I had a couple from the show, and then I had maybe more from Unlimited, which is weird because like I was an adult at that point, but I think I found some cheap ones that I just liked. Like I got a Huntress from the show because I like that costume a lot.
Oh, cool.
And I got a Batman from the show. I got like I don't know why I got this. Or maybe someone gave it to me. I don't know. I had like the black and silver suit with like the silver bat symbol, that whole thing. I don't know what that's from. Oh, did he crack his ring?
Yeah, the ring is broken. Thought it chopped his hand off, but it just chopped the edge of the ring.
And
Also,
they got
Green
blood.
Lantern hit Hero with his axe. It hit him like a hammer. Didn't even scratch him.
Wow.
Oh, you
I
never
forgot
had a
how far
woman.
they
This is just a super serious three-putter. Like, I'm not even sure what to add to any of this, just to say it's kind of a somber experience. Like,
I like
And,
this
like,
more than some of the live action
it's
movies.
yeah, sure. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's some really great stuff, but
So I guess the idea would be this is the destruction of the original team, and then they rebuild into something
yes,
more sprawling.
Good music too.
I've never been the biggest fan of the score in the show. Honestly, it's really hard not to compare it to what we have with Shirley Walker with Batman, and I don't expect the same kind of score, of course, but it always just seemed kind of generic to me. And there's too much music. There are places where I feel like they should lay it out entirely, especially because it's just synth stuff in the first place.
Well, in this era, it's very evident that they are crazy popular and in high demand.
Yeah, so they're pumping these things out.
Yeah.
I like "Kiss My Axe"
Oh,
earlier,
your
by the way.
friend's gone.
We didn't mention that.
That
That's
was
pretty
good. I'd been looking for axe puns earlier, and then they provided it.
Oh, I was looking for an axe pun. What are the odds of that?
Well, I'm going to say the word, so I'm using it to describe what I was
Oh,
looking for.
I thought you
and
meant specifically puns about axes.
No, they used the pun I couldn't come up with.
Oh, I see.
For the thing that I was
But
trying
I wouldn't
to
put
come
that
up
past
for.
you, where you're like, oh, the other day I was thinking about axes, and I was like, oh, there's a good pun there. I don't know.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, man. Should have been looking for the small
Man.
thermal exhaust port.
Look at his face. Gosh.
Why does Reactor control this giant button in the middle of a room?
And there's always something... Well, that way you can find it. There's always something kind of provocative and maybe sometimes a little bit like sad about like cutting a superhero's like costume in the middle where the symbol is, because it just always reads to me like maybe I'm too damaged to keep doing this. Maybe I'm not that hero anymore. Maybe it's the symbol has been slashed. Like I always read that. I always read that into that.
Oh, it's got to be like some sort of thermonuclear explosion right there.
That's
Radiation's going to
freezing
last
them.
for decades. Well, certainly their tower was powered by, plutonium or something.
Well, that's why they're gonna take it into space. No,
You
I'm
always
Batman.
have to come in and save me, don't you? Yes, I do, Batman.
Your
Best
response
friends
is,
forever.
I'm Batman.
It should be.
Wow,
The bat stands for a bat.
He's got a broken face.
Yeah, that's nuts. I haven't seen that in these shows really.
One sword to take them all
Like they
out.
animated a swollen lip on a
Yeah.
hero in a superhero cartoon, man. That's not even, Kareem, the easiest thing to communicate in a cartoon show.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff like that. Even bruises. Wow.
Yeah.
Snapper car.
No, good old snapper car. She's like, I'm really sick of having to try to put clothes on over wings.
So how does the world react to Hawk Girl sticking around
I don't
after
remember.
they left?
She just borrows some from Warren from the X-Men.
the second pot of tea that gets shared that I've watched tonight.
She's just gonna come live in Wayne Manor now. This is where she lives now.
I'd like to live in Wayne Manor.
John Kelling, I had a finale once. I got renewed. That's really good, and it's really funny that kind of happened to this show twice, right? Like they were done, and then now we're doing a limited, then unlimited 2 seasons. We're done. Now we're doing a 3rd season. It's crazy. This stuff was too popular, and it probably could have gone on longer if they'd wanted it to. Don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean, like they kept making shows, they just got away from this continuity, and then eventually they started going to movies instead,
And I know the generations changed, right? The new kids came up, and not to sound elitist or anything, but they cartooned it up a little bit. It wasn't as violent.
No, that's
after
exactly
this.
right. But then later, you get the in the late 2000s, Bruce Timm comes back and does the CG Green Lantern show, and it's wonderful. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's so good.
Yeah, it's really good.
I don't even care about Green Lantern. I love that show. It was back to this, but like kind of pushing things a little bit even, and it was really serialized. And I had
Very well written.
people are gonna give me crap when I say this. I had the experience kind of. I wish it had gone on longer, but I had the experience kind of with that show that people have described to me with Clone Wars.
Cool.
Because I can't get into. I've tried. I cannot get into that. Green Lantern gave me what people keep telling me I'm supposed to get with Clone Wars, and I don't care about Green Lantern. Like, it's not that I don't like Star Wars. You know what I mean? Like, it's just something clicked with me with that, where I didn't feel like it was past my time so much. His
I think the thing with Clone Wars is it has too much fat on it.
I think so. Yeah, they were able to kind of start from scratch with Green Lantern.
Yeah.
I think I found a potential hole in this episode.
Real quick, and they went to all the stuff I like. Like, there's a lot of Red Lanterns in that, so it hooked me real quick. I'm sorry, what's that?
No, I was gonna say. So she mentions that she's been here on Earth for 5 years carrying out a mission, and Hero had mentioned that it would take them 5 years to rebuild elsewhere after all the work they've done here. Why didn't they just start there instead of deciding to kill this planet for their mission? If they spent 5 years in pursuit of this mission, why didn't they just spend that 5 years on the other planet that could have avoided this?
Because we always go after Earth.
Well,
like
that's
Kareem was
true.
saying earlier.
Yes.
Everybody, it's a magnet, man.
Earth is the nexus of everything throughout the universe.
Oh, this is really sad because I just watched the episode earlier where they like kiss for the first time and he takes her helmet off, and then
Those darn Earthlings.
Really interesting 3-parter.
That's depressing. Okay, well, hey Kareem, thanks a lot for sticking with us for so long, man.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Well, thanks for inviting me. Nice to meet you.
Of course, always, man. I hope you had a good time. Next time, I promise you won't have to watch Epilogue.
I mean, next time we technically have to do Epilogue, right? We're gonna forget about it.
I probably won't even be doing TV stuff next time. It'll probably be something, or it won't be like superheroes. It'll be something else.
Star Trek. 24-hour Star Trek.
I don't think enough people are gonna care about that.
You
I could do
fellas
that
enjoy.
in my sleep. I'm sorry. What was that, Kareem?
I said hopefully not next time, but you fellas enjoy.
Thanks, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Good night, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Kareem. All right, so folks, we have an hour left. Brandon and I are going to take a quick break, and then we're going to watch 2 more episodes. And I'm trying to decide where exactly I'm going to take this, because I'm thinking about maybe just showing Brandon a couple things that I like a lot. We've got a couple more things people asked for. We don't have time for all 3 of these, but then a lot of what's the 3 that are left are kind of just things that wouldn't make a lot of sense to watch with Brandon. I'm going to think about this a little bit, and I'm sorry if we ended up not getting to one of yours. I tried to get to everybody as much as possible. Well, Tank Gunner though has been here so much of this. I feel like we should probably go ahead and do his. Yeah, we better go ahead and do at least one of these. Okay, guys, give me a little bit of time. I'm going to figure out how I'm going to handle this and wake up long enough to do 1 more hour. Okay, so give us
I
just...
could smack you, but
I appreciate it. Thanks very much. Give us 3 to 4 minutes, and we'll be right back, everybody. All right, we're back. Oh, if you guys kept watching that for 35 minutes, you weren't really watching anything because we already finished watching that. Okay, I think Brandon and I are going to go ahead and finish up with some Batman. There's a couple of people who had requests that didn't get them in, and I think actually there were some last-minute people that we weren't able to get to either, because we just had a lot of requests today, and each of my co-hosts had a thing they wanted to watch. Everybody that got Super Chat, pardon me, top Super Chat the last month, each Thursday, did indeed get theirs watched, and I wanted to make at least certain that that happened, but we got nearly everybody else, so my apologies if you're one of the couple of people that we didn't get to. I know I was going back and forth real hard about going back to JLU, but what's left is kind of heavy stuff that in this last hour, A, I don't want Brandon to have to deal with because he doesn't know those shows real well, and B, I'm not going to give real interesting commentary on as I'm fading fast. I'm doing okay, but I got 2 more in me, hopefully, and we should watch some kind of more fun classic stuff, I think.
I will keep you awake.
Oh, thanks, man. By punching me in the face, right? Because that was your whole...
Swift jabs in the side with my finger, just...
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go to some of the obvious stuff that I know people might wish that we had tackled today, and if you've stayed with us this long, you deserve to get to watch some of the stuff, and hopefully this is some of the stuff that you really want to see. We're going to go ahead and watch the most obvious thing, one of my favorite episodes, because I don't know if Brandon has seen it, I kind of want to see his reaction to it. So we're going to go ahead and do Perchance to Dream. This is episode 26 of Season 1 Batman. Because I want to show it to Brandon, because I don't know that he's seen this. And if it turns out that he has, that's cool, because it's wonderful.
It does not look familiar from the screenshot.
It's not a good screenshot for this episode. You wouldn't get it from that, I don't think, if you're not super familiar with it. Anyway. There's still a little time left, 45 minutes, if we go right up to 10, if you want to put in a super chat or two and try to be the top super chatter for the last 6-hour block and pick an episode for me to do a re-review on for Superhero Rewind. Don't forget to get me an email for the Blu-ray drawing for Batman. Okay, guys, here we go. It is indeed Perchance to Dream. January says Perchance to Dream is another great episode to end the night. We should have time for one more after this, and I'm going to let you guys that are watching live right now throw out some suggestions for Batman TAS. We are going to end on TAS. It could be New Adventures if there's something you really want to do from that, but I'd rather do the early stuff. Robert Wells says, guys, please don't spoil Perchance to Dream for Brandon in the chat. Doesn't sound like people are minding that we're going to this. I have done at least one commentary on this on the channel before. I kind of just want to get Brandon's in-scene reaction. And, I'll talk a little bit as we go. But for the most part, I kind of just want to watch this with Brandon. Hope you guys are cool with that. And
I'm cool with it.
Are you cool with it, Brandon?
I better be.
Well, that's all that really matters since, you're here. And
I'm a part of this conversation.
All right, folks. AMC Comics is zipping his lip there. Thanks, buddy. Okay, everybody, hope you got it to timestamp 0. Once again, it is Season 1, Episode 26. Oh, you know what? I need to make sure and get this logged, too, because I wanted to write down everything that we're watching.
I don't know. Even though I know this is called Batman the Animated Series, every time I see TAS, I still think Star Trek the Animated Series for some reason.
Just because we said that for so many years, yeah. All right, folks, here we go. Please press play right now.
Such a classic intro on this show.
Yep. All we've done is talk about this intro all day long. Because that's what happens when you watch a lot of Batman. There's no way around it. And about how they should have done something like this when they revamped and did a different intro later when they rebranded it. New Adventures of, or Adventures of Batman and Robin, I guess. Multiple people asking for Old Wounds. I don't even immediately remember that one. Oh, that's because it's New Batman Adventures. I knew it. Okay, well, people really want that one.
After that intro.
Robert Wild, have you actually watched any of these episodes on Blu-ray yet? I've looked at some of the special features and seen the transfers on those, because I'm assuming the clips is the same transfers. But I think yeah, Superman I watched a couple episodes. But I haven't done it with Batman yet.
That guy in the passenger seat's not having it.
Well, that's pretty narrow right there.
Yes, it is.
Kabams. Oh!
Uh-oh. Batmobile doesn't have windshield. Oh, there we go. Just checking.
They thought of everything.
Seems like an oversight in a vehicle that has everything except for the windshield wipers.
Yeah, if we do Old Wounds, we're going to end on one I don't really know real well. I'm sure it'll come back to me, though. I thought folks were going to ask for Over the Edge from that. Here, I did have a couple of requests from that from other people that I did other things from, but... Robert Wild, the Blu-rays for this show are just gorgeous. I keep hearing that. And I like the presentation of the set.
Can I own a warehouse where I have windows like that?
I mean, I don't know how much money you have, so, you know, probably not.
Not a lot right now. I'd ask myself the same question. Oh, he was dreaming.
I really like the way that was visualized with the white lights in his eyes. Like, you could have first-person POV'd it and been like, there's crazy stuff in front of your eyes. But it being a cartoon, like, it doesn't look too silly when you do that. Even though it's like, we're imagining we're with him, even though we're seeing it from outside of him. I don't know, it's an interesting choice. Noah just wrote, what the?
Alfred incorrectly assumed. That's the same clock. He's still dreaming.
So this is one of those episodes that when I was a kid, I kind of latched onto and thought I was probably the only person that loved it, and then realized, oh, this is like, you know, Inner Light for TNG or something. Like, everybody came to this and loves this episode. Maybe not everybody, but, you know, most people. Old Wounds says, or sorry, discussing topic says Old Wounds is a Joker episode. You've done a lot of those tonight. Done, yeah, at least a couple. Brandon hasn't really got to see any Joker tonight. The Universe, Kevin Conroy does some fantastic voice work in this episode. Yeah, I mean, when I think of him portraying this character, a lot of the lines that come to me is stuff that he says in this. Especially one that I think is really funny that I'll say at the end, because it's so much fun to repeat when it comes out. I think a lot of people I mean, this is, maybe goes without saying, but even comics people, I think a lot of people like first heard about Lucius Fox from the show, and he's not in a lot of episodes. I kind of wish they did more with him, but
He's telling Bruce Wayne basically that he doesn't do much. He's just a rich kid.
yeah, wouldn't that be boring?
Reminds me of the desk in Batman '89.
This is one of those impossibly large rooms. And of course, we're looking at that movie when we make the show, because that's a lot of way the show gets made. That's Bruce's consummate surprise face. There it is. Oh my god.
Well, that's not right.
That's not what's supposed to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait a minute. I know the status quo. Why isn't she wearing a cat suit? I don't understand.
Oh man, they walk out just in time to see the heist.
Robert Wild, Selena, why are you blonde? Oh, right, that's how you look in the show. Yeah, and they don't swap out hair colors like that with a lot of characters, especially by Justice League, but yeah, they did that in this. I still like her look in this show. I don't care what anybody says.
It was an interesting shot.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that was necessary.
Reminds me of that
That's
scene
funny.
from Superman where he peels back the roof of the car.
No, oh, why did she take her glove off? I don't know.
Suicide door.
So yeah, guys, I've talked about this ad nauseum. I'm not gonna do analysis stuff with this watch because I want Brandon to get it unfettered.
Uncut straight from the source.
Thanks for all the property damage, Batman.
No kidding. Collateral damage is a real problem.
Thanks for fighting out in the middle of everything so people can see you, so that Bruce Wayne can be like, hey, what? Why are you so conservatively dressed? January says this early Catwoman is great. See, I agree.
Even she's doing it.
So that's Leslie Tompkins, who is a doctor, Brandon, and who usually, and who's one of the only people that knows that Bruce Wayne is Batman usually.
Okay.
And she is voiced by Diana Muldaur.
Oh. Now that you say that.
Yep.
I feel like Batman's having stress dreams or something. Just like that. I'm cured.
See, I thought he was going to have to go see a psychiatrist, Brandon, and learn how to do this. You remember plexing? You remember that whole thing?
No.
With Barkley? Where he goes to see Deanna Troy?
Yeah.
And she's like, I'll do this. And he's like, oh, I feel much better now. You remember him? I think it was when he had transporter psychosis.
I mean, he's always got something. Yeah, he's just like, oh, yes, much better now. I think I'm all cured. And he walks out.
Yep. See, the clock is how you're supposed to get into the Batcave, Brandon.
Yeah, and we saw that earlier in Justice League.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
It was the same clock in the same spot.
Yep. Oh, Brandon, he's learning.
I am. I'm putting
Figuring stuff out.
clocks together.
I mean, this stuff is really fun. I wish Brandon was here earlier for the Eternal Youth Spa.
Unfortunately, I had to work.
Can't believe
I'm
we
still
watched
wearing
that.
my uniform, as a matter of
Well,
fact.
when I say earlier, I mean that was one that Austin and I watched at like 2 in the morning, or something.
I was up. Well, that makes no sense. Oh, so he must still be dreaming because you can't read when you're dreaming.
And that's the thing that I learned when I was a kid from this episode. And then later I came to think that it was a myth. And then later I learned that it really was true. I went totally full circle on the whole thing. But I think it's
Real
because
360.
yeah, but it's weird because like I've had dreams where I think I'm dreaming, but or I think I'm reading, but I guess the thing you're looking at must not be actual. I don't know, like I don't really understand the whole thing. This is one of the line deliveries that always stuck with me real hard with this. Is just the way Conroy enunciates Batman.
No, he's Bruce, not Wilson.
Robert Wild, is this actually a thing or just a theory? I've read stuff on it where apparently it's true. I'm not sure. Robert, it's a madhouse. A madhouse! And here's when we get to the really great line. Hold on. Yeah. I need a flare gun! And some flares! Where's his flare gun?
Uh-oh. Gotham Psych. I was just leaving. They've already been informed.
Yeah.
They just happen to find
That
him.
seems likely. Were they like out looking for him? I don't know about that. We've memorized every rich person that's.
We've got Gordon in our ear right now.
Oh well, they're fit enough to jump over a trash can. Like, good job. They're not fit enough to do this. Ah, crap.
Blast it.
I'm too old for this.
Still scared that.
Robert
pretty
Wild, turtleneck Bruce is the best. Oh yes, I absolutely agree. And I don't understand why turtlenecks ever went out of fashion. Because when I was a kid, I loved them.
I still have turtlenecks.
You can't even. I can't
got a
even find them
couple.
anymore, man. Like,
I have a faux turtleneck and a real turtleneck.
well, you have one made of turtle.
Oh yeah,
What?
absolutely.
Oh.
Tortoise shell and everything.
Wow, that's crazy. This is also one of Shirley Walker's best scores. And when we get to the end, isn't that great?
Nice.
When we get to the end, I'll tell you a little bit more about why this is such a great score. No, but not right now!
I love the details in shows like this from the time period they were in that you just don't get in a lot of stuff anymore.
Well, especially this because they were given so much time and resources. Because this was a Spielberg production, they were giving him anything he
was
wanted
it?
right then. Yeah, that's why
I guess
the
it
show
is
looks
Warner
like
Brothers,
this.
So yeah.
So it starts with Tiny Toons, then it goes to this, and yeah,
Huh.
has a lot to do with it.
Of course, I love Tiny Toons. Oh, look, it's a gargoyle. So is Gargoyle Spielberg too?
No, that's Disney.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. Oh, look, there's your belfry.
Yep. But he
Are
doesn't
there
have a
bats
bat
in
as
it.
Belfry because he's not Batman.
Oh. I want a belfry.
But somehow he knows Batman will come here. I'll just yell into the dark. Yeah, I love that Fleischer insert shot of the face.
So this is like a dual personalities duking it out. Or coming face to face with each other anyway.
Yeah, I guess Spielberg himself didn't technically produce this show, but it happens because of that whole line. We get tired of Batman stuff in the rain or snow. Now I'm talking to myself. It's still indeterminate, we're not really sure. Yeah, Robert.
But we will.
One of my favorite Batman covers is this just really minimal No Man's Land cover with Batman in the snow. Oh, you like smack him right in the side.
I like the duality here. Interesting.
And that's also the voice of the Breadmaster, Brandon.
The what?
The Breadmaster.
The bread
from the
master.
Tick.
Oh.
You don't know about the Breadmaster? Oh, I gotta show you that.
Oh man, it's Inception.
Yeah, AMC, I agree with that. But when this episode comes out, they haven't made that movie yet. So if you're going where I think you're going with that.
Well, that's deep.
Well, it's just Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you. His ideal wife would be Andrea Beaumont, but the show doesn't know about that yet. They haven't made that movie.
We're all stuck here.
No, I'm not sure there's even enough material for a 24-hour Tick stream. I don't think it would take that long to watch everything. Maybe. I mean, you've got, what, 34, 36 episodes of the original cartoon show, and then 9 live action from '01, and then whatever the episode count is for the 2 Amazon shows. But we wouldn't get enough people to pop in for that. Discussion topics keeps leaving this. This cathedral scene or the one from Batman '89. I mean, I don't know about comparing those because they're doing really different things, but just atmospherically and stuff, certainly this one, I guess.
Fascinating.
I mean, this is a more interesting fight because of what it's about.
Almost reminds me of that Riker episode where he's married to Minuet and
Right. Yeah, it's a lot like that. That is Future Imperfect.
Oh yes. Boy, he's got the overbite of the century.
Yes, and very yellow teeth, but not
And
as
no
yellow as
chin.
Joker's usually.
His chin blends into his
Right.
neck.
Hi, Tom. Geez, Tom has been here the entire time.
That's an interesting way to get rid of your enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that thing from the Muppet movie. Switches Mel Brooks' brain.
Yep. No, that's great.
Well, that was...
Serendectomy! Or whatever that was. Yeah, it's great.
I enjoyed that.
Isn't that great?
Very much, yes.
Okay, so one of the reasons that I've always really been impressed with, I mean, I've always loved Shirley Walker's scores, and it's all, you know, real live music, which was not a thing that was done back then. But what's really cool about that score is that throughout a lot of that episode, she is playing, and like that's not, of course, the first Mad Hatter episode. Like we've seen him before.
Yeah. Okay.
She has a theme for every villain that comes back in most of the time you see those villains, right?
Okay. Yes.
She is using the Mad Hatter theme through that whole episode, and somehow people didn't call it.
Huh.
I mean, like it's really impressive through a bunch of that episode. You're da 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 da, and she's orchestrating it in such a like I don't know, dramatic way and with a lot of gravitas that like you kind of forget that's what the theme is because you're used to just hearing, and it's only one episode too, so like on one viewing you wouldn't even think of it, but like if you watch the show a lot, that should come to you because you're just used to hearing it, you know, on a flute.
Gotcha.
And it's playing it with like strings and stuff.
That's
like,
cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really neat. AMC Comics, he had only even met Selena the one time, so it sort of seems like it's just because she's the most recent love interest. Yeah, probably. And I mean, this is the kind of stuff that happens with a new show when you've got growing pains. Mad Hatter only appeared 3 episodes before this. Yeah, I forgot about that. Now that's, I don't know if that's aired order, because the aired order is kind of all over the place. Okay, I'm trying to decide what the last thing is we should do. We've got just enough time for one more, and people...
Make it a 48-hour stream.
Oh, God. By the end of that, I just won't even be able to talk anymore.
You'll be asleep for the last 4 hours is what it'll be. It's just be live streaming you passed out, exhausted in your chair. People will join the stream.
Yeah, I kind of want to do another regular Batman episode and not a New Adventures. We did some of those earlier, and I know there's one a couple people were going to, but
yeah, I'd like to see another episode of this.
I want to do something a little bit more classic than that. And my apologies for folks that really wanted that, but I think we'll do one more kind of obvious one because this is going to be one that Brandon probably hasn't seen. Let's go ahead and just finish off with Grey Ghost. And my apologies to folks that are like, I've seen that 1,000 times. But I want to show this to Brandon because I don't think he's seen it. And it's lovely. Brandon, this is the Adam West episode.
Oh, okay.
And it's just boss. So we're going to go ahead and do this. This will finish it off. 20 more minutes if anybody wants to leave any more super chats, and make sure you get the emails in. I will compile those right at the end if my brain works well enough, and I'll do a random number generator, and I will get the raffles pulled, and I will still do that in the stream. Here we go. Everybody, make sure that you're in the right episode. Pardon me, I just pulled it up. It's season 1, of course, episode 32 on HBO Max. Beware the Grey Ghost. This is the last thing we're gonna watch tonight.
Are you going to change your title on the screen there?
Nah. Yes, I am.
I know you wanted to do that earlier. People will get confused.
Oh, good for Master Yoda, because we actually didn't do one of yours earlier, because the one I had pulled for you didn't end up making sense to do with Brandon. But yeah, I hope you guys are cool with that. Thanks for being accommodating. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
what did we say, 32 here?
Looks like it.
Bob the Hun, Bruce Timm always drew hot women, that's all. That's true. But a lot of them ended up kind of looking the same, we were finding today. That is also true.
Well, when you have certain features that make somebody hot, I guess that's going to happen.
And then somebody sees as kind of ideal.
Mm-hmm.
Bob the Hun is up to...
The same, but different.
$21, Chewbacca's Lover 9, Super Billy 11, Jar Jar Ed 2. Just so that everybody knows the score for that. And let's go ahead and watch this episode. Everybody, please press play right now.
No Bugs Bunny.
Oh. Well, and the Bugs Bunny thing isn't for the sake of the streaming service. Like, that's how those aired. So
Yeah, no, and
those
actually,
later ones, they were on broadcast.
I actually realized that earlier. I was like, oh, that's how it was.
John Henry says that Brandon rocks.
Oh, well, thank
Robert
you.
Wild says this is a classic episode. It is, of course. Ren Davis, it's a crime that we don't have the Day Ghost talking about the Gray Ghost. I kind of wanted to do that last night and didn't get to it with Austin.
I was going to make a joke about vodka earlier because of Grey Goose vodka. But I couldn't come up with anything good enough.
Oh, I like vodka. I have some. It's pineapple flavored. I love it. It's wonderful.
Ooh. Interesting.
Was that ew like you? Like I don't like pineapple?
No, that was it. Ew. E-A-U. It was French.
This is another one of Walker's just absolutely astoundingly beautiful themes. Slipmaker checking in at the home stretch. Are you still Vengeance? Are you still the Knight? I am Batman!
I'm Darkwing Duck.
Oh, jeez. Oh, he's taking out the Hamburglar. Look at that.
Where's Mary McCheese?
Yeah. What's happened to me at the end of the stream is I've turned into Riddler from the end of Batman Forever. I'm Batman! Ah!
Good thing it's not the Mad Boomer.
Oh, we all know that guy, though.
Right?
I think that's a lot of our fathers, really. Maybe not mine, but in particularly, what? So Kevin Conroy is voicing Bruce's father here.
So it's an in-universe, like,
Movie
fictional
serial.
property
Movie serial. Yep.
of superhero variety. I like when they do that.
Yeah, and specifically...
Oh, it's Dr. Doom. Judge Doom, I mean.
Judge, yeah, I was going to say, Dr.
I
Doom.
did that the last time, too.
And specifically the, kinds of vigilantes that we would do in serials from that time. Like, this essentially is Batman, because Batman was one of the big serials.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
And it really tracks with the Zorro thing. With that being the movie that Bruce goes to see when his parents get murdered.
I wish I could fly.
And so
like that.
he's inspired as much or more by Grey Ghost here because he's like, seen it a lot. Like, you go see Zorro one time and then your parents get murdered and then you become a vigilante kind of like that. This kind of tracks better. Bob the Hungry Ghost is inspired by the Green Hornet. Yeah, that's a good call.
It's a good thing Gordon wasn't, like, looking the other way when Batman approached.
That's true. For Master Yoda Cap, do you have a Grey Ghost action figure? I don't. I'd love to get a statue if they ever made one. I'm much more of a statue guy these days than figures.
I love how he's looking for $1 million, and that seems like nothing compared to some of the wealth these days.
Chewbacca's Lover, the name really suggests Green Hornet inspiration. Yeah, given that it's a color, I guess. No, that's a good call. I totally agree with that. And the kind of minimal costume.
Alfred.
It's got more of like the mystery of the shadow, but not the moral ambiguity, certainly.
Huh. Yeah, double straw. Double straw for double wide.
Now, I would think if a serial like that was distributed wide, though, that even if you couldn't find the original negatives, there would have to be copies floating around, right? Like,
I mean, well, considering what they found with some of the old Doctor Who episodes, they lost the time, and they found like a stash in a room that hadn't been opened.
listen to what I'm saying, though. We're not talking about television.
Well, but that's true. But if you
it's
send a
serials
copy out
and was
to...
distributed to movie theaters, there have to be copies
Well,
around.
that's true,
Is
yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And it seems like it was a movie serial, not just a thing that was broadcast on television.
Yeah.
Here it seems a little bit ambiguous, where maybe it's kind of both. You know what I mean?
Well, he was watching it on television. In
Yeah.
the dream.
Well, it was a flashback, but yeah.
But again, it was still on TV, and
No, but what I'm saying is, like it matters if it was a serial in the first place. You know what I mean? Because then there would be reels
that's true.
that went to movie theaters, is what I'm saying. And like it's possible that theaters wouldn't have kept them, but you'd think you'd keep looking. You know what I mean?
Of course, yeah. Somewhere there's a depository.
Is what I'm saying.
Or
The Doctor Who
repository.
thing is different because you play it once and then you toss it, or you put it somewhere and it gets burned up or whatever. Like that's different. It could only be in one place. Like
Gotcha.
were there copies. Robert Wilde, I always assumed Great Ghost was a TV show in this, but obviously inspired by movie serials. Yeah, and if it was, that makes more sense. I have a hard time telling. It just seems too serial-esque. But then I guess it's also... It could be, because it's a little bit Lone Ranger-esque also. So I don't know. And it's poignant that it's Adam West, obviously, Brandon, because his history parallels this.
Sure. Okay.
And that is Bruce Timm, the showrunner, voicing that guy. And he wasn't really a voice actor, but he did a couple things like this, somewhat begrudgingly, in the show, I might add. Bob the Hun Fighter with the Super Chat. Bruce Timm was very against saying Batman's age when the show takes place and how long he's been Batman. He thought it would ruin the show. Not kidding. I mean, I honestly kind of agree with him. Not necessarily that it would ruin the show, but I really like the ambiguity of all of that. It does make some things kind of frustrating to figure out the timeline of, but it's worth it. Discussing topics. I actually talked about this on the collection video I did on Rewind last week, but he says, I've always been curious. Do you like that Return to the Batcave mockumentary that Adam West did in 2003? Not really. I like the flashback stuff better than I like the present day stuff, but overall, no, it's not great, and I'll do that on Rewind eventually.
His shelves were intact again.
Yeah, he just couldn't deal with the mess. He
had to clean it up.
he didn't have anything better to do either. So
In fact, he tore them off just so that he could put them back up.
yeah, because what else was he gonna do with his evening? Exactly.
All he had to do was go sell his Grey Ghost costume. That was it.
What's that? It's that time that it's like that time, Brandon, that you slashed your own tires so you could change your tires. You remember that?
Yeah. Claim the insurance
Okay,
fraud.
so did you notice how huge his circle was in his chest?
Yes.
It changes sizes constantly. Like a
Okay.
lot of the time, it's like really tiny, and then sometimes it's like huge.
So it's like that dark spaceship in Star Trek Into Darkness.
Sure, but if it was on someone's chest, right? For Master Zero and Yoda, no, I've never seen that Zero show you're talking about.
I see what you mean about paralleling. He's a parallelogram.
Well, mostly in that Adam West got typecast and couldn't keep getting work. This episode has some of the better lighting bits in the show. A lot of fire stuff. We were talking about fire stuff last night. There's some pretty inherent symbolism with all of that.
I am the police.
And then, of course, there's also just, like, the legacy thing of old Batman actor influences new Batman actor. When you look at the real life versus the fiction, just the casting is fun. Sweet Revenge. So, Brandon, this is and the reason I hesitated when you said that a minute ago was because you didn't really know where this was going. But Adam West, never, he lamented not being able to keep getting good work after Batman, but he didn't he wasn't embarrassed by the show. He didn't wish he didn't do it. He didn't dislike it. He had a lot of fond memories of it. And so this is that same kind of thing where he secretly holds on to all this memorabilia, and he has a tape of every single episode. Like, that's Adam West with 60s Batman.
Gotcha.
Like, he doesn't resent it. He just wishes the business was different. And of course, you don't have to understand Adam West's history to appreciate the show, but I think his performance is as good as it is because he gets this script.
Gotcha.
Daniver says Terror in the Sky was eventually an episode of the show. I forgot that was a title there. That's true, and that's cool.
The toy car.
I also like the idea that Bruce Wayne would turn to vigilantism to try to make the world a better place, partly because he still has this idealism from his youth, even though his whole world was shattered when his parents died. So the dichotomy of he's got this you know, it's kind of two contradictory ideas that weirdly go together for that character.
Oh boy.
Guy Gordon just can't even drink his coffee in peace.
Fire on the bombs.
Fire me, boy. That's bad. That's a bad
You
idea.
expect me to
Stop-
believe
stop
none of
firing.
them died right then. Well, you can't fire on that now. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, it's still taking that building.
Why
out.
is he? Oh, now it looks like
that-
the fiery steps at the end of
That
'89.
car just drove downstairs. FYI, it just like.
It got lucky.
That's some
The momentum
great
just really carried it
suspension.
right. Like, it's fine, but you know, it feels real.
Oh, it crashed, and now it's not going to explode in Batman's hands.
I'm not sure what triggers it. I don't know.
Well, he pushed a button. Oh, there we go.
That's why. Okay, but he probably shouldn't have picked that up. To your point, I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. It's two more. Well, you're doomed. Judge Doom has doomed you.
It's not Judge Doom. When I killed your brother.
I mean, it looks like another character I'm thinking of, but I can't remember that character's name.
Yeah, it's a real iconic looking costume. It's cool they came up with something that's not generic, but also feels old-fashioned enough to come from Bruce's childhood. Mm-hmm. Especially in an ambiguous, like, timeless kind of show like this.
Get in my bomb-proof car.
Schweiger's lover, could they use him in the Batman continuity? Robert Wilde, I wouldn't really want to see the Grey Ghost played by anyone else now that Adam West has passed. I wouldn't mind references to it, but I don't know that we need to straight up adapt this in any way or have like an actual character playing him beyond just, you know, maybe like in a TV show or in a serial. That's 10 o'clock. Okay, we're not even going to finish this episode.
Oh,
That's
man.
it. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Don't do that to me.
No, I'm kidding. So we'll finish this episode.
Don't press the red button.
Don't press the don't button.
Oh, because that's the thing Batman should just have on all his vehicles.
Well, naturally.
Oh, and now he's just blowing up other random buildings. Boy, the collateral damage is fierce.
This show
Oh, whole block.
really likes explosions. But this is one of the more expensive evenings Batman has, probably. So one of the things I like to make fun of with the show a lot, Brandon, is that Batman's giant bat computer changes its shape and everything, like, almost every episode. Like, it never looks the same. They just keep redesigning it. I don't know why.
Well.
I'm not sure that's not going a little bit too far, but like I said, I do really like the idealism meets cynicism of Batman becomes essentially his childhood hero in order to fight an injustice that kind of wrecked his worldview. Or I guess sort of like...
You guessed it.
I was going to say, or maybe even kind of like wrecked his idealism at large. Like there's still this, you know, one thing he holds on to, but he doesn't have that trust in himself or the world after this. So, you know, you cling to simplicity. Like that's wonderful. I never like it when heroes need all of their ideas to come from something else. Like, you want people to be proactive and creative. But they don't have to create everything from whole cloth either, because we're all inspired by things, even if it's subconscious and we don't know exactly where it comes from. So I do think Bruce recreating the Grey Ghost lair perfectly as his Batcave is a little weird, especially because it's so Bat-themed. But I do like that at least his childhood hero wasn't Bat-themed himself. And was a different enough thing. Robert, wow, Batman is a geek. He really is. The universe, Bruce really gets all giddy in this episode. Yeah, I also like comparing this to stuff like Christmas with the Joker.
Like Zorg. Or Zurg, I mean.
When you get to the end of that and Batman like doesn't want to watch It's a Wonderful Life, really, he's worried about things that are, too relentlessly wholesome and chipper and stuff. But like as a kid, he was a movie buff, or at least he really liked watching adventure stuff.
So let's hope that your Bat Bunker doesn't meet this untimely end. Somebody
that'd be
the Mad
unfortunate.
Bomber comes in with some.
Now it's gonna be my nightmare every night now. It's just gonna be a recurring nightmare. Thanks for that.
Cap's nightmares. You're welcome.
There's something you said earlier discussing topics. I just wanted to thank you for being here. He's a newer viewer. He said he's only been watching for about a year, and he's been popping in quite a bit on live shows lately. And I really appreciate it, man.
I'm a fan.
Okay, so is that a book? Or is it a box set?
I think it's a box set.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
It's too early for
box
sets.
Well, no, I was going to say it doesn't make sense because there aren't any prints of the things, but maybe he...
No, they just mentioned that.
Did
they
talk
just
about that?
mentioned that they found new copies because he provided the
He
copies
provided
of
them,
the
okay.
show, yeah.
I forgot about that whole thing. All right,
That's
folks.
good.
We did it. Somehow I did 24 straight hours of DCAU.
And I helped.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, you did 3 hours.
It's easy. It's old hat for me with you.
Did you have a good time?
Oh, I had a great time.
Okay, I'm going to, right now, count up and see how many episodes we got knocked out. So everybody bear with me. And then I'm going to do the raffle and such. 1 second. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12, 13, 14. I guess I could have been counting as we went along, but I didn't do that. Well, we knocked out 41. Which isn't bad. I thought
Almost
we'd
2
get
per hour.
Yeah, it's not quite 2 per hour. I thought we'd average a little bit better than that, but yeah, I had to take some breaks. I guess I had to do meals and stuff.
Eating.
Yeah,
just,
that
just
kind of
a
thing. But I don't know, 41 episodes, is that terrible? I think we did all right.
I think you did great. My voice cracks.
I think folks had a good time. I'm glad we did this. It was nuts. Obviously, marathon doesn't begin to describe it, but I'm doing okay. It's funny, like 3 or 4 hours ago,
I think you're delusional.
I kind of wasn't feeling it at all. And right now, I'm all right. It's just, I've talked for so long. That's hard right now. Okay, so the 4th Super Chat winner for tonight is Bob the Hun. So congrats to you. And we had 4 different Super Chat winners, which is great. So Matthew Bass, Tom, Chewbacca's Lover, and Bob the Hun each get to choose. a movie that I have reviewed before to have me re-review in the new format for Superhero Rewind.
Oh, wow.
It just has to be a thing that I've not reviewed in the new format before, and that I've only done one time, so it can't be something I've done or revisited already on Superhero Rewind. But those are the only caveats, and it has to be a superhero movie. We're not going to do any other Rewind thing like sci-fi things and stuff. It will just be superhero things. What do you say?
Oh, I was just going to ask, does Watchmen fit into that category?
See, I don't want to give anybody any ideas. So anyway,
Okay.
Please send me an email or or ping me on Patreon. And if you are a patron, send it to me there because that's a little bit easier I'll see it quicker. That would be great. Right now, I'm gonna go into my email, and if everybody will give me, this is gonna take probably 3 or 4 minutes. Hey Brandon, why don't you entertain the viewers for a couple minutes? I don't know how you'll do that, but I believe in you. I always have.
Well, I got pulled over again the other day.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Brandon Grimm.
I've been pulled over a couple times recently, but
Brandon,
it
no.
resulted in nothing.
Okay, that's good.
So, I mean, that was good. Yeah, I got pulled over for an expired 30-day tag because I haven't put my new plate on my truck yet. But in my defense, I haven't. I need the sticker that goes on the plate. So this young cop, like, I don't know any cop who would let you get out of your car and get into your back seat at a traffic stop to find your plate so you could prove it to him. But that's what he let me did.
Oh, wow.
So
that's what he let you did?
Yes,
that sounds like something I would say right now.
Yeah, you're rubbing off on me. So that's what I did. And I got it out, and, no harm, no foul. Also visited a pumpkin patch recently. That was nice.
Oh, yeah. That's cool. I haven't done that in a long time.
Spooky season is upon us and almost over, actually.
Spooky. Very spooky. Okay. Guys, I'm just going to... Well, I don't know if you guys are going to want me to use your real names, actually. Hold on.
Don't reveal their secret identities.
I know, that'd be terrible, wouldn't it?
After we just talked about revealing secret identities a few episodes ago.
Well, I mean, they're not superheroes or anything. I don't know.
Yeah, but they're super patrons.
Oh, well, I mean, they're not all patrons either.
They're super fans of you. Okay.
Oh.
I'm reaching here.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that term.
Me.
I don't know how to do that. Somebody bought t-shirts. That's cool. And I'm also going to give a couple of t-shirts away with this raffle as well. This is going to take a little bit. Sorry, this just wasn't a thing I could do. No, don't do that.
Chuck Norris can count to infinity. Twice.
What a guy.
Did you know that there are different sizes of infinities?
What? Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing, because think about it. There's an infinite number of numbers between 0 and 1 alone. You can just keep adding decimal points ad nauseum to infinity. But there's also an infinite number of infinities. Think about that.
I can't right now. I can't get my mind around it.
You're calculating infinities as we speak.
I can't do it. I'm too tired. I've been doing this for 24 hours and I gotta calculate infinities? or know that I am? I don't know. I don't want to know that I'm doing that.
It's deliciously evil.
Oh.
Excellent.
That was 8 shades of creepy, to be perfectly honest with you. Oh, stop. It's scary.
Spooky season.
I can't have it.
I am the Grim Reaper after all. Let me touch you. Take your soul.
That's scary too. Last call for the raffle, by the way. And, I know there will be folks that aren't here when I announce this, but I will send you an email, of course. I'm gaining, folks. Well, what else is new, Brandon?
I'm moving soon, so that's gonna be fun. I'm moving exactly 1 address over.
Yeah, you told me about
and
that.
downward. I live
I kept
upstairs in
thinking
a
you
half
had moved
duplex.
already, and then a couple weeks ago you were like, "Oh, I haven't done that yet." And I'm like,
Nope,
"Oh,
the 1st of November. So
Okay.
I'm moving over and down like Tetris style, if you will. So that's cool. Vacant spaces.
thanks for bearing with me, folks. If you're still here, I'm gonna flip back over and find out that like nobody's watching anymore. Everybody's gone.
I scared them off.
Everybody's watching
I bored
their own
them off.
episodes without us. They're like, well, there's time to watch a whole episode here.
Somebody's doing a 48-hour stream and just forgetting you for the other.
They're just gonna keep
24.
going. Yeah, I'm
Like,
better.
I might as well do the rest of them.
I think there's only one person that watched the entire stream, so if he's doing that, that's insane.
And that person was you.
Well, no, I mean that watched me do.
I know.
Watched with me the whole time.
That was a joke.
It wasn't a good joke.
No, I didn't say it was. I never claimed.
I didn't say I didn't get it. I was saying it's dumb and I don't like it.
Well, then joke's on me, I guess.
Oh, okay. I agree.
Just like I can assure you, Alfred, as Alfred said earlier, I can assure you the joke's on me. I just made breakfast.
Okay, guys, I've got everybody in here. I heard from 15 viewers, and we're going to do a raffle for you right now. Oh, don't press play right now. That's not what we're doing. Oh, hi, Connor. How's it going? How you holding up? I'm okay. Unless you're not talking to me. Maybe you don't care. Maybe you're talking to somebody else. Busta Sim says, speak for yourself, Cap. I don't know what I'm speaking for myself about. Okay, so.
Talk to the hand. No, just kidding.
I'm going to do 3 raffles here, Brandon.
Okay.
And the first 2 will be for Geekvolution t-shirts.
Ooh.
And t-shirts are on sale right now, so if you don't win a raffle, you can still get one for
Too bad you don't have, like,
$14.
a shirt gun.
I'm explaining. It wouldn't even make any sense. Nobody's here.
I know.
Just $14, pardon me, on our TeePublic store in the description. And for these, I'm going to give you guys whichever shirt we are currently selling that you're interested in. So it can be a Superhero Rewind shirt, Geekvolution, regular logo shirt, etc., etc. And let's see. Let me put this over here. Now I'll just put it over here. Okay. And the first person who gets a t-shirt is going to be Caleb Wiseblood. Caleb Wiseblood gets a t-shirt. So congratulations to you. Send me an email and check the TeePublic page and let me know which shirt you want. And then the next person is... And if anybody wins that's overseas, that's not, or I should say that's not in the States, I may, depending on shipping and stuff, just, especially with the box set, I just send cash, because I didn't want to say you have to be in America, because I know a lot of folks watch this that aren't, but if shipping is just astronomical, I'll just send you cash. You can get it where you're at. Victor Herman is our other t-shirt winner. So congratulations to him. And finally, we're going to see who wins the $50 box set, Brandon. This is going to be for Batman Animated Series, or if this person already has that, Superman or Batman Beyond. Here we go.
Cool.
And the winner there is Edward Bador, Jar Jar Ed. My goodness. He has been really active with us lately, and I did this, by the way, with a random number generator, in case you think I'm playing favorites, because I'm absolutely not. And Brandon will back me up. He can confirm how I did it.
Number generator,
it was completely random, but I'll show you how I did it.
Search Google for random number generator.
Yep, and that's how I did it. He happened to be number 6, and that is who won. And that's how the cookie crumbles.
In 6 pieces.
Yeah, so congratulations to him. And guys, that's going to do it for us tonight. And today, oh my goodness, this was insane.
I am the knight.
Everybody that stuck with us for a long time, that came in for any amount of time, watch shows with us, listen to us, You guys were just absolutely wonderful and delightful. We had a bigger crowd than I expected. We had
That's always a good problem.
we had so much support in every kind of way, and this was kind of a nutty thing to do. So it was really cool of you guys to come in and help us out, and or I should say, just hang out with us. That was the point. So I hope it was fun. Hope you got something out of it. And I will be back again if all goes according to plan. Monday night, I'm taking tomorrow off for obvious reasons. Monday night, I'm gonna be doing the last, hopefully should be the last collection stream for Superhero Rewind, and then I'll be back to reviews the week after that. We'll see you again real soon. I was Captain Logan, and